This is an audiobook, made by Ivona Reader, of the well-known, For the Truth Seeker, book of Elisabeth Haich. Initiation. Author's note. It is far from my intentions to want to provide a historical picture of Egypt. A person who is living in any given place has not the faintest idea of the peculiarities of his country, and he does not consider customs, language and religion from an ethnographic point of view. He takes everything as a matter of course. He is a human being and has his joys and sorrows, just like every other human being, anywhere, any place, any time, for that which is truly human is timeless and changeless. My concern here is only with the human, not with ethnography and history. That is why I have, in relating the story which follows here, intentionally used modern terms. I have avoided using Egyptian-sounding words to create the illusion of an Egyptian atmosphere. The teachings of the High Priest Dahotep are given in modern language so that modern people may understand them. For religious symbols also, I have chosen to use modern terms so that all may understand what these symbols mean. People of today understand us better if we say God than if we were to use the Egyptian term Ta for the same concept. If we say Ta, everyone immediately thinks, oh yes, Ta, the Egyptian god. No. Ta was not an Egyptian god. On the contrary, the Egyptians called the same God whom we call God, by the name of Ta. And to take another example, their term for Satan was Seth. The words God and Satan carry meanings for us today which we would not get from the words Ta or Seth. For people living in our times, these latter terms, Ta and Seth, are empty, dry and meaningless. The term logos and the expression creative principle have a meaning for us today which we would not get from the term Horace Hawk. Electricity was just as much electricity thousands of years ago as it is today, and an atom was an atom, simply by a different name. I make these comments here so that my readers may be able to devote their attention to the content of the story which follows here, without being halted unnecessarily by what may appear to be an anachronism merely because of the terms used, as for example when the Egyptian high priest speaks of a chain reaction. I have intentionally avoided trying to reproduce or imitate the ancient terminology for phenomena we now know under names everyone is accustomed to using. Foreword. The national rhythm of the Indian people is religion. With every heartbeat the Indian feels himself a step closer to the eternally glorious goal of the realization of God. Whenever he hears the name of God on the lips of someone passing by, his sharp ear picks up the melody and he starts to sing a paean of praise. Even though he may have neither food nor a roof over his head, for often enough the arch of heaven is his shelter, he still has God in his heart. He knows that in this arena of life he has come uncounted times and gone again, through myriad births, that he has enjoyed all the created world has to offer, and that, as he knows the truth everything here on earth passes away, nothing more can satisfy him. His wish is now to find and reach that source from which the stream of manifestations flows. That is why, from early childhood he prays, I meditate on the magnificence of the being that has created this universe. May it illuminate my mind. The majesty and beauty of nature, reminding him of that being, becomes an object of his adoration. Every holy writing, of whatever religion, which breathes the breath of that being becomes an object of his respect and admiration. And everyone who has found that being and speaks about the way to him becomes an object of respect and admiration. I have the great fortune to sit at the feet of an illumined soul. Elisabeth Haich is my teacher, my guru. In her presence the delicate petals of my soul began to unfold. Often a word from her opens my eyes, and sometimes an understanding glance is enough to strengthen me in my conviction. A friendly comment can sometimes drive away all my doubts. Every moment in the presence of my teacher brings me new experiences and hastens my progress. Very often when certain things have bothered me, I have found help in the words of my guru. Don't live for the present, don't allow transitory things to influence you. Live in eternity, above time and space, above finite things. Then nothing can influence you. In the presence of my teacher I enjoy absolute independence of thought, for I have learned that it is wrong to want to apply the thoughts of another person in one's own life. I don't want you simply to follow me on the path I am following to reach the goal, she has told me. Go your own way, on the path you select for yourself, corresponding to your own innermost inclinations. Don't accept any statement because I made it. Even if it is true 100 times over, it still is not your truth, it still is not your experience, and it will not belong to you. Bring truth into being, and then it will belong to you. Regard the lives of those who have achieved truth only as proof that the goal can be reached. At these words of my teachers, I was seized by an irresistible drive towards absolute independence, and this urge freed me from the nefarious attitude of expecting help from outside. I don't need a teacher that influences me, but a teacher who teaches me not to allow myself to be influenced. For many years I have had the great privilege of hearing the profoundest truths explained in the simplest words. I have yet to hear anyone else explain the revelations of the Bible as clearly as Elisabeth Haich, and in a manner as applicable to our daily living. I have traveled far, and in all my travels no priest has been able to explain the true meaning of these revelations, even though I have asked hundreds. How, after all, could he if he has not reached the kingdom of heaven within? How could it be otherwise as long as he has not experienced within himself the truth of the sentence, "Ye are the light of the world," as long as he does not yet recognize, "Ye are the living temple of the Holy Spirit"? Hundreds and thousands have attended the weekly lectures and meditation groups led by Elisabeth Haich. It has been the wish of all of us to possess her teachings in book form. Through the experience of each lecture our souls thirsting for truth were enriched to an undreamed of extent. It is a great joy for all of us to know that at last part of this knowledge will now be available in the concentrated form of a book. This book is an introduction to the high art of reaching and achieving the divine in us and of learning to recognize this unknown creature called man. We will discover the great truth: self-development is revealing the perfection which has been in man from the very beginning. Religion is the activation of the divine principle which awaits its manifestation in man. Zurich, April 1962. Introduction. I am a seeker. I seek an explanation for life on earth. I would like to know what sense there is in the fact that a person is born, grows from a child to an adult through all kinds of difficulties, marries, brings more children into the world, who also grow up to adults through just as many difficulties, also marry, also bring more children into the world, who then with advancing age lose the skills they took so much trouble to learn, and finally die. An unending chain, without beginning, without end. Constantly children are being born. They learn, they work hard, they want fully to develop both body and mind, and after a relatively short time everything is over, and down under 6 feet of sod they become fodder for worms. What is the sense in all of this? Going on and on just to produce more and more generations of people? And when certain people not only leave their descendants behind them, but also the work of the mind and spirit, why do they have the same kind of experience? Why do they grow old and take their high gifts to the grave with them? A Michelangelo, a Leonardo da Vinci, a Giordano Bruno, a Shakespeare, a Goethe, and many others, why were these titans born, if finally they had to decay in the same way as the worm that fattened itself on their bodies? No. It is not possible for life on earth to be so senseless. Behind this seemingly unending chain of birth and death there must be a more profound meaning, even if it seems to be inexplicable for a prejudiced mind. There must be a completely satisfactory and sensible explanation, seen from the other side. How and where can I find this other side of all things that definitely must exist? How and where can I find a way to get acquainted with it? Whom should I ask for directions? Where do I find a person initiated into this mystery, a person who can tell me about this hidden truth? For throughout all recorded time there have been outstanding people on earth who spoke out with unshakable assurance about the secret of life and even witnessed their conviction with their life, initiates as they have been called. But where and from whom have these initiates received their initiation? And into what were they initiated? Socrates, for example. Consider him taking the cup of poison with divine calm, drinking it to the last drop, speaking fearlessly and objectively, quietly and pleasantly about the effect of the poison, reporting how under the influence of the poison first his feet get cold and die, how the deathly cold gradually crawls up from his feet towards his heart like a snake. He is aware that he is about to die. He takes leave of his faithful students, and closes his eyes. Such unshakable peace and calm in the face of death can only come from sure knowledge. Where did Socrates get this knowledge? And where have various other titans living on earth at different times got their knowledge about the secret of life and death, their initiation. Even today there must be such initiates living on earth, and there must be some way to obtain initiation, the really great initiation. Life has taught me that the Bible is not a book of fairy tales, but has been written by initiates to transmit hidden truth to us in a secret language. And the Bible tells us, "Seek and ye shall find, knock and it shall be opened unto you." I obeyed. I began to seek. Everywhere I could. In books, in old writings, among people who I thought might know something about the initiation. At all times I kept my eyes and ears open, and in my searches through books, old and new, as well as in the teachings of people both living and dead, I kept trying to discover hidden mosaic stones with which to piece together the secret of the initiation. And I found. At first, on rare occasions, here and there, with my inner ears, I heard the voice of truth speaking in a book or in the words of a living person. And I always went further in the direction indicated by this mysterious voice. Like the thread of Ariadne, this secret voice always led me on. Sometimes I found someone in my own hometown who could give me valuable information for my further search, and sometimes this voice led me far away into strange lands, where I often found information that was in remarkably close agreement with the words I had heard at home. Thus my path led me to people with ever greater knowledge who explained more and more to me about initiation and about the meaning of life. Naturally, I also met many ignorant people and people with half knowledge who pretended to know. But I got so I could recognize immediately when the hands were Esau's, but the voice was Jacob's. These poor charlatans, pretending to be initiates, gave themselves away very fast. They were not even in harmony with themselves and their own life, so how could they have taught me anything about the deepest truth of life, about initiation? In such cases I simply went on seeking someone with true knowledge, a true initiate. Whenever I found someone who could tell me more than I already knew, I stayed there to learn as much as I possibly could learn. In this way I once came into the presence of an old woman living in a retreat as if in a convent. She was surrounded by countless seekers, like a lump of sugar to which long rows of ants make a steady pilgrimage to get food. She was working in very close spiritual association with two very much younger men, one from India and the other from the Occident, whom the old woman called Sun. The old woman was tall, of majestic stature and bearing, but extremely simple and completely natural in her movements. Her deep blue eyes were surprisingly big, and her long dark brown eyelashes gave them a remarkable expression. Her eyes were smiling, friendly, full of understanding, but so penetrating that most people were embarrassed when she looked at them. People felt that this woman could see right through everybody, that she could clearly see their thoughts, the entire structure of their souls. Very often while listening to her lectures among a group of other persons, I felt a number of questions arising within me. She kept on talking, but she smiled, and then in her next few sentences she made a point of answering my unspoken questions. A number of other listeners of hers told me they had had the same experience. I just could not cope with this woman. The more I learned from her and the more my spiritual eyes were opened, the greater she seemed to me, and the more the field in which her knowledge surpassed mine seemed to expand in every direction. The longer I stayed with her, the less I felt I knew her. Every time I saw her, she appeared to me a different person, until I got the impression that this woman carried within her and could manifest the whole range of human personality, and consequently had no personality herself at all. Because to be everything, simultaneously means to be nothing. "Mother," I asked her once, "who are you really?" "Who?" she asked in return. "What is that who? There is only one being that is, and every person, every animal, every plant, and even every sun, every planet and every other heavenly body is only an instrument for the manifestation of this one and only being that is. How many whos would there be? The same self speaks through my mouth as through yours and through all living creatures. The only difference is that not every living creature knows perfectly its own self, and consequently is not able to manifest all characteristics of the self. But anybody who knows the self completely and perfectly can manifest all the characteristics that exist in the universe, because all these characteristics are the various aspects of the one and only being that is, the one and only self. The external form which you see before you, thinking that it is I, is only an instrument through which the self manifests that particular aspect of itself that is necessary at any given time. So don't ask any more nonsense like who I am. Mother, I said, how have you come to know the self so completely and perfectly as to be able to manifest all its possible characteristics? I would like to be so far advanced too. Tell me, through what experiences have you come in order to become such a versatile instrument for the manifestations of the one and only being that is? Or have you always been on this level? Were you born in this condition? Born? She echoed, I born? When have you ever seen that an I was born? Have you ever seen an I? The I has never been and never will be born, only the body. The true, divine self is perfection itself, so a development in it is not possible. Only the body must develop in order to be able to manifest higher and higher vibrations and higher frequencies of the self. Even the most highly developed instrument, the most highly developed body, must go through this process, including mine, which by the way is still far from perfection. Everything is only a phase of development. The creation of a body is always a chain reaction, as such processes are called nowadays, and whenever a chain reaction has made a beginning, it runs through various periods until it comes to an end. No material form of manifestation can escape from this law. And parallel with the development of the body, the condition of consciousness naturally changes also. That means that you have had to go through a period of development too, doesn't it, Mother? Please tell me what it was like. What kind of experiences did you have that caused you to grow into your present condition of consciousness? Please tell me all about it. Why should I tell you about it? She replied. Everyone must achieve perfect recognition of self in his own way. What good would it do you for me to tell you my way? You could not follow my way. Events themselves are not important, only the experiences and the lessons that you get from them. Just take it easy. On your way you will learn the same lessons as I on mine. There are innumerable pathways, but they all lead to the same goal. Mother, you are right. I see clearly that I could not be able to make progress on your path. Nevertheless, it would help me very much if you would tell me how you have acquired your experience, because I and all the others who would listen to your story would be able to learn how one can profit from experiences. I am not curious about your story, but merely anxious to hear how you began to seize upon and learn the lesson that is in every event. Please tell me about the path you have followed, Mother. It would be so valuable for us to learn your attitude towards life and how you reacted toward your fate so as to develop your spiritual horizon to such an all-inclusively great extent. We could learn a great deal from your story. The old woman looked at me for a long time. Finally she said, so you are curious as to how I reacted? And you believe it will help you and others to hear about it? All right. Perhaps it really will be a good thing to tell you about the experiences that gradually opened my eyes to the inner laws of life and the various relationships that bound together the destinies of different people. Come back tomorrow. I will tell you and a few others whose eyes are open to the essential things in life or baggy experiences that helped me find what people call illumination. I will tell you how I experienced my initiation. The next day found me and a number of her most advanced pupils sitting in front of the old woman, and she began to tell us the story of her initiation. That is how this book was written. Awakening. Like a flash of lightning a pain went through my body, and a moment later I landed on the floor. Danger. Help. But not from this adult here beside me who is now so shocked and wants to examine me. No. I don't want him now. I love him. But in a moment of danger he is not the person I want. I ran back into the room towards a strange, beautiful woman to whom we had just said good night. I knew that she would help me in a completely understanding way. At other times, too, I liked to be near her. I always liked the scent about her, and I always found I was in perfect safety in her presence. Now, in my panic, I ran to her in search of help. I whined as I showed her my plump little hand that was hanging down like a limp rag, refusing to obey me any more. The beautiful woman looked at my hand, threw aside the dress on which she was sewing and cried out, "Robert! Robert! Come quickly!" A door opened, and the grown-up man about whom I dimly knew that he lived with us and somehow belonged to us, came in. For the first time I looked at him with real attention. He was a tall man with a face like ivory, hair, beard and mustache as black as ebony, eyes glowing black, and he always radiated so much force and strength that everybody around him was kept at a certain distance. He cast one glance at my limp and useless hand and said, "A doctor. Steffi, get a doctor immediately." Uncle Steffi ran away and the tall dark man asked us what had happened. So we told him. After Greet and I had said good night, Uncle Steffi took me onto his back and carried me that way into the bedroom. There he let me slide off, but I slid too fast. To keep me from falling, he suddenly grabbed my hand. In the same moment I felt a violent stab of pain in my right wrist. Then when I tried to raise my hand, it just hung limp. "Yes," said the tall adult, "her wrist is sprained. The worst part of it is that I am just leaving on a business trip and cannot wait until the doctor comes. All night long I will be sitting on pins and needles. Wire me as soon as the doctor is through, tell me what he has done." He kissed us and mother and went away. I looked up astonished to the strange beautiful woman who had always pointed to herself and said mother and whom we therefore called mother. Up to that moment I had been crying and bawling for all I was worth. I was badly disappointed and frightened to find out that the adults could not help me. They were not able to stop the pain that was torturing me more and more, nor were they able to fix my hand the way it was before. When I heard that the tall dark adult was going to have to spend all night sitting on pins and needles, I was so astonished and so concerned for him that I suddenly forgot about crying and asked mother, "Why is he going to have to sit on pins and needles all night long?" At first mother gave me a look of amazement and then began to laugh and said, "Because father is all excited about your hand." But what kind of an answer was that? Simply nonsense. It didn't explain anything. The tall man we called father was completely in earnest when he said he was going to be sitting on pins and needles, and now mother was laughing at me. Why? I had only repeated what father had said. What did she mean by saying that father was all excited, and why did that mean that he was going to have to sit on pins and needles? Would that mean that he was going to be dangerously pricked? Mother spent a lot of time sewing and she had shown me how dangerous a needle can be. The point of a needle can be very unpleasant. That hurts. That's why needles should only be used for sewing. So what kind of nonsense was this the adults were giving me again, just because my hand was so helpless and painful that I had to hold it with the other hand? Why did that mean that father was going to spend the whole night sitting on pins and needles, when after all they are only supposed to be used for sewing? I was already pretty used to the fact that adults often talked nonsense and did senseless things, but this was too much, and I insisted on knowing more. But I did not get the chance to ask more questions about this sitting on pins and needles because Uncle Steffi returned with the doctor. The doctor was a tall, impressive, friendly man who looked at me as if we had known each other a long time. He lifted me up high and so took me out of the protective nearness of my mother. That filled my heart with terrible fear. The movement caused a new wave of torturing pain, and I began to bawl again for all I was worth. The doctor set me on the table. I saw my little feet dangling very close under my breast, and he shook his head as he laughed and said, "Oh, how ugly this little girl is when she is crying." I was stunned. What? He says I am ugly when I am crying? How does he know that? Up till now I always thought one could see everything except me. Everything and everybody else, the adults, the cook, Greet, the canary bird, my toys, in fact everything round about me was visible, even my hands, my little tummy, and my feet. But I myself could not be seen. I was present, but yet not present, somewhere but invisible. I had never yet seen myself, and I could not for the life of me imagine how it could be possible to see this something, this I. So how could it be possible for this adult to see my desperation, my pain, my crying, that is me? Goodness! If he sees me, my amazed and horrified condition, that must really be ugly. For sheer wonder and amazement, I stopped crying and looked at the doctor quizzically. Then all the adults began to laugh out loud, and mother said, "See how vain this little girl is. She is even suppressing her pain in order not to appear ugly." There we were again. Here was another one of those senseless remarks by adults. Vain, what is that? How could I be vain when I didn't even know what that was, and how could I appear when I did not even know that I was visible? Up to now I had always thought that I was the person doing the seeing. I it was who saw everything round about, but I was in some way or other outside of the visible. All this was going around in my head, and I just wanted to ask another question when the doctor took hold of my limp little hand and pulled it hard, so hard I wanted to scream again, it hurt so terribly. The crazy man is going to pull my hand clean off, I thought, but then he twisted the little hand that somehow or other was fastened onto me, because it hurt me terribly, and all of a sudden it was in its right place again. "There we are," said the doctor. "Now the joint will swell up a little bit, so for tonight we will bed it down on a pillow, and pretty soon we can forget the whole matter." Then the adults went on talking about how vain I was, saying that for pure vanity I had not even cried out when the doctor was twisting my wrist back into place. Mother was particularly impressed by this, and that made me sad. I could see that the strange beautiful woman whom I already loved very much just did not understand me. And even though the doctor could see me, Jay was certainly invisible to Mother. Nevertheless she radiated a wonderful love, and a little later, as I lay in my bed, with my hand resting on a pillow, I was happy that her fine sweet face leaned over me from time to time and smiled down at me encouragingly. She radiated sweetness and warmth, and as long as she was near I did not feel alone or abandoned. I knew that I could count on her. To a certain extent she was in my power, and I had complete confidence in her. Gradually I fell asleep. The night passed, and my hand again became the obedient instrument, the faithful friend that, later on in life, was to bring me so much joy, so very much joy, and was to help awaken me out of my unconscious state. But the doctor was wrong. I never did forget the matter, and through the law of association he has remained permanently and indissolubly connected with my first awakening and my first becoming conscious in this life. From now on my consciousness, my memory, was constantly awake. From now on I observed everything around me as well as within me, with the greatest attention and with uninterrupted concentration. From now on I knew that I lived in a home where the tall, dark, and powerful adult was unconditionally master. Mother called him Robert and we had to call him Father. The whole household revolved around him. Mother belonged to him body and soul. His power spread over all of us, and later over many thousands of people, like a tent, like a protective envelope. Everybody that belonged to Father's sphere of influence enjoyed help, security and prosperity. During the morning hours Father was not at home, so I could be with Mother. I was permitted to accompany her in the whole apartment, even in the kitchen, and ofttimes when she sat quietly embroidering a big tablecloth with brightly colored threads, I was permitted to sit beside her and amuse myself by embroidering various patterns according to my own imagination, using the same brightly colored threads. At midday Father came home, and after lunch Greet and I had to go to the children's room, something I did not like at all. Greet was also a child of the house, like myself, only, as I was told, she was 3 years older than I. At the time I sprained my wrist she was 4.5 and I 1.5. The following summer we spent our vacation in a village beside a great body of water. We lived in a little farmhouse that was surrounded by a large garden and a big farm. Greet and I were allowed to run around barefoot, and we were also permitted to accompany a woman with a very brown and wrinkled face when she went to the barn where there was a cow, a calf and a number of rabbits with red eyes. That was all very thrilling. In the garden there were gigantic yellow flowers, seemingly as high as trees, that always turned in the direction of the sun. I liked them too. Father came only from time to time, and when he did people said, "Today is Sunday." The rest of the time we were alone with Mother and I could spend the whole day with her. Every day we went down to the lake and bathed and splashed happily in the water. One day Mother said, "Tomorrow is Sunday, but today is already a big day, and we are going to have a lot of fun, because Father is coming." That definitely did not impress me as such a happy event, because I was only very slightly interested in Father and I knew for sure that when he was with us Mother's time was always taken up with him. At such times I had to go for a walk with Greet and with Sophie, the grown-up daughter of the wizened old farmer's wife. During the evening while we were waiting for Father, I suddenly heard our neighbors telling Mother that the train had run off the track and that was the reason why Father had not yet arrived. Mother was horror-struck. She called Sophie, entrusted me to her care, asking her to pay close attention to me and not to leave me alone a moment. Then she hurried to the station. Greet was allowed to accompany her, as Greet was 3 years older and could walk better than I could. I stayed alone with Sophie. It was already dark, and for the first time I was allowed to be up and outside in the garden at this time of day. It was very thrilling, although I did feel a bit uneasy, as I was accustomed to seeing everything in daylight, and now the world around me was so unclear. I had a feeling of being near trees and flowers, rather than of seeing them. And the poplar trees whispered in such a mysterious way. But there was no more time for me to make further observations about the garden and the flowers, because suddenly something fearful happened. Sophie picked me up, crooked an arm about me and carried me to the garden fence where a horrible apparition rose up out of the darkness. It looked like a man but had a fearful kind of bush of feathers on its head, its eyes sparkled in the darkness like burning coals, on its jacket there were tiny buttons, and over its shoulder it carried something I instinctively felt to be terribly dangerous. Later I heard the name rifle. I found this sinister being very repugnant and hoped that Sophie would take me away as fast as possible. But to my great amazement, Sophie again did something completely senseless, true to form, of course. Instead of running away, she went up very close to the fence and allowed the horrible apparition to whisper something to her in a terribly deep voice. Then the man, by this time I knew it was a man, put his arms around her and held her tight. Since Sophie was holding me in one arm, he was holding me tight too, much to my distaste and great displeasure. But that wasn't all. He had a gigantic moustache, and its two branches stuck out from his face like sharp horns. Next he pulled Sophie quite close to himself and acted as if he wanted to bite her. I expected that Sophie, in the face of this deportment, would finally run away. But no, with her free arm he embraced the neck of the terrible apparition, and when he wanted to bite, or eat, her, she did not turn her face away but held her mouth to his, and both of them acted as if each were absolutely bent on eating up the mouth of the other. All this time they were squeezing me so hard I could scarcely breathe. I fought with all my strength to keep this horrible apparition as far away as possible, struggling to keep my nose free. His presence was unspeakably unpleasant. He smelled of all kinds of things, and a certain kind of bitter smell was particularly repugnant. But neither he nor Sophie paid the least attention to me, squeezing my head so tightly that I heard the man's heart beating, while both of them acted for all the world as if each wanted to slip into the mouth of the other. Gracious! These adults and the funny things they do. As they hugged each other, I could not for the life of me imagine what had got into the modest, quiet little Sophie. She was like a strange person who paid no attention to my struggles. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the horrible apparition released us and disappeared into the darkness. A moment later I heard the comforting voices of mother and father, and soon their happy faces appeared out of the darkness. All the neighbors gathered round and asked father about the derailing of the train. Sophie acted as if nothing had happened, not even bothering to tell anybody what a horrible being had held her in its arms only a few minutes earlier. She just stood there with her calm, innocent face. That was another big surprise for me, but I had no time to think about it, for father had brought us bonbons from the city and I was extremely eager to find out whether I was going to get as many as Greet. I was satisfied. To each of us he had brought the exact same bonbons. And now it was mother's turn to spoil my fun, for just as I wanted to stick all the bonbons into my mouth at once, she took them away and gave me just one, promising that I could have another one the next day after lunch. Oh my! Someday when I'm grown up, I'll eat as many bonbons as I want all at once. But this time I had to give them up and go to bed. As mother was putting me to bed, I asked her just before we said our prayers, for afterwards I was not allowed to speak, "Mother, what is it that wears a bush of feathers on its head, carries something strange on its shoulder, has buttons that shine in the dark, and smells so terribly bad? Mother, what is it?" Mother gave me a surprised look and said, "Why, darling, that's a soldier." "Mother," I asked again, "do soldiers eat people?" I wanted to know whether he really wanted to eat Sophie, or what else could he have wanted. "No, no," Mother answered laughing, "they take care of good people, don't be afraid. He doesn't want to eat you." I wanted to tell her that it was Sophie he wanted to eat, not me. But Mother kissed me, covered me up and said, "Now, just go to sleep, dear, I have to go to father." I lay there alone with my thoughts, and went on wondering for a long time. I just could not understand what the soldier could have wanted from Sophie, and why Sophie let him hold her so tight that I was forced into his unpleasant presence. What did this all mean? Like everything I could not understand, the matter upset me. But finally I fell asleep. Next day the sun shone brightly, and after I had received my bonbon, we all went down to the lake to bathe and splash. On the way we met the soldier. Then I saw in daylight that he was a friendly adult who spoke cheerfully with father. Only I could not understand why he acted as if he had never seen me before in his life. He certainly must have known what happened yesterday. But I was still afraid of his gigantic mustache and did not dare ask any questions. Dating from this same summer there is another memory that I have carried with me through the years, arising from an experience that made a profound impression upon me. One afternoon, father was with us and the farmers were all sitting in their good clothes in front of their houses, so I knew that it was Sunday. We heard the village bells ring. But their ringing was not at all of the usual kind. They rang as if they couldn't stop ringing. They rang and rang. Their ringing put an end to the Sunday peace and quiet for the whole village. In a few minutes everyone seemed to be running past our house, all going in the same direction. Then father and the son of the wizened old woman ran off too. Everyone was carrying buckets and axes. Mother and a few other women remained behind with us children, and the woman kept repeating the same words. "Oh, my heavenly Father, do not desert us. Oh, my heavenly Father, do not desert us." Mother, too, was very serious as she said, "We must all of us pray together that Father comes back to us alive." I asked where he had gone and why. Mother said that a fire had broken out in the village, and Father had gone to help fight it. We prayed, but I was very curious about what fire in the village meant. One woman vouchsafed the information that the tongues of flame could be seen from the edge of our garden. I wanted to go to look, but Mother did not allow me. Greet, however, was allowed to go along with the son of the owner of the nearby grocery store, to look at the fire, something I considered bitterly unjust. Why should she be allowed, again and again, to do things I was not allowed to do, just because she was 3 years older? If fire is dangerous, then it's just as dangerous for her as for me, even if she is 3 years older. Oh, these 3 years. How many more times will I have to hear that she is 3 years older, every time she is allowed to do something and I am not, and every time I refuse to recognize and tolerate her authority? Late in the evening a few men came back past our house, then more and more, all exhausted from their efforts and talking about how Father had saved several houses, how he had defied death again and again by plunging into burning houses to save children or animals, and how he had been an untiring leader whom all the rest of the men had obeyed. With a steady stream of inspired ideas and with his unshakable courage, he set an example that others followed so that everyone performed extraordinarily well and the fire was finally localized. Mother listened proudly, and when Father finally came home with the son of the wrinkled, old farmer's wife, Mother threw herself into Father's arms. "Oh, you dear, dear Robert, how wonderful you are. Wonderful in every way." Father smiled silently. He was covered with soot, and withdrew quickly to wash and get cleaned up. To me it seemed a completely natural thing that Father was such an exceptional person. The concept Father was identical in my mind with that of the great master who was above everyone and whose will everyone had to follow. His word is law, and obviously he is perfect. If it were not so, he would not be the great master. In those days I was only very slightly interested in Father. He simply meant for me an unshakable feeling of security. He was no problem for me, so I paid very little attention to him. Only when the whole family was out walking, Father, Mother, Greet and I, and with his powerful hand he took hold of mine to help me across the street, I noticed that his hand seemed to radiate tremendous strength and that his fingernails were always as clean as fresh snow. So for me it was obvious that Father wanted to wash himself free of soot and grime immediately. The summer passed, and we were back at home again. Once I noticed that when Mother was getting me ready for a walk, she bundled me up in a heavy coat and fur cap. The air outside felt as if it were biting my skin. People told me that it was cold. My nose and my feet did not like it. But there were white flakes floating down out of the sky, and everywhere in the stores there were Santa Clauses with white beards. And later there came a time when Mother put a straw hat on my head and helped me slip into a light coat. The fields and gardens were alive with flowers, and we were permitted to play with our ball and our hoop in the city park. This was a period in my life when I could have been completely happy if my mother had not made my life bitter from time to time by cutting my fingernails. I was even afraid in advance when I sensed that the day for trimming my nails was nearing. The skin under my fingernails was so sensitive that to touch anything at all after my nails were cut, even the contact with the air itself, caused me terrible suffering. After each trimming I would run around the room screaming, with my fingers spread apart, not allowing anything to touch me. I could not say that it was pain I felt. No, it was not pain, but an unbearable feeling. When Mother noticed it for the first time, she did not know what was wrong with me. She thought she had perhaps cut me without noticing it and wanted to inspect my fingers. But I yelled when she merely touched me, so loud that she was frightened and called our family doctor and asked him what could be the matter with me. He explained to her that my nerves were oversensitive to a very unusual degree. He advised my mother to bathe my hands in lukewarm water each time she trimmed my nails, letting me splash around in the water for a while. That did help somewhat, but many years were to pass before my skin was strong enough for me to cut my nails without undergoing this unbearable sensation. My dear, darling mother, with how much loving understanding and tenderness you tried to overcome all the difficulties caused by this oversensitivity of mine. If you had not surrounded with your tender love my sensitive nerves, I would have died in early childhood. Only with your help was I able to grow up in health, slowly and purposefully developing resistance. The warm soft nest that you and our loving, generous Father built for us children enabled me to become a useful person. You helped me learn, through consciously developed powers, to keep my sensitivity in balance. I was just a child then and had not the slightest inkling about my sensitivity. I merely observed everything and wanted to know everything, while with regard to my health I merely followed your advice. I had perfect confidence in you. Lion and Light. In this way a few winters and a few summers went by. Once I heard that I was 4 years old. Greet was already going to school, and I often listened with the greatest attention to what she read out of her primer. She also had a children's newspaper and read me stories from it too. When she was not at home, I pestered my grandmother, the mother of my father, who some time before had come to live with us, and I kept on teasing her to read something to me, for I was always curious as to what was going to happen next in the story. I never tired of listening to what happened to people. I was full of curiosity about life. It was simply marvelous to think of all the things that could happen. There was just nothing I liked more than fairy tales. My Aunt Edie, the sister of my mother, visited us often and was always willing to fulfill my wish. She had a pretty face. She was loving and as beautiful as a cat. Her warm brown eyes sparkled joyously, and she possessed a peculiar scent about her, as only people do who carry love within their hearts. I enjoyed breathing this wonderful love scent but encountered it only with a very few people. When Aunt Edie came, we surged towards her joyously, helped her out of her coat, and our first word was always, "Aunt Edie, tell us a story." And she told us the most wonderful stories. Without tiring. She could go on telling one story after another, the most interesting fairy tales I ever heard. When I was sick, Aunt Edie came and told me stories until I forgot all about my illness. We just would not let her stop. Whenever she wanted to, we immediately began to ask her, "Aunt Edie, what happened next? What happened then?" And we kept on plaguing and pestering her till she resumed her storytelling. When the time came for her to go home to her mother, to my other grandmother who played the piano so beautifully, I was left alone with Greet and watched how she read in her book of fairy tales. The fairy tales in her children's newspaper and in her picture books were not nearly as nice, of course, as the stories Aunt Edie told us. But still they were fairy tales and I wanted to know them. I began to spend long periods intently looking at the books from which Greet had learned to read. I looked at the different letters in them and wanted to read, but I did not know what they meant. One night I dreamt the same dream I had had many nights before, so often that by this time the whole family knew about it. I was running with all my might and main, with a lion chasing me, ready to grab me and eat me up. I was running desperately, gasping for breath, along a path leading to a little house. In the open doorway there was a woman who did not resemble my mother, but in this dream she was my mother, awaiting me with outstretched arms. I knew that if I reached her, the power of the lion over me would be at an end and I would be saved. Now he was so close I could feel his hot breath on my neck. His shaggy mane is almost touching me. Soon he will catch me. I run with my last ounce of energy, then suddenly feel a blow. With all the strength that is left in me I cry out, "Mother!" Then I reach her and fall exhausted in her arms. I am saved, the lion disappears, and I awaken with terrible palpitations of the heart, shaking with the frightfulness of the dream. Without a moment's hesitation, I jump up, throw a blanket about my shoulders, and run, barefoot and in my little nightie, into my parents' bedroom and crawl into bed beside my mother, under her blankets. Oh, this wonderful, blessed feeling of peace and security that sweeps over me like a welcome wave of warm water. Mother embraces me and asks, "The dream again? The lion again?" "Yes," I answer, and in her blessed presence my heart stops pounding. In a few minutes I am sleeping soundly. The next morning I wake up in my mother's bed. She is gone, but her nightgown is there beside me. I quickly bury my little nose in it to inhale the precious scent of mother. Father is lying in his bed nearby and reading the paper. That means it must be Sunday, I figure out silently for myself. Mother comes in and begins to talk to father. Father lays down his paper, and as luck would have it, right beside me. I pick it up and start to look searchingly at the many mysterious black letters on the white paper. What can they mean? "Father," I ask, "please tell me what these letters mean." "Look," father answers, "that is an L, that is an I, that is a T, and then another T, that is an L, and this last letter is an E. And this one here? That," says father, "is an A, and that a D, and that an S." While I look at all these letters, something suddenly seems to open up in front of my eyes like the parting of a veil, and just as suddenly a flash of light seems to flood my mind. A light. A light. The mysterious letters reveal their meaning, and I find myself reading excitedly and joyously. Further exclamation mark father. It says little lads, doesn't it? Mother stands stock still for sheer surprise, then comes over to me, picks me up in her arms and kisses me with joyous excitement. "Why, you can read." Father congratulates me just as he would a grown-up, somewhat to my embarrassment. Then Greet comes in, all happy and excited too, because I can read. Soon everybody in the house knows the news, and Adi, when she comes at midday, gets to hear the news as soon as she opens the door. I can read. The black letters on the white paper are no longer a mystery for me. I can understand them, I can read. And thus began a new epoch in my life. I read everything I could get my hands on. I wanted to learn. I read everything that was readable, books of fairy tales, children's newspapers, school books, calendars, newspapers lying on father's desk, everything. Even a magazine that some man had given our maid. In it I read about such things as kissing, love, secret rendezvous, and finally about killing, murder, and corpses. Then, when I asked mother to explain some of these strange and somewhat frightening words, she snatched the magazine out of my hands, crying for heaven's sake, "Where on earth did you get that?" Then she went into the kitchen and told the maid never to give me such a magazine again. Why, what a pity. To this very day I do not know what happened to the beautiful countess who was kidnapped in her bed at night by a man in black who carried her off on his galloping horse. So I had to face one of the sad facts of life. Whenever I was absolutely fascinated by something, my mother did not like it. Little by little I came to the conclusion that it was much better not to discuss the really interesting things with adults, as such discussions always came out wrong. The only exceptions I found were the men servants in the house. In my very rare moments alone with them, I asked them questions. Somehow, I felt that they were in my power. And whenever they gave me information, they did not dare talk to mother about it afterwards, as they would have been the first to be scolded for it. My parents are not my parents. I was about 5 years old when one day at lunch father spoke about his manager. I was always interested in everything the grown-ups talked about, and so I asked straight away, "Father, who is this manager?" "The director is the top man in the office," he answered. "All the others have to do what he says. He is in charge of the whole office." "But father, you don't have to obey him, do you?" He is not higher than you, is he? Yes, he is, Father answered. I am not a manager yet, and so I have to do what he says. And Father explained to me what a director or a boss is. No. I refused to believe my ears. A manager higher than Father? How was that possible? Up to that time I had taken it absolutely as a matter of course that the word Father meant the great master over everything. He commanded everyone in the whole country and was responsible for all the treasures of the empire. His word was law. No one would dare speak up against him. He was the only being whom Father occasionally asked for advice, or once in a while he would discuss the affairs of the country with him. But that was something entirely different. He was not what we called a person. If Father is over and above all other people, how could he possibly have a manager superior to him? Now I looked at Father with the greatest attention for what was perhaps the first time. And while I looked at him and observed him very thoroughly, it suddenly dawned on me that this person whom I loved very much was not my Father. Ever since I awakened to consciousness in these surroundings, I have become accustomed to the fact that I am here, that this beautiful, strange blonde woman is my mother, and this tall, dark, powerful man is Father. Yes, here he is Father, but he is not my Father. In my home he is not my Father, only here where I am now. Actually he is just as strange as the strange, beautiful woman Mother, only gradually have I become accustomed to them. They are pleasant people. They love me, I am important to them, and by this time I have definitely come to love them. But they are not my mother and my father. I have come to call them mother and father only out of habit. Up to that time I had never thoroughly considered the situation. I accepted things just as they were, as I felt happy with these people. They gave me security, they enjoyed my presence, and everything I did struck them as most remarkable, charming, and delightful. Under these circumstances why shouldn't I have enjoyed myself in their surroundings? Even with Greet I could sometimes play quite well, whenever she forgot for a moment that she was above me because she was 3 years older than I was. Yes, everything was all right this way. Uncle Stevie came often, played beautiful music on our piano, and showed me all kinds of attractive things. He blew soap bubbles for me, and with his pocket knife he made a little rattle out of a nutshell. On another occasion he made me a little pig out of dried prunes and toothpicks, and once he brought me a tin box full of beautiful colors and a brush. I was allowed to paint pretty, colorful flowers in a notebook which belonged only to me. This time I didn't even have to share it with Greet. Aunt Judy was charming with her many jokes and fairy stories. Grandmother too, my mother's mother, was so gentle, so fine and always smiled at me with such a loving expression. I loved her very much. When she sat down at the piano, it was a holiday for me. She delighted me with heavenly music, and I was absolutely enchanted as I listened. Here I was in complete agreement with my dear, tender mother. She loved music more than anything else just as I did. My other grandmother was a most interesting lady. She often told me about her many travels in foreign countries, and numerous times she took me with her to the National Museum. There I saw splendid things. Wonderfully pretty, colorful, giant butterflies which, grandmother told me, lived in some distant part of the world. Strangely enough I knew them well. Then a number of gigantic stuffed animals. At first I was terribly frightened, but grandmother calmed me. I also enjoyed it very much when my whole family showed great surprise and delight at all the things I did as a matter of course, and when our relatives spoke about my talents. When I was 4 years old, mother showed me how to crochet with a bent needle. Then I crocheted a little dress for my doll which always sat alone in its little armchair because I didn't know what to do with her. She was lifeless, and I was only attracted by what was alive. When I was finished with it, the little dress caused such a sensation in the family that I was really amazed. If mother can crochet such beautiful lace, then why is it so remarkable for me to be able to crochet? My colorful flowers I painted in my notebook caused so much enthusiasm in the family that further gave me a little piggy bank, and from then on whenever I had painted a beautiful flower, he dropped a silver coin into my bank. Oh, that was all so pleasant, so very pleasant. But now there came this terrible surprise exclamation mark that further had a manager above him. At that very moment it became completely clear to me that I was here in this environment, and that I called this here home, and yet that I was not at home here. Here I was not in my home. That was my steadfast, unflinching conviction. If I had had, at that time, my present knowledge and experience in psychology, I would have immediately analyzed how I, a child, could get such an idea. But I was still a child, experiencing everything in a child's direct way, and I was completely convinced that I had been dragged away from my home by force. I naturally did not know where I had come from, because, in the meantime, I had forgotten all about it. Who could explain it to me? Only the two people who called me their child. But I knew that if I were to ask questions, they would only give me once again one of their characteristic grown-up answers that I could not be able to understand. And once again the end of the story would be, wait until you're grown up. Oh, how I hated that. Wait until I'm grown up? Why did I have to spend all this time in darkness, in ignorance? I wanted to know everything now and not someday. So I brooded over this question until evening and time for me to go to bed. Then Mother came and sat down on the edge of my bed and asked me, "Why are you so quiet? Why haven't you played with your doll again? And why have you wandered around our whole apartment daydreaming about something? Tell me what is the matter with you. You can tell me everything, and you can ask me anything you want to." Oh, now I loved her with all my heart and with all my confidence. She was delicate, sweet and beautiful. I often found out that she stood up for me when somebody had criticized me. I could always run to her. With her I always found a safe haven. Now we were together so trustingly, and I believed that I could discuss everything with her. I put my arms around her neck and asked, "Mother, where did you and Father get me? Where did I come from?" At first I saw a little surprise in her eyes, she was even a little taken aback. But then she smiled lovingly and said, "There is a great lake where all little children are swimming around. When two people love each other and pray to God for a little child, God allows his servant, a great stork, to fly to the lake and fish out the little child that God has selected for these two people, take the little child on his back and fly to them. Then he takes the little child in his long bill and lays it down beside the woman. So the little child gets his earthly parents and becomes an earthly child." At first I listened with eager attention, but then I clearly realized that she was telling something like Aunt Edie did in her fairy tales. No. That is not the truth. She just does not want to tell me the truth about how and where she and Father found me. I was disappointed and looked into her eyes inquiringly. Then she told me I should be a good girl and say my prayers after her. A moment later she said good night and left. I was all alone. From now on it became clearer and clearer to me that Father and Mother were not my true parents and that this country was not my true home. I knew that Mother did not know me, I knew that she did not see me. I was a stranger to her, and all these people around me seemed completely strange to me. We just did not understand each other. When I talked to Mother about things that were perfectly obvious to me, she was often so surprised and amazed that she would run to Father and tell him about the strange things I was saying. Father too was surprised. I saw that these things were new for both of them, completely strange. Later they told all my relatives about my remarks and observations, and then they all laughed at me. What a strange child. I heard again and again. But I for my part did not find myself the least bit strange. On the contrary, the people around me seemed strange, and even though I loved them I felt myself a total stranger among them. Everything seemed too little and restricted and colorless. Way down deep in my subconscious I felt the overpowering conviction that only he could understand me perfectly, and I would have been happy to have been living in much larger rooms, much freer and among people who at the very least were similar to myself. This feeling that I was a stranger and alone has never left me all my life long. On the contrary, it became clearer and clearer. I tried to find some kind of contact, but in vain. Mother spoke beautifully about the love of children for each other. It is so beautiful to have a sister with whom you can discuss everything and in whom you can have complete confidence, she said. I determined to create such a relationship with Greet, but she did not keep my confidences. She looked down upon me because she was 3 years older me when I told her something in strict confidence. She ran to Mother right away and told her all my little secrets. Thus all my efforts in my sister's direction were completely one-sided. Finally I gave up trying to establish a relationship of confidence with her, and we lived side by side and yet apart, like two beings come together from two separate worlds. Everybody was strange to me. Strange. Everybody. Time ran past with 7-league boots and soon I was 6 years old. Then one fine day mother took me to school. I soon found myself among many children, and the feeling that I was alone and strange became even stronger within me. In my family everyone loved me and I loved them too. Love reigned above all, and everything else came afterwards. That is why even in this environment I felt at home. I had gradually become accustomed to these people. But the school children were completely strange to me. They understood each other very well, but in their midst I was like a little freak of nature. They were constantly amazed at me and I at them. They laughed at me and that hurt me deeply. They were always talking about all the things they hadn't, showing each other all kinds of things, pens, pencils or erasers, and they all wanted to have something to show that the others didn't have. To me that all seemed terribly boring and ridiculous. I was fascinated by books, fairy tales, music and museums. The other children's eyes just popped open wide when I talked about these things, and they asked me very strange questions. They played with dolls and balls and hoops, while I played with a prism that made the most beautiful colors in the sunlight, and with a magnet that had been given me by Uncle Tony, my mother's other brother. That was so mysterious. The magnet attracted all my mother's needles, then her scissors got magnetized, and mother had to hold down all her pins and needles to keep them from jumping over to her scissors. Yes, I wanted to know about the power that lay hidden in the magnet. Finally I decided that the magnet surely must love the pins and needles the way my mother loved us children. After all, I jumped to throw my arms around her neck just like pins did with a magnet. I found that all so wonderfully interesting. But the other children laughed at me. I was alone. That winter I began to take piano lessons. Whenever I played the different pieces of music, I had the feeling that somehow or other inside the music there were the very same kinds of shapes and figures as those which Uncle Tony made with cardboard. He called them geometrical figures. I played one piece that just seemed to bounce out tiny little cubes. Then there was another one that seemed to have little points all over it, and little balls climbed up all these points. Whenever I went out with mother for a walk in the city park, I was always awestruck by the fountain because in its main jet I saw fairies and gnomes who danced and turned and jumped. And I saw that the dancing of the water in the fountain was music too. I did not hear this music with my ears, no, I saw it. I knew that it was music. For me that was all perfectly obvious. But the other children at school laughed at me whenever I talked about it, and said that I was stupid. I did not know why. But the first time I heard other children playing music in our music school, I was simply astonished. What ? Couldn't they hear how they were hurting the geometric figures in the music? The teacher said they were not playing in rhythm. It was just as if their heart were not beating in rhythm. And couldn't they hear when they were playing wrong? Oh, it was awful when they hit the wrong notes. It hurt my ears so much I wanted to scream, and they didn't even notice it. I looked at these children curiously and thought to myself, have they no ears? How is that possible? Are the other children not like myself? I thought that every child, and indeed every person, could see and hear as I did. But little by little I was to learn that most children, and most other people, have very different eyes and ears from mine, and that for this reason they regarded me as if I were a freak of nature. And so I was alone, more and more alone. Sunrise is different. In the spring I was very pale, and mealtimes were constant agony for me. I had no appetite, not even for the best foods, yet mother wanted to persuade me to eat. But when I could not, my only interest in the soup was to play with the blobs of grease on its surface, stirring them with my spoon and trying to unite the little ones into one big one. First I would get 2 little ones to merge and then stir in another one and another until there was only one big blob of grease on top of the soup. My parents did not appreciate my efforts, and a number of times father sent me away from the table because I was disobedient, refusing to eat my soup and spinach and turnips, and because I only wanted to play with my food. When father saw that his punishment left me completely unimpressed and that as soon as he had taken me to my room, I busied myself with the books I loved so dearly, he decided, on the advice of our doctor, to take our whole family to the seaside for the summer. As soon as our spring examinations were over, We set out on our journey. We traveled through the night. Mother covered us with blankets and saw to it that we were warm and comfortable. I fell asleep, but the strange surroundings woke me well before sunrise. Father and Greet were still sleeping, but Mother was awake, and I asked her to let me sit next to the window. I had heard so often about the beauty of sunrise that I wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to see it for myself. I sat beside the window, poked my head behind the curtain and looked out. The sky was still quite dark and just beginning to get light, little by little turning a dull grey. Slowly the sky became quite light and I saw how our train was roaring through all kinds of changing landscapes, houses, trees, and fields with people and horses and cows in them. And still the sun was not yet up. How can it be light when the sun isn't up yet? That was a big surprise for me, but still it was true. Then, when the sky was almost as bright as day, the sun appeared on the horizon. Finally it came up, and with it, the sky turned a beautiful purple-red, just as I had been expecting it to do, so far in vain. But this color was much more pale, as if diluted, so different from what I had expected. What a disappointment. Sunrise isn't like this. Meanwhile the others in our compartment had awakened, and Father asked, "How did you like the sunrise? Now you've had a chance to see it for the first time in your life. Isn't it beautiful?" He smiled at me. "No, Father," I answered, disappointed and angry. "It wasn't beautiful at all. Sunrise should not be like that. It was boring, it took much too long and was all spoiled because the sky got light much too early. Light, but still so colorless and ugly. Before the sun finally came up. No. It wasn't pretty at all. Sunrise is really very different. Quite different." And I looked off in another direction, angry and dissatisfied. Father listened to me, as he so often did, with patience and close attention. In his beautiful glowing black eyes I saw his interest and his usual amused expression that told me he was making fun of me but still full of love and understanding. "You don't say. Sunrise is supposed to be different? You're not satisfied with the sunrise. Do you mean to say that you, little upstart, are not satisfied with what nature does and you want to dictate how the sun is supposed to rise? How do you think you know how the sun should rise when you've never in all your life had an opportunity to see a sunrise? Just tell me that." He scrutinized me and waited for my answer. Then I looked at him confidently and said, "I do not know how I know, and I don't know where I've seen a sunrise before, but I do know that it's not supposed to be like this. The sun should rise right up out of the dark sky, and all at once everything should turn light and bright. Not such a dull, boring gray, but all red and reddish-purple so that the whole sky and everything on earth is flooded with red. It's supposed to be much, much more beautiful, more surprising and more uplifting." "I know. I remember?" said Father. "You remember?" He smiled condescendingly. "Your imagination is working overtime." Then he took the cup of coffee Mother proffered him, took a sip and turned again to me. "I'm really very sorry that you weren't satisfied with the sunrise. The weather is perfectly clear today, and it just couldn't have been more beautiful and more colorful. But I can't help it, there's nothing I can do about it." I didn't answer. I was angry, not only about the disappointing sunrise, but especially about the fact that Father, when I knew exactly and remembered, yes, remembered clearly said that my imagination was working overtime. Imagination is something quite different. When I think out something in my mind, that is imagination. But sunrise, the real sunrise, the way it should be, I didn't think that out. That was something which was living in me, engraved deeply in my memory, even more deeply than yesterday and everything that happened then. I was angry indeed. I was always angry when I felt helplessly unable to prove something that I knew for sure. I looked defiantly off in the distance until all of a sudden there was a rush for the corridor and Father called us, "The ocean. Children, come here quickly. There's the ocean." We rushed to the window in the corridor, and there far below was the sea. Oh, my dearly beloved sea. The train roared along, high up on a mountainside, and down below was the vast expanse of the sea. I was all excited and happy, because I knew exactly that I was acquainted with the sea and that I was not seeing it for the first time. I regarded it as a matter of course, something perfectly obvious, not even bothering to wonder how my feeling could be possible. I looked down at it without saying a word, while in my heart a happy voice was singing, "Oh, you wonderful, wonderful sea. Beloved sea, always the same, understanding everything, experiencing everything and surviving everything. Oh, you dear friend, you who have listened so often to me tell you of my pains and joys and sorrows. Listened so understandingly. And offered me the consolation of your infinity and eternity. Your uplifting consolation surpasses everything human. You are here again, you are always here, unchanged, and I can look into your depths again, listen to your waves as they tell about eternity." Father touched my shoulder and asked, "How do you like the sea? Does it suit you, or should it be different too?" "No, Father," I answered, "the sea is just the way it should be. But the shore? Why is there a shore all around it? The sea should be unending. We shouldn't be able to see the other shore." "Yes," said Father, "you'll see it's that way when we get down lower. Right below us now is a big bay, and that's why it looks as if the sea has shores all round it. When we get down lower and closer you'll see only water, open water as far as the eye can reach." I was greatly relieved. I was enthusiastic about the magnificent view, and so was my sister. At last we had found something about which we were in perfect agreement. She enjoyed the sea as much as I did, and later when we went hunting for mussels and crabs between the rocks, we were the best of friends in every respect. We were all very happy at this beach resort. Father was in good spirits and that had a stimulating effect on all of us. Mother was radiant as she could be with Father all day long. One day we went into a little church which stood surrounded by cypress trees in a beautiful garden. Mother knelt down and prayed long and fervently. Father stood beside her and looked very grave. Greet knelt and prayed too. I wanted to be devout too, but I could not. I did not kneel because I felt no desire to do so. I never wanted to bend my knees before visible forms. Should I kneel down because others were doing it? No, certainly not. Just because I wanted to be a good girl? God does not need that. God can see that that would not be honest. No, I did not kneel. Instead, I watched how the other people were praying. After a while, when I was already getting a little bored, Father touched Mother's shoulder. She stood up and we all went out. Outside, everything was drenched in sunshine. I jumped about happily and felt much closer to God in the sunshine than I had in the cold church. That evening while Mother was praying with me, I asked her, "Mother, why were you praying so fervently in church?" "I was praying," she said, "that if God is going to send us another little child, it may be a little brother for you." I was speechless. A little brother? Maybe he would be a good friend? Fine. That would be splendid. Then I understood why Mother had knelt down and prayed so intently. For a child. That made sense. The next winter I awoke once in the middle of the night. From my parents' bedroom I heard strange sounds. It was the crying of a babe in arms. A few moments later Father appeared, fully dressed, and asked, "Are you awake?" "Yes, Father," said Greet and I. "Something wonderful has happened. God has sent you both a little brother." Oh. That was very exciting, and I wanted to go and look at my little brother immediately. But Father said I should wait patiently until morning, then he and Mother would show me the child. Father was very strange. He smiled sweetly and gently and spoke in such hushed and tender tones that I did not dare to contradict him. The next morning my maternal grandmother came in, helped me to get dressed, and we both went into my parents' bedroom. There lay my mother, and on a cushion in her arm, a little child with black hair. I looked at it attentively and then observed that it had long and very fine tufts of hair on its ears, like a little monkey. Because I was freshly washed, I was permitted to stroke its little fist. Everybody looked at me, and everybody was so still and grave and dignified. From then on there were 3 of us children in the family, and I was even more alone than before. I want to get away. It was about this time that I met Aunt Trefola, my father's sister. She was living with her husband, Uncle Ferdinand, in another city. Now they came for a visit to see the newborn baby. I was greatly impressed and full of admiration for this most unusual, queenly beautiful woman. She was tall like Father, with a figure like a Greek goddess, with a classically beautiful, noble, imperturbable radiant face crowned by hair as black as ebony. Her eyes too were sparkling black like father's. Her movements were majestic, dignified and yet full of charm. She was the perfect incarnation of all that one could call beautiful and elegant. I loved her from the first moment I saw her. She loved me too and often took me along when she went out shopping. Her husband was a very wise and loving man. We got along well from the moment we met. I was delighted to hear that we were going to spend the summer in a mountain resort very near where Uncle Ferdinand and Aunt Raphaelia lived with their children. The summer was beautiful, and I was often permitted to go for walks in the mountains with Father and Uncle Ferdinand. The forests and mountain meadows were glorious, and I reveled in the beauty of climbing up to a mountain vantage point and looking down on towns and villages with all their tiny houses. Yes, up there I was happy! But down below, within the family circle, my happiness was much less complete. Greet was very different from me and always wanted to play something else, while Mother busied herself with our little brother. She had no time to show me how to make things with my little hands, or answer my unending stream of questions. The feeling that I was alone grew and took on such proportions that I gradually withdrew from the others and ceased participating in all they did. But Mother's view was simply that I was disobedient. One evening when we were about to go to bed, Mother scolded me for coming in so late from the garden and for not wanting to go to bed. I frowned and said nothing. But when Mother went on scolding me and called me a disobedient child, I flew into a tantrum and said, "I see that you don't love me at all. The best thing for me to do is to run away and leave you forever." Mother answered angrily, "Go ahead and run away, anywhere you want." I ran out of the house, down the steps, through the big garden, out onto the broad pathway in the forest, and headed straight for the mountain. Just the day previous, I had climbed this mountain with Father and Uncle Ferdinand. Rather far up on the mountainside, we had seen a big cave known as the Robber's Cave. I wanted to spend the night there to figure out what I should do next. In the darkness I did not see the footpath, and so I beat my way through bushes and trees, branches and leaves as I made a beeline up the hillside towards the Robber's Cave. Suddenly, far behind me, I heard my mother's voice. She was calling my name. I stood still for a moment, then resumed my noisy climb through the bushes. Mother called me several times in succession, then I heard her hurrying after me. Probably she heard me breaking through the bushes. She reached me, grabbed me by the shoulders, and asked excitedly, "Aren't you afraid a dog will bite you? Have you gone completely crazy?" I did not answer. Why should I care about dogs? I would be able to defend myself, but I wanted to get away. Away to my own home, where I was really at home. Away from these strange people. Away from these strange surroundings where no one understood me. People were good to me, and full of love. They wanted the best for me. But they were strange, they were different from me and different from the people living where I was at home. We walked home in silence, and I was fully expecting to be severely punished. To my great surprise, however, neither Mother nor Father said a word. As Mother and I came into the room, Father looked at me somewhat curiously and a bit amused. My only punishment was that Mother put me to bed and went out without saying good night. The next day my parents acted as if nothing had happened. Nevertheless, I could see clearly that Mother was frightened at my daredevil attitude, while Father recognized and respected my courage. In his eyes, I had grown in stature. But for my part, I felt neither daring nor courageous. I was just the way I was. And Greet, the always obedient, always well-behaved, always well-dressed, looked down on me as if I were a criminal, avoiding my glance with her eyes. And I looked at her with my heart full of scorn because of her cowardly obedience. The next winter I did not go back to school, because I was still very pale and because it was extremely difficult for me to get up early in the morning. A tutor came to our home and tried to stuff all kinds of things into my head. Things that bored me terribly. Geography. Why should I have to learn things about countries that I didn't know? If I want to learn about these countries, I will go there when I grow up, I thought, and so I won't have to study about them anymore. But as long as I do not know them, why should anybody want to hammer into my head what these countries look like? While my tutor was talking about Paraguay, Nicaragua and Venezuela, I was listening to the gas hissing gently in the lamp. And when he had finished his discourse about South America, I asked him whether he also heard the hissing of the gas in the lamp. He answered very sweetly that I should now be listening to him, not to the lamp. But the lamp is much more interesting, I said. Later he went to my mother and they talked together for a long time about this strange child that was much more interested in why the gas hissed in the lamp than in geography. And after my tutor had left, mother gave me a long and serious talking to explain to me why I should study and learn. All right, I'll be glad to study, but I want to learn different things from what you want me to, I said. Mother remained adamant and said that I would have to take the school exams. That's why I would have to study the subjects provided in the school curriculum. I tried to explain to her that I found these studies uninteresting, while mother tried to make it clear to me that I still had to study. We just did not understand each other, and I was fed up. I wanted to get away. I wanted to know the truth. I wanted to get back to my true parents. I wanted to live among my own people where I would not have to learn such things, where I could do what I wanted, where I could play, not only boring finger exercises, where I would have freedom, in a word, where I would be at home. Little by little I got into the habit of sitting on an armchair in the dark bathroom, with my feet hanging down, and pondering in this twilight what I should do. I wanted to get away from here, and go home. To my true home. I did not dare tell this to my mother, for I knew that she would be very angry, so I thought it would probably be best if I explained my decision to her in a letter that I could give her at an opportune moment. Mother was very busy with my little brother. She was an enthusiastic mother who never entrusted her children to strangers. She nursed, bathed and cared for all her children herself. For this reason I had plenty of opportunity to write my letter to her in the children's room. I wrote very politely and yet very simply that I knew very well I was not her own child, that she and father were not my true parents, that they had probably found me somewhere and brought me home with them, an act they had probably regretted as they could not love me, and this was why I would like to have them take me back as fast as possible to wherever they had found me. I explained to her how terribly unhappy I was here and that I could not want to stay here longer for anything in the world. I went on to explain that this would probably be best for her too, as she would soon be free, once and for all, of all the care and worry I had caused her. At the bottom of the letter I wrote, "I kiss your hand," and my name. My letter was finished. But I did not dare deliver it. So I waited for a favorable opportunity. One fine afternoon some of mother's friends and relatives were at our house for a visit. They chatted pleasantly, admired us older children and our new little brother. We three were all wearing our most beautiful clothes, then went into the dining room where the table was set and coffee and cakes were waiting for them. In this circle of ladies, my mother was really charming, sitting at the end of the table, as was her habit. She was radiantly beautiful, gay and full of peace, and I thought that this at last was the moment to give her my letter. She would surely not be angry now. I waited until all the ladies had drunk their coffee and then stole up behind my mother's chair. While she was chatting with her neighbor, I reached around her waist and dropped my letter in her lap. Mother noticed me immediately when I slipped into the room, because she did not like to have us children mixing with adults. We were supposed to stay in the children's room and come out only when we were called. Busy as she was with her guests, she was not able right away to ask me what I wanted. When I slipped the letter into her lap, she looked at me in wide-eyed surprise, put the letter into her pocket and went on chatting with her guests as if nothing had happened. I was very pleased to have picked such an opportune moment. But that evening, after the guests had left and father had come home, the storm broke. A storm that I had not expected. Mother was really very frightened and unusually excited. She gave father my letter and, all shaken and unstrung, said to him, "This child is certainly quite insane. Look what she has written me." Then turning to me she poured out her wrath, "Just wait, young lady, if we are not good parents for you we can be quite different. Then you will have different parents, and believe me you will regret it." Father read my letter with great interest, and I noticed that he found it very entertaining. It was generally very hard to upset father, and he was certainly not upset about my letter. He looked at me quizzically and asked, "What do you mean by saying you want to get back to your true parents? Who do you think your true parents are? And where are they? You silly little girl!" And that was the end of the matter as far as father was concerned. On the other hand, mother was very excited, and for days she talked with grandmother, Auntie, and Uncle Steffi about my letter, even showing it to my father's best friend, our family doctor. Our doctor was a very profound and thoughtful man, highly educated in the sciences, a friend and advisor to all the members of our family in all matters affecting body and soul. Mother was very bitter about my attitude and told him that, as he well knew, our whole family was doing everything possible to make me happy and that I was an ungrateful child, because in spite of all my family was doing for me, I still wanted to run away and leave them. "And where do you want to go, you crazy little child? Just tell me where you want to go," she asked again and again. But that was something I didn't know myself, a question I would have liked to have mother and father answer for me. I wanted to know about the place where they had found me, the place from which they had brought me. Our family doctor, with his peaceful blue eyes, looked at me searchingly and asked me very earnestly, just as he would have asked a grown-up, "What did you mean by that, child? Tell me frankly just what you meant." But I could not and would not talk any more about it. I just wanted to go back to where I had come from, to where they had brought me from. Where I was at home, where I would again be among people like myself. But I realized that I could not yet reach my goal. I was going to have to stay here. I realized that these people knew just as little, or perhaps even less, about my origin than I did. So I could not expect to have them help me find the solution to this puzzle. With my questions I had only offended and frightened them. I realized that my letter had been a big disappointment to my mother, and I didn't want that. I went back to the children's room where I found Greet looking down to avoid meeting my glance. To avoid having to look at such a villainous little child. I felt as if I were a criminal. No, the whole question was quite hopeless. I never spoke about the matter again. Little by little the family forgot the whole matter, and little by little there sank down upon my soul a veil that kept getting thicker and thicker. I wanted to avoid thinking any more about my true homeland, as it appeared quite impossible to find out any details about it. It was around this time, I was just 7, that Father one mealtime said something about the human being as the crown of creation. "How do you mean that, Father?" I asked. "Just that man is the most perfectly developed creature on earth. There is nothing higher." I was simply amazed. How can it be possible, I thought, that Father who has such a brilliant mind, who knows all the answers, and who always comes out on top in any debate, doesn't know that over and above the human being there are, what should I actually call them? Titans or giants, not in physical size but in knowledge and power, towering up above us human beings, guiding us with their powers, and helping us forward on the pathway of our development? I glanced at Father to see whether perhaps he did not want to speak about these superior beings, or whether he actually did not know anything about them. I observed his face and saw that he was completely convinced as he spoke about man as the crowning achievement of nature. I did not dare ask any further questions, as somehow or other it was deeply impressed upon me that he did not like to have me speak about secret things with ignorant people. One must be able to keep silence. But a moment later I started up as if shocked. He questioned, "Who is this one whose very existence I take for granted, believing as a matter of course that he is always with me, that he always stands behind me ready to help? Who is this he to whom I look up so humbly, to whom I flee for refuge whenever I feel alone or misunderstood? From whom I can always expect absolute love and understanding? Who never judges or condemns me but always listens to me first, always taking me seriously, always helping me onward and never deserting me? Who and where is he?" And as I was seeking the answer to this question, there suddenly appeared before my mind's eye 2 dark blue, all-loving, all-knowing, almighty eyes as immensely deep and infinite as the canopy of heaven itself. I want to cry out his name, but the letters are buried too deeply in my memory, my thinking is not clear enough to draw them out of myself, up to the surface. Then suddenly I notice that I am sitting at our family table, that Mother is sitting at one end of the table, with my little brother on her lap, as she spoons bits of porridge into his open mouth. And my vision disappears. All afternoon I sit at my little writing table, trying to force my mind to bring forth out of the unconscious part of myself the memories that are there, that I just cannot quite grasp. Sometimes blurred and misty pictures rise up before me. I want to seize them, but they disappear again immediately. But one thing did become clear for me: in all the time that I have been conscious on this earth, I have always carried within me the picture of someone whom, simply and in a very matter-of-fact manner, I have called him. I long for unity. One day Mother received an invitation to visit a cousin who, with her husband and sons, had moved away to live in the city. The whole family came out of the house to welcome us. The two boys eyed us critically, and we two girls gave them a thorough inspection, all in silence until our aunt sent us into the children's room. Suddenly we found ourselves in a little boy's world. They had a train that ran on a track, a little printing press, and a magic lantern. Everything impressed me greatly, but what excited me most was the fact that the boys had many books. All books by Jules Verne. We had a grand time, and it was late in the evening before we went home. Our two families got along together quite harmoniously, and from then on we saw each other every week. These afternoons were pleasant and enjoyable, and the boys were well brought up and happy. Under the influence of what I had once read in a book, I was always seeking a kind of eternal unity in friendship, but my girlfriends in school made fun of me. They were not interested in such stupid things. Now I suggested to the boys that we make a pact of eternal friendship. They found it a splendid idea. However, the younger boy, who had a strong will and was thus inclined to be the ringleader, said that we would each have to show our signature. So each one of us was obliged to write his name on a piece of paper. The two boys and Greet wrote their names with the first letters very big and provided with all kinds of fancy twists. The remaining letters they wrote as illegibly as possible, finishing off with an impressive curlicue. I found all these embellishments superfluous and wrote my name with simple, clearly legible letters. After looking at the signatures, the younger boy turned to me with his voice full of scorn. "What? You want to enter a pact of eternal friendship, you want to be a member in an alliance of friends, and you don't even have a decent signature? You can't join our friendship alliance until you have a decent signature." Whereupon the two boys and Greet formed their pact for everlasting friendship in life and death. I was profoundly disappointed, defeated, dejected. No sooner had I reached home and hung up my hat and coat, than I began to practice my signature. I wrote my name 1,000 times, beginning the first letter with a gigantic curve and scribbling off the remaining letters in a completely illegible manner. I attempted to imitate the signature of our family doctor who wrote such completely illegible prescriptions. Then I finished my work of art with a long line that wove back and forth across the page. It was artificial. It was anything but true and real. But the next Saturday I was able to greet my two friends proudly. "Now just look at what I have. Now I have a signature, too." With that, I scribbled a most impressive signature on a piece of paper. The two boys and Greet examined my work of art, then the younger said, "Good. Your signature is still too legible, but we're going to accept it anyway and take you in as a member in our alliance." I expected to be happy now that my wish was fulfilled, but strangely enough I could not. No. Something was not as it should be. And back home, standing before the mirror and looking face to face at the invisible, myself, I heard a voice within me: "Your signature was false. It was not your picture. Do you believe that you can obtain true things through false things? True friendship with a false signature? People who cannot accept your true signature cannot be your true friends." I turned away from the mirror sadly and went to bed. I could no longer use the signature I had practiced so long. I was revolted by it. I knew that this eternal friendship in life and death was just as artificial a thing as my signature, and that these two boys hadn't the vaguest idea about the kind of friendship I was seeking: real, true, eternal friendship that stands over time and space. And I was alone in my search for true friendship, my search for true unity. Alone. Alone. The Redman. At the age of 9 I was greatly shaken by an experience which stands out starkly in my memory. My little brother, whom I dearly loved, was just 2. He fell sick, but our doctor could not diagnose the cause of his suffering. I was in the room where he was lying in bed, with Mother sitting beside him. All of a sudden, the child started up out of a sound sleep, wide-eyed with fright as it stared in the direction of the door and called out, "Mother, Mother, the Redman. The Redman is coming to get me." The child waved his tiny hands as if he were fighting someone off. and then screamed at the top of his lungs, "Mother! Help! The red man!" and fell over in a faint. Mother sprang up, caught him in her arms, laid him gently back into bed, and immediately sent for the doctor. While we were waiting, I asked, "Mother, who was this red man he saw?" Mother answered, "Nothing real, darling. He's just seeing things. Hallucinations. In his fever." When the doctor came, he found the child had pneumonia. Poor dear mother. 3 weeks long she carried the child day and night in her arms, not sleeping and not leaving him alone for a moment. I was aghast as I watched the fearful struggle my brother was making for his life and mother was making to save her only son. It was perhaps the first time in my life I opened my heart all the way for mother, and perhaps it was the first time in my life I saw that, through and through, her heart was made of a fabric of love. I too lived through this period in fear and trembling for the life of my brother, and from this time on I felt I really belonged to my family. When he finally returned to health, I took my full part in the family rejoicing. At last I had begun to feel at home in this place. But I did not forget the red man. Mother tried to reassure me in vain that it had not been something real. My brother had seen him, something had caused him to see a red man, and that was not supposed to be something real? What my brother had seen remained an open question for me, one I pondered long and often. At that time I could not dream that I would someday, many years later, find the answer in India. A year later we moved to another part of the city where there were many trees and where the houses were surrounded by beautiful gardens. From the windows of our new home we could look out in every direction towards hills and mountains. I went back to school, and once again the old story began for me. The other girls in school were as amazed at me as I was at them. They played with dolls, and that bored me stiff. And I read books they thought were just as dull. The older I grew, the more feverishly I read. Not only the books we children received, but all the books in my father's library. There I found a set of volumes, which caused me to begin reading even more avidly than I had before. The complete works of Shakespeare. I devoured one book after the other. They made such a profound impression upon me that I just could not stop reading. All day long I could think of nothing else. I acted like a sleep-soft-walker. At mealtimes I did not even hear what people said to me. I was still enacting the fate of the hero and heroine of the particular tragedy or comedy I had just been reading. First I read all the tragedies, one after the other, living in a state of deep emotional turmoil. Then came all the comedies, which kept me rocking back and forth on our sofa out of pure amusement. Along with Shakespeare, there was another set of thick books entitled Ethnographical Research which meant much to me. There I found descriptions of all kinds of rituals in the field of superstition and black magic. In these volumes I read things that were startlingly new and difficult to understand, superstitions about love, recipes for brewing love potions, and other obscure rites having to do with love and sex. After spending quite a time reading some of the most fantastic things I fired some questions at Mother. "Mother," I asked, "can you make someone love you by taking a yellow turnip, boring a hole through it from top to bottom, spitting through the hole 3 times, then taking the turnip out at midnight and throwing it over the house of the person you love? And is it true that if you take a piece of a girl's nightdress, burn it and bake the ashes in a cake, the person who eats the cake will fall in love with the girl who owns the nightdress and do anything she wants him to?" Mother let me finish asking questions, while the expression on her face changed from amazement to horror. Finally she burst out, "For goodness sake! Where did you hear all this terrible nonsense? Have you been talking to the washwoman? How often have I forbidden you to talk over delicate questions with the cook or the washwoman? Where have you heard all this fearful black magic nonsense? Tell me right away." "Mother," I answered, supremely certain of my innocence. "Don't get excited. These things cannot be so fearful if a scientist spends his time investigating them. I read them in scientific books, in the ethnographical research books, in Father's library." That was enough to set Mother scurrying to Father's bookcase which she promptly locked, withdrawing the key and keeping it. From then on I was allowed to read only what she gave me. In order to obtain otherwise inaccessible information, I asked Mother from time to time to let me have a volume of the encyclopedia in which to read up on some plant or animal we were studying in school. And I saw to it that this volume contained the particular word that interested me much more than the plant or animal. Then I went into the children's room and thoroughly studied the things I wanted to know. Thus, with Mother's express permission and assistance I read item after item of prohibited information, while Mother lived on in blissful ignorance of the true objects of my attention. Even better, Mother herself had tipped me off to the fact that I could learn all kinds of exciting things about superstition from Ayur woman. As fast as I possibly could, I sought out opportunities for clandestine conversation with her. Thus I came to hear some of the most horrible stories about ghosts, superstitions, and witchcraft until I got into such a state of fear that I no longer dared enter a dark room alone. Then Uncle Stevie asked me once why I was afraid. Because I might see a ghost, I said. Oh, so that's it. Want to know an easy way to defend yourself? Just whistle real loud, and all the ghosts will scamper away instantly, he answered. From then on I was constantly whistling, while at the same time delving further into ghost stories. Thus, on the one hand, I extended my knowledge about the lowest levels of mysticism, and on the other, developed an above-average ability for whistling. My future appears. We spent that summer on the great inland lake, where we lived together with some of our relatives. This particular summer stands out strongly in my memory because of events I had to think back upon much later. Mother was still very busy with my little brother, and so I had a bit more freedom. In the company of a girlfriend of my own age, I was allowed to roam about the village and nearby park and meadows. Mother thought I was going to my friend's house, while her mother thought she was coming to mine. Instead, we rambled around the village and its environs, trying to satisfy our girlish curiosity. On the lake shore there was a row of villas, and we watched a gypsy boy go up to each villa in turn, play a few tunes on his violin, and hold out his hand for money. It suddenly struck me that my grandmother earned a lot of money by giving concerts, and I wondered whether I too could earn some money. My little girlfriend always did blindly whatever I told her to do, so we too went up to each villa, straight up to the porch or into the garden wherever the people were sitting, and I recited a poem. The people were very surprised, but when my friend made the rounds holding out a plate, everybody dropped some coins in it, some more, some less. All of them had a hearty laugh at our expense, and one lady asked whether my mother knew what I was doing. No, I answered, this is our private enterprise. Mother doesn't know about it. Just as I thought, said the lady, why don't you two children run along home now? The promising business venture came to an end that very day. After we had divided the money between us, I went home and told how I had earned some money, proudly displaying the many coins of nickel and copper. Mother almost fainted. For goodness sake, she whooped, where in the world did you get such an idea? What will people think? You're plunging us into shame. Why? I asked. Grandmother earns money with her performances. The little gypsy boy earned money too. So what's so shameful about my earning money reciting poetry? Just try to understand. You stupid little ninny, my mother answered, that your father has a high position with a nationwide reputation, and you just cannot do such things. What does father have to do with what I do? Father is father, and I am I. I don't have a high position, so why shouldn't I earn some money? Every job is decent if one just does it decently. And I really recited very beautifully. I ended my argumentation proudly. Mother snorted angrily, you just don't understand. And as punishment for doing such things and for contradicting me, I am not going to let you leave the garden. Thus I came to lose my liberty, but the episode had further consequences. My great-uncle, who had rented the other half of the villa for himself and his family, was a loving person blessed with a magnificent sense of humor. When he heard that I had recited poetry in the villas along the shore, he wanted to hear me too. Our two families took all our meals together, and that evening my great-uncle suggested that I recite something after supper. I had no objections. The grown-ups all sat in a circle, while I stood in the center and started reciting some poems I had learned at school. My great-uncle liked them and wanted to hear more. But I don't know any more, I said. Then tell us something, anything you want. Can I tell you a story out of the book I got as a prize for my good exams? I asked. Surely, said my great-uncle, go ahead. I began to tell stories from the Vicar of Wakefield. But I didn't content myself with just telling them, I acted them out as if I were on stage. In this way I gave an animated story about how the Vicar of Wakefield led a holy life, how a young man got acquainted with his daughter, Olivia, and finally ran off with her. I hadn't the vaguest idea of what it meant to run off with somebody that way, and Sol didn't know why the vicar was so excited. I was merely telling the story in the way I read it in the book. Continuing with my improvised one-person drama, I told about the lovers' tryst in the darkness and the sweet and tender words they whispered to each other, how the vicar bellowed with rage and reached for his gun, and finally how his gentle wife calmed him down, by slipping a Bible into his hand. By this time the grown-ups were all doubled up with laughter, and when I was ready to stop, my great-uncle insisted he wanted to hear more about the vicar. There was nothing for me to do but go on, and that made them laugh some more. They laughed as if I had been telling the funniest stories in the world. And here I was telling a tragedy. When I was through, my great-uncle took me by the hand and pulled me over to where he was sitting. Tell me where you heard all these stories, he asked. Yes, echoed Mother, that's just what I'd like to know too. From the book I got in school as a prize, I answered. Amazing, said Mother, somewhat vexed, but still laughing. How can these people in school give such books to a child? Forget it, Lillian, said my great-uncle, they certainly didn't read the book themselves, and undoubtedly they thought that a book about a vicar is bound to be full of holy and harmless things. They didn't realize that ministers of the gospel sometimes have daughters. Just relax, Lillian, and let her tell us some more stories another time. What she's got in her head you can't get out again anyway. And I haven't had such a good laugh in a long time. From then on I had to give a performance every evening. In addition to our family circle, my audience soon began to include friends from the neighborhood who came to hear me tell the stories I had been reading in books. These included some of Shakespeare's tragedies, and once again I could not understand what there was in these profoundly tragic scenes that struck the grown-ups as funny. Despite their hilarity I put on the scene in which King Lear, alone and deserted, lets out his last dying gasps, and the grown-ups were in stitches. In Richard III I went through the scene in which everybody dies one after the other, one in one way, the next in another, and I demonstrated how by this time the grown-ups were practically splitting their sides. How, I wondered, can people laugh at such tragic events where so many people die? That's not funny. That's horrible, I thought, as I went on with my act in deadly earnest. How very often, I was to think back in later years about that little girl who was so serious and so convinced of herself as she told stories and put on an act. My later destiny in life had already come into evidence. Even at that early age, I had become accustomed to bringing things forth out of my inner world, beautiful, divine, true things, irrespective of whether my audience understood my truths or not. I speak for the sake of truth itself. And only one listener is important, God. Summer went by, and we came home. That winter I decided to stop wearing little girl clothes and to dress as a clown. I just could not get over the feeling that I was not the person I was, and that I was really someone else. Even though I had stopped talking about it, I had not got over this feeling. On the contrary, it had merely worked its way deeper down inside me and was active in my subconscious. I begged and kept on begging till my good-hearted mother could not say no any longer. With her own hands she made me a real clown costume, a pretty one. She even bought me 2 colorful clown caps, and from then on I went around in this attire. I derived tremendous enjoyment from exercising on a trapeze and flying rings, imitating at home everything I had seen in the circus. Hanging head down and seeing the world upside down, I felt free. At that time I did not yet know that psychologists call the clown a person-changing type. Along with my amateur circus acrobatics, I acquired the habit of assuming strange and unusual body postures. At first my parents were surprised and laughed at me, then soon our relatives and friends were amused and entertained at the comical positions into which I put various parts of my body. Wherever I went, I was asked to demonstrate these postures. I did them instinctively, without thinking at all why I did them. I merely noticed that they made me feel good, that in certain positions I could study better, and that when I was tired I could feel surprisingly fresh again in only a very few minutes by virtue of having sat in certain other positions. The rest of the family laughed about my crazy habit, and Mother gradually got used to seeing me in some impossible position whenever she came into her room. At first she lectured me about how a good girl has to sit on a chair and must not stand on her head or twist her legs into impossible positions or hang her legs over her shoulders. In due course, however, she left me in peace with this new idiosyncrasy of mine. For me these different body postures were a matter of course. They were in my blood. I enjoyed them even without thinking about them much, and I was only amazed, once again, that the people around me were so surprised about something so obvious. Once while our whole family was visiting Aunt Trefola for several weeks of summer holidays, we had a visit from a gentleman who had spent many years traveling in the Far East, and who, as Uncle Ferdinand informed us, could tell all kinds of interesting stories about these faraway places. We children were introduced to the man and, as usual, our parents told him what we could do. Aunt Trefola laughingly told him about my remarkable habit of assuming strange, leg-twisting postures which nobody else could imitate, except perhaps an India rubber man. I lay down on the floor, and as I was always embarrassed when people were talking about me, feeling uncomfortable about merely protruding above ground, I assumed a position in which I could completely conceal my head, giving spectators the illusion of its having been cut off. The grown-ups laughed. Then I demonstrated a few other difficult postures that I enjoyed so much. Our strange guest watched my performance for a while without cracking a smile and finally burst out in astonishment. "But this child is doing typical yoga exercises. Where did you learn them, little girl?" He turned to me. I did not know what the word yoga meant, so I answered that no one had shown me these exercises and that I did them just because I liked them and felt better afterwards. The man refused to believe it, looking at me long and inquiringly, and shaking his head. The grown-ups' questions had already begun to bore me, so when Mother waved us off, we disappeared into the children's room, and I promptly forgot the remarks made by our distinguished visitor. Only much, much later, when the memory suddenly came to life and I began to understand many other things which had been obscure and inscrutable in my life, I remembered the remarks of the widely traveled gentleman from the Far East. Then I understood where I had learned these physical postures which I had practiced as a child and later as an adult. Postures our distinguished visitor had called yoga exercises. Then I realized clearly that I had done these exercises out of long-standing habit, because I had been obliged to practice them daily in the temple year after year. These exercises were a reflection of my past and at the same time the shadow of events yet to come in my life, for much later, as an adult, I taught these exercises to many people in order to further their mental and physical development. Struggles of love. The years passed rapidly. As I grew, my body began to mature. I enjoyed reading books that dealt with love stories and problems of love, so I delved deeper and deeper into my personality. I looked forward into the future and determined to find a noble-spirited husband who would understand me perfectly. In this way I began to concern myself less with books and more with young people, later with young men. The young men were also interested in me. Mother tried in vain to bring me up as a modest young lady. Even in my earliest years I had to realize that I possessed a power of attraction. However, in my blindness, I considered that this power which drew so many people towards me was an attractiveness emanating from my person. We always have to pay for our spiritual deficiencies, and because of my being blinded to the truth at this age, I was later to have to pay the price of almost becoming physically blind. I had yet to learn that my power of attraction was not intended to serve my private life, but rather to lead the people following me along the path of their salvation. At that time, however, my whole thinking centered around my personality, and I believed I would find my highest happiness in the love of man and wife. I thus went through many of the experiences that usual in this world. I was loved and fell in love, but all my joys and sorrows were merely a prelude to my later destiny. A relationship with one man in particular dominated the 6 years of my life from the age of 13 until I was 19, and looking at it in retrospect I would call this whole experience a training school for the development of unusually strong willpower. My destiny knew that I was going to need this weapon in life. When I was 13, I met a young man whose brilliant traits made him stand out high above the average. His character was made up of a purposeful and determined striving for the highest and finest and most beautiful things in life, combined with an almost pathologically acute egotism and desire for power. He loved me, so he said, but he loved himself and wanted to make me his obedient slave. He recognized very early that we both had the same spiritual viewpoint and that art meant the same to me as it did to him. This led him to believe that he had found in me a partner worthy of himself. He hoped, in time, to make me over into his own image, a highly cultured but absolutely obedient wife. He thought he would do away completely with my independent thinking. He brought me excellent books about art, the history of art, music, world history, the best works of literature, both modern and classical, and he insisted that I read these works in the original. Since I found learning languages just for their own sake extremely boring, he took the time to learn languages with me. Then he sought out the best piano teacher for me. In short, he did everything imaginable to help me get an unusually good education. Mother saw in him a helpful angel for my education, because languages were really hard for me. The best tutors tried in vain to teach me. I refused to learn long lists of words by heart. This young man brought me German, French, and English newspapers, magazines, and theatrical works, then read them with me, thus helping me to work my way into various languages. That was very helpful and certainly all to the good, but along with his helpfulness he kept trying consistently and purposefully to force me under his domination. Shortly after we got acquainted, he said that I was going to become his wife and he wanted me to consider myself as his property. Everything I wanted to read I had to show him first to get his permission. He refused to let me make friends with anybody at all without his prior permission. Like other young girls, I went to a dancing school with my sister. I was passionately fond of dancing and equally fond of having a good time with the other young people in the class. I also enjoyed ice skating. None of these things had any appeal for him. But I was young and I wanted to dance and skate and have a good time with other young people. This made him jealous, and to a degree far surpassing anything one might consider normal. Worst of all, his jealousy went hand in hand with an almost insatiable desire for power. At first I was flattered that a man who was so well known and highly esteemed by so many people should have chosen a little girl like me as his future wife. He was a brilliant talker, and quite often I enjoyed conversations with him tremendously. I was also pleased that he took the same profound and serious views of friendship and love that I did. On the other hand, when I began to feel he was systematically and consistently trying to force his will upon me, more and more, like a band of steel, all his attentions became annoying. A struggle began, a terrible struggle between the invisible forces of two souls. The more he felt I was growing out of his power, the more firmly he sought to hold me. When I was 17, he wanted us to announce our engagement publicly. He sent his father to visit mine. My father was not exactly delighted. A long time afterwards, he told me he had never been impressed by my fiancée's aggressive approach, but he didn't want to interfere with our free will. He respected everybody's right to make up his own mind, including his own children, and so he gave his consent, even though reluctantly. I hoped my fiancée's jealousy would die down after our betrothal. As time went on, however, and my body continued to develop in form and charm, his jealousy knew no bounds, and he often made terrible scenes. After torturing me for hours, he often went to the opposite extreme, asked me for forgiveness on his knees, cried like a baby, begged for my love, and promised never to torture me again. I found such scenes absolutely unbearable. Never before in my young life had I experienced any such thing. My father possessed tremendous power, a kind of power which he radiated about him automatically and unintentionally. He never tried to force his will upon others. He liked to leave everybody his freedom and never expected others to follow and obey him blindly. At that time he was holding a top-level position, and my little girl wish had already been fulfilled for quite a period. He no longer had a manager or director supervising him. Even so, he was never domineering or tyrannical towards his subordinates. He was like a tower of strength for all around him, both at home and in his office. Hundreds of subordinates and all our relatives sought his counsel. He was just, generous, and always ready to help. No wonder I had grown up thinking that all men were like him. At home I had never known such things as egotism and unscrupulousness, and my sister and I had both grown up in a healthy atmosphere of true, selfless love. I could not have known what sadism and masochism were any more than I could have understood, let alone bear, all the quarrels I got involved in with my fiancé. I wanted to be free. Free. For a long time, however, I could not resist his will. An innate propensity towards faithfulness, together with an understanding approach towards the weaknesses of other people, also kept me for quite a time from taking action. But my willpower developed with the years, and all of a sudden I began to ask myself why I should go on enduring this torture. One day I told him I wanted to be free. He would not hear of it. We struggled desperately, for his will still held me in a grip of steel. The longer I struggled, the more my willpower developed, until finally it was greater than his. The moment finally came when I had enough courage to tell him I no longer wanted to be his wife. More stormy scenes followed, but their effect was completely lost on me. I was sorry for him, but at the same time I had lost all respect for him because of his behavior, so domineering and tyrannical on the one hand, and so extremely cowardly on the other. In those days I did not know that these two characteristics are very closely related, so closely in fact as to be two complementary aspects of the same disease. On the other hand, I felt him to be sick in his soul, and I wanted absolutely to be free. With a last great effort I shook off his will. I spoke to my parents. They were not surprised. And one fine afternoon when I was 19 I set out on a journey with my cousin to his mother, my father's sister, beautiful Aunt Rayfula. I broke my engagement. First encounter with death ever since my childhood days. I had often become pale and tired around springtime. In most cases, the best remedy was to visit my Aunt Rayfula. She lived in the mountains with her family, and the combination of the bracing mountain air and the atmosphere of wisdom and religion these people lived in always cured me very quickly. I felt very happy in these quiet and noble surroundings and would come home, fresh and full of new energy and vitality. After my engagement had been dissolved, I went again to see my aunt. At that time, she was already a widow and was living with her daughter. She welcomed me with great affection, and I fully enjoyed the long-desired peace and tranquility. I felt like a kite with a broken string, soaring up into infinity. What a wonderful spring it was! As usual, my aunt understood me perfectly. She expressed her views upon my decision with great insight. Afterwards, she never mentioned the matter again. In her home I lived in absolute freedom. She let me come and go as I liked. I could roam through the hills and woods and enjoy nature to the full. During this period when I felt completely happy in my freedom and looked towards the future with confidence, I encountered death for the first time in my life. While hiking one day I came to a field of grain. As my plans for marriage had recently been blasted, I stopped there and tried to picture my future. First of all, I was going to be a pianist, I told myself, like my grandmother. Then I'd get married to a healthy, happy, normal husband and have children. Then the children would grow up, and I might even have grandchildren. And then what? Then I'd grow old. And then? Then one day I'd have to die. Death. That is the end, the aim, the direction in which we all go. But why? Why all this trouble? Why should I practice at my piano and become a great artist? Does it really make any difference whether these bones, covered with skin, ever glide over the keys with great proficiency? If human beings have to die anyway someday, does it matter what they have made out of their lives? Whether they have been famous and brilliant or unknown and unrecognized, whether they have been honest or dishonest? Why struggle, toil, bear children, suffer and be happy, joyful and sorrowful, when the ultimate end is death and destruction? It would surely be much easier to die right away. This thought was so terrible, so unbearable, that the world around me became dark and void. I leaned against a tree and gazed down into the valley, upon the town, the endless houses with the many human beings who lived in them. From up here they looked like tiny ants. All those beings lived, fought, struggled for love and money, all of them had their problems, their cross to bear, they took everything so desperately seriously. But why? Why, when life is but a fleeting moment, when death is waiting at the end, solving all problems, terminating all suffering and all joy. What are we running after? What do we attain? Death. Whether we are happy or unhappy, a king or a beggar, the end for all of us is death. Panic gripped me. No. I won't go through with it. I cannot learn, love and live with this thought. Everything is senseless. I would rather commit suicide right now so that I won't have to die at the end of my life. A devilish, sarcastic voice laughed in my ear. Ha ha ha. That's really like you to be so stupid. You want to kill yourself, so you won't have to die? Do you really think you can escape death? You are here on earth in a body. You cannot just flee from here without death. If you kill yourself, the end, from which you wished to save yourself only a moment ago, will be imminent. Instantaneous death. Not just someday far away, but right here and now. Do you understand? As long as you are here, in your body, you cannot get away unless you die. You are a prisoner. Do you understand? A prisoner. Only through the portals of death can you be released from your body. You cannot escape death. You cannot escape. Ha ha ha. I tried to gather my scattered thoughts. Yes, it was true, I was in a trap and suicide would not help matters. It would only take me right into what I was anxious to avoid. So now what? In any case I could take momentary comfort in the fact that I was still very young, and that death was still probably far away. I was healthy. All my ancestors had reached a great age. These facts gave me new courage. By the time I get old, I thought, a lot can still happen. The scientists, who constantly discover new things about life, will someday certainly discover the secret of immortality. I clung to this thought, and gained the incentive and the energy to go on living, working and wishing. I was absolutely right. Immortality was discovered, only I did not know at the time that this discovering of immortality was really something I would have to do for myself to find out that death does not exist, and that all human beings, myself included, are and always will be immortal. For everyone must discover immortality in himself and for himself. No other person can pass this truth on to him. If somebody does not believe a truth, even a perfectly obvious fact, it simply does not exist for him no matter how many other people have discovered it already. Every human being must recognize the fact that death is nothing but life itself and that man not only does not have to die, but is not even able to die. It is absolutely impossible. At that time, I knew nothing of all this. To me, death was a big, black wall against which I had cracked my head with considerable force. Nevertheless, I was young, and so I calmed down as well as I could. I postponed the whole thing and decided, as far as humanly possible, not to think about the problem of death. Such thoughts would only weaken me, and I preferred to make plans for the future. In normal circumstances, I was used to doing everything on my own and upon my own initiative. My father had never concerned himself with the personal affairs of his children. His profession occupied him to such an extent that he had never had time to interest himself in what went on in his family. We usually only met at the family table where I never mentioned the scenes which occurred between myself and my fiancé. My mother loved me, as she loved all her children, but she only began to understand me much later on, when we said goodbye to each other for good. At that time, she wanted me to become as efficient a housewife and mother as she herself was. I myself regarded this as the central aim of my life, but the way in which I wanted to achieve it was quite different from the one she envisaged. The path of my life could be only my own, and I could not accept the advice she gave me in respect to my future. Mother wanted me to prepare myself for the role of the gentle little mother, whereas I, with every drop of my blood, sought fulfillment in music and art. I was therefore left completely to my own devices and gradually got used to thinking and acting independently as far as this was possible in the family circle. I therefore tried to picture a future completely on my own, without asking anyone for advice. I decided to continue my studies at the music academy, and passed the final examinations so as to get a diploma. Father often said to us, "Don't be blind to the vagaries of faith just because everything is going well at present. Earthly riches can be destroyed. Whatever knowledge you acquire is yours to keep and cannot be taken away from you. Learn as much as you can, and at least get a diploma of some sort. If things go well, You can leave it in a drawer, but if you run into hard times, you can earn your living with it. Oh my father, you wonderful, unselfish, wise man. This piece of advice was the greatest treasure among all those you ever passed on to me. At that time, none of us could imagine how we could ever get into any difficulties and believed in secret that you were just talking like a strict pedagogue. How often I remembered this advice during the war when everything we owned was destroyed and I was stranded with a gravely wounded, disabled husband. We were saved by what I had learnt, by what I carried in me, what I knew, for all our outward possessions were lost. As I stood there that day on a mountain, a young, inexperienced girl, thinking about my future, I had no idea what fate held in store for me. But I felt I had to follow your advice. And so, when I got back home that summer and started a fresh page of my life, the most important thing was to concentrate all my energy on acquiring a piano teacher's diploma. Everything else I left in the hands of destiny. First visions of the future. During the 6 years I was engaged, something happened that was so surprising and so impressive it had an effect on the direction all my later life was to take. Through it my attention was guided towards a world lying hidden deep within the human being, the unknown, unconscious world of the human self. I was 15 years old when I discovered that I was sometimes able to see the future in dreams, very precisely, as if what I was seeing were a faithful reproduction of reality. What occurred then happened again later at various times and still happens today, always in the same manner. At first my dream runs through all kinds of chaotic and irrelevant pictures. Then suddenly, as if a curtain were pushed to one side, I see colorful, plastic and logically connected pictures, with absolute clarity just as in real life. In that first clear dream of the future I saw, in my parents' bathroom, a young man holding a newborn baby. The baby was all blue, as if suffocated, and the young man was trying to get it to breathe. A woman assistant stood beside him, ready to help. The child was not breathing. The doctor held it first under ice-cold water, then under hot water. Then he held it head downward and swung it to and fro. When it finally let out a cry, all of us round about heaved a sigh of relief. From where he stood in the doorway further now ran to Mother's room, fell down on his knees beside her bed, laid his head on the edge of the bed near Mother and sobbed as I had never seen this strong man sob before in all my life. Mother was very pale, but she smiled tenderly and stroked Father's black hair. Father calmed down after a while, got up and went into the next room where Aunt Trafila and her daughter were waiting to be able to visit Mother. Curiously enough, in my dream I was able to look into all rooms simultaneously, which of course would have been impossible in reality. Another thing that struck me was that the young man, after turning the baby over to his assistant, came out of the bathroom, walking with a peculiar gliding gait. I also noticed his pretty, curly, blonde hair, and very distinctly I heard him say, "Mother and child are out of danger but need absolute quiet. If anybody comes to visit them, I cannot take the responsibility for any infection that may occur during this present condition of weakness." "Of course, doctor," answered Aunt Trafila, and I saw how she very sensibly took her leave and went away with her daughter. Then the picture blacked out, and I awoke. The next morning I ran to Mother and told her my dream. Mother laughed and said, "Please don't dream things like that, I have enough children. And what is Aunt Trafila doing in this dream? She doesn't even live here. And who is the handsome young man with the gliding gait and the curly blonde hair? Your dreaming like this about good-looking young men seems very suspicious to me. I don't know who he is, Mother, but I saw him just that way in my dream." Later, at lunchtime, we all discussed my strange dream for a while, but by the next day nobody gave it another thought. A year later Mother felt very ill. She could not eat and the doctors suspected she might have a duodenal ulcer. They x-rayed her and made other examinations. The result? No exact diagnosis. Our doctor advised Mother to see a famous gynecologist. After his examination, the old professor said, "Congratulations. The end of this great sickness will be a baptism." He laughed gently. Mother came home in desperation. She was already 39 years old. Little by little she calmed down, however, and 6 months later, exactly a year after my dream, when no one could have believed that we would have another addition to the family, the little baby arrived. The old professor recommended a young doctor who had already gained a great reputation for his skill. When the baby was born, it seemed to be dead of suffocation. It was 20 long minutes before it took its first breath. Father was so exhausted from the protracted worry that, when the danger was over, he sank to his knees beside mother's bed and, strong man that he was, sobbed like a baby. Aunt Trefila and her daughter were visiting us briefly en route to Italy. They spent 2 days with us, and the child was born just as they were ready to go on. They waited in the next room, and when father came in to say that all was safely over, Aunt Trefila asked whether she might see mother and child before her departure. Then the young doctor came into the room. He had curly blonde hair and a peculiar gliding gait. He then said exactly, word for word, what I had heard him say in my vision. Indeed, everything happened exactly as I had already experienced it. It was as if I had seen part of a motion picture a long time before the other events in the film and completely separate from them. From then on I often saw future events, as dream pictures, with precise details. At first this experience always came to me in dreams. Every time it was as if a curtain were being shoved to one side. Later, however, I was able to enter this state intentionally, by an act of will, without being asleep. But this only came much later. My new baby sister was almost like a granddaughter in the family. Greet was then 19, I 16, and my brother 9 years old. She was everybody's little darling. But the attention she received pushed us 2 older children pretty far into the background, and we often found ourselves alone. For several years, only our governess accompanied us when we went skating and to concerts and parties. Mother was just as busy with our new little sister as she had been 9 years before when my brother was born. No wonder that they had no time to bother about my affairs, even when they noticed I was having disputes with my fiancé. I had to fight my battle alone, without help. The past awakens. When I left Aunt Trefila's and returned home following the breaking off of my engagement, summer had come. I was 19 years old and wanted to enjoy my freedom. At last I could see other young people without having to risk a terrible scene from my jealous fiancé. On my return, I went straight to the local tennis courts. On the first day, I met a very attractive, trim-looking young man. His bearing and manner were most charming. He had a good-looking head on his shoulders, a well-built, slim, muscular body and always turned up in faultless white tennis slacks and jersey. I took to him from the first moment, and he seemed to like me too. On our third day, one of our teammates rather unhappily cracked her racket over the head of our ball boy. He began to cry bitterly. The sympathetic young man threw his racket away, ran up to the little boy, took him onto his lap, and started to comfort him. He did not seem to mind the boy's dirtying his immaculate tennis clothes at all. He stroked his head, dried his tears, and gave him some money. In a matter of moments the boy started to smile through his tears and ran off to the counter to buy some sweets. My heart went out to him. Are there really such young men, I thought, who have a little compassion? I began to love him. In the following winter, I became engaged to him. We loved one another deeply and passionately, and I could hardly wait for the moment when I was to become his wife with body and soul, with every part of my being. My father wanted me to finish my studies before my marriage, and I still had 1 year left to go at a music academy. So we had to wait, and I continued to practice daily for 4 or 5 hours, learn the laws of harmony, play chamber music, and do everything I could towards passing the exams. My fiancé spent every evening at our house. One evening, when he had left, I went to bed and fell fast asleep. I slept, and, as usual, I dreamt of many things in a chaotic and senseless manner. Suddenly, I began to hear a strange sound which repeated itself in a rhythmical way, a kind of snapping noise which became louder and louder, till I abruptly regained consciousness and awoke. I opened my eyes and noticed that the rhythmical sound is coming from the whip of a slave driver who is marching beside me and cracking his whip to keep all the slaves who are pulling me in step. I am reclining on something like a sledge on rails which glides along slowly. I realize that I am being taken away from the palace. A moment ago I heard the doors being closed. I want to jump up, but find that I cannot. I am unable to move a muscle, because I am wrapped up tightly from my neck right down to my feet. I am lying there, as though hewn out of a piece of marble, My hands crossed over my chest, my legs stretched out side by side. From this position, I can only look straight ahead or gaze upwards. Looking in the direction of my feet, in the brilliant sunshine, I see the naked, perspiring backs of the men who are pulling me on and on in continuous movement. Above and beyond them, in the distance, a white stone building looms up, a black cavity seeming to mark an entrance. In the gleaming white light, the walls of the building stand out starkly against the dark blue sky. As the slaves continue forward, the building seems to approach, and the black cavity becomes larger and larger. The sky above is so intensely blue it seems almost black. 2 large birds circle slowly overhead, storks or cranes. The stone building suddenly appears to be very near, the black cavity yawns wide. Yes, it really is an opening. Now I recognize it. We are in the city of the dead. This is a tomb. We arrive, the slaves enter and disappear into the darkness. Now the cavity engulfs me, and suddenly the world around me becomes black after the blinding sunshine outside. Everything is gone. I am in complete darkness. A terrible fear grips me, and silently I search for an answer to the question, how long must I stay in here, a prisoner? Clearly I hear a familiar voice, calmly and imperturbably telling me its inexorable will, 3,000 years. Terror grips me anew, and consciousness fades into oblivion. Somebody was shaking me roughly. I looked up and saw the eyes of my sister. She gripped me and stared at me in sheer fright. "For goodness sake," she said, "what on earth is wrong with you? You sit here with a vacant look in your eyes and groan terribly, as though you were going to die. Are you feeling ill? Shall I call Mother?" I felt I wanted to answer, but I could not utter a single sound. The terrible experience I had just been through paralyzed every part of my body. I groaned and waved my hand to reassure her that all was well. Then I stretched out again and tried to think, but even that was impossible. I lay there, still panic-stricken, and some minutes went by before my heart started to beat normally again, before I began to calm down and realize who I was and where I was. My sister stayed near me for a little while, then noticing that I had regained my senses, she repeated her questions. "Can I do anything for you?" At last I managed to croak, "No thank you, I'm all right." Next day, I tried to collect my scattered thoughts and review the position. What had I seen? What had I experienced during the night? It looked like a vision of the future, but it could hardly be my own future. In my visions of the future, I always remained the same person, but in this vision, I was someone completely different. I gazed at myself in the mirror for a long time and tried to understand how it was possible that one human being can be 2 persons at the same time. For I am here, this I can see in the mirror, yet there exists another picture of me, one I saw in another mirror, an enormous silver mirror, at the time when I was the other person. I am the being who is here, yet simultaneously I am the other being who was buried in a tomb. In only a few minutes, I had the experience of being someone who knows exactly who he is, where he belongs, in fact who lives his life consciously, as does everybody, whether he reflects upon it or not. Suddenly I grasped the memories of a life, a home, and realized that, as a child, I had searched for this home where I really belonged, and that I knew the Great One, my father and husband, to be my real father. As the years had passed, I had become accustomed to my present position, to accepting the fact that my present father and mother were my true parents. Somehow, however, the strange feeling had never left me, and now I felt it very strongly. Yet it was queer that many things which, when I had experienced them in the past, had seemed quite normal, now struck me as being very abnormal. The 2 concepts contrasted strongly with each other. To take an example, I found it completely correct. In fact, I was honored to be the daughter and the wife of my father, the pharaoh. Yet now, when I became conscious of the fact, I felt deeply shocked, for the moral standards of my time were quite different. Yet at the time of my ancient existence, this was looked upon as being quite normal, for if the wife of a pharaoh died, and he had no sisters, the accepted procedure was to make his own daughter his wife. He could never have placed a woman, who did not belong to the family, over his own daughter, who was born in the family of a pharaoh. And who else but his daughter could have sat beside him as his queen and regal wife, if not the next female member of the family in line of descent? It would have been immoral to introduce a woman of lower heritage into the family. I remembered many things, especially the temple where I often went, yet many things remained blurred, such as the reason why I was so rigorously bound down in my coffin. Why was I taken to a tomb? And whom did that voice I remembered so well belong to? Whom? A barrier blocked this part of my past, and if I tried to recall anything, something like an electric shock pushed me back. I could not think in reverse. As we were sitting at the family table next morning, I said to my father, "Father, in school we learnt that the pyramids were the burial places of the ancient kings. That's not true. Not all the pyramids were graves, some were used for quite different purposes. The dead were buried outside the city in a special burial city. They were carried out of the town in coffins very similar to sledges, where they were then immured in large buildings. The tombs were closed with stone doors." My father gave me an astonished look and said, "How on earth can you know that, when all the scientists agree that the pyramids were the tombs of the pharaohs, yet never mention a city of the dead?" "I'm quite sure, father, that this is the way it is," I said, knowing what I had seen to be true. "Well, tell us how you know," he said, and everybody gazed at me expectantly. "I know it and yet I cannot explain it," I said, and told them of my vision. My father listened attentively and noticed that even then I shivered with fright when I recalled my experiences. Seeing that I was obviously telling something I had taken part in, he replied in Hamlet, "Shakespeare says, 'There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy.' Nowadays people talk about inherited memories, a thing I do not believe in. I'd like to know how the history of a whole family, containing innumerable ancestors, can be contained in 1 minute living cell? Scientists evolve great theories which change every 20 years. I don't advise you to worry about these things, and don't think about your dream, or your vision, whatever you want to call it. It would simply disturb your mental balance. Maybe you read something about the subject in some paper?" "No, father, I've never yet read or heard anything about Egypt except what they taught us in school. It never interested me. Yet in school, I learned things which were completely different from my experiences in my vision. I cannot explain what this vision should mean, for I'm absolutely certain that the facts I witnessed were correct in detail. I'm also certain that the person I was in my dream existed, yet I cannot explain how I can be this person in the present. Who was the other person? I don't understand. Can it be possible that human beings live more than once? May I have some fruit?" my father said, turning to my mother. The fruit was brought to the table, and the family talked about other matters. When I went to bed that night, I wondered whether the dream would repeat itself. But it didn't. I waited for many days, I even tried to dream myself back into this strange world. But all to no avail, the dream didn't return. As time passed, I ceased thinking about it. My healthy attitude towards life drove me on with fresh vigor. I practiced at the piano, painted pictures, learned my lessons and spent each evening with my fiancé. And so the year went by. Second encounter with death. At last it was my wedding day. Looking back now, it seems as if it must have been a dream. All decked out in a white dress with a train and wearing a lace veil, I stepped into our living room, saw how splendid my fiancé looked in his best Sunday suit, and laid my hand on his arm. We were photographed, much to my annoyance, as the photographers made me nervous. Then we went out and down the steps and got into a carriage all decorated with flowers. We were followed by Greet and my cousin wearing pink silk dresses and accompanied by the two boy cousins with whom we had once formed our alliance of eternal friendship. Both of them were now gallant young officers. Then came my brother, with his sad and serious face. He was 14, and my little sister, pretty as a doll, was 4. She looked completely self-assured and quite superior among all the adults. Then came a whole crowd of relatives including beautiful Aunt Dreyfula, dressed like a queen, then my fiancé's mother, and finally my own mother, radiantly young and beautiful, accompanied by father, who in his top hat and tails, was truly a splendid sight, enough to make any woman's heart beat faster. When he saw I was amused at his top hat, he gave me a roguish look which clearly meant he considered all these formalities just as ridiculous as I did. If only he knew, I thought, how much I'm suffering in these arm-length gloves. I would have just loved to rip them off, they were such an obstacle to free movement. As I held my bouquet in my hands and stood beside my fiancé with a flower in his buttonhole, it seemed to me that we were two sacrificial animals, gaily adorned with flowers, forced by the tyranny of almighty custom to go through with all this fancy nonsense. It would have suited me best if I had been able to run away so that the crowd of old aunts, uncles, friends and strange spectators could not look at us like two dolls in an exhibition. I knew that they were all thinking of the one thing I regarded as the supreme sacrament, the fulfillment of love. But with what a difference of viewpoint! And I knew that some of the men present were whispering stupid jokes to each other. But I could not escape, and soon the long line of cars was underway towards the church. A few moments later, we were inside, standing before the altar. I tried to appear agitated and sentimental, but without success. I felt just as matter-of-fact as ever. As patiently as I could, I listened to the wise and beautiful things our friend and family pastor was saying. He looked at me and I could see in his eyes that he was thinking how I had asked him not to make a long speech at our wedding, as otherwise I would be forced to yawn big and loud out of utter boredom. At the time Mother was incensed about my boundless impertinence, but at least I succeeded in prevailing on the pastor to give a wise but short talk. Thank goodness. A long speech at a wedding ceremony has never yet made a happy marriage. Soon the crowd of friends and relatives was swarming about us, kissing us, and embracing us for 3/4 of an hour, with the old uncles taking full advantage of the opportunity to hug and kiss the young bride from every side while I suffered their attentions with silent disgust. Finally all of this was over too, and we only had to bear up through the wedding banquet. At last the relatives and friends took leave, and I changed my clothes to begin my honeymoon trip with my husband. In becoming the wife of my beloved after this long period of waiting, I experienced extreme happiness as I expected I would. I had attained my goal. I had become his wife before God and humanity. Between us there were no longer any forbidden signs. I loved him passionately, with my entire being, and he loved me in just the same way. I experienced the highest fulfillment of love, in body and soul. And then everything collapsed around me. I dashed my head even more violently against the black wall I had struck once before. For the second time in my life I encountered death. This time the meeting was much more serious. As long as I was waiting for happiness, there was a fixed point in my future towards which I was moving. I had something I was waiting and working for. But when the expected event materialized, the future suddenly became empty. I fell into a vacuum, for I did not know what I still had to wait for. What was there in the future for me to look forward to? I had achieved everything. Whatever else might come could only serve to fill out the remaining time. The remaining time? Remaining time? Till when? And the answer was, until death. I was forced to realize that no matter what else I might do or attain in this life, or whatever my destiny might bring me, I and all other people with me were moving only in one direction, towards death! Without the slightest possibility of being able to move in any other. Nobody can know in advance how long it will take him to get there, but sooner or later we all fall into this void. I was obliged to realize that even our love could not last forever, for the simple reason that sooner or later one of us would have to die. Then happiness would be over. In the presence of my husband, when I looked into his bright, loving eyes, I felt as if a cold hand was strangling me, and deep down within me I heard the question, how long will you be able to see these beautiful eyes? What will a future bring? Even though you may be ever so happy, and supposing that you will live a long life with him, even an exceptionally long one, sooner or later the end will be the same, namely, that he will either have to close your eyes or you will have to close his. Then you will lose each other and have to say goodbye. Time passes with amazing rapidity, and it won't matter much whether the end comes after a short time or a long time. The greatest happiness, the most beautiful love, everything, must someday come to an end, and you will lose each other and everything that has been beautiful and good. I looked into my husband's loving eyes but heard this voice. I knew that no matter how much I might try not to hear it, I would still hear it anyway. I would not be able to silence it, because it was right, it was speaking the truth. I have often noticed that people act as if everything were permanent. They simply do not think of the future. Most of them go through life as if they would never be obliged to die and as if their loved ones were not mortal beings. They refuse to realize that our being together here on earth is only a gift of short duration, as it will someday have to end. Sooner or later one or the other dies, and then everything is over. People refuse to think about it, but whether they think about it or not, it is so. No one can deny it. But what is the sense of being happy if destiny is, inexorably, going to take this gift away from us someday? What's the good of being happy if we are obliged to be even unhappier later? We struggle for happiness, and when we have attained it we know in advance that we must lose it. The greater the happiness, the greater the loss. In the days when I was not yet so happy, I was actually much happier because I did not yet have the possibility of losing my happiness. So it becomes evident that only the person who was never happy is really and permanently happy. What a terrible contradiction! And why is that so? Because everything lasts only for a time, because nothing is permanent, because everything dies, everything passes away, everything must pass away. O time! O mortality! How long will I have to continue to suffer as a prisoner in your chains? How often will I have to bang my head against your black impenetrable wall? You have poisoned every happy moment of my life, because I always had to realize, in the very moment I had something, it was already lost, for it had to come to an end. And now I am grateful to you, O mortality, because you never, even for a moment, allowed me to enjoy passing, temporal happiness. This constant suffering led me to find the unending, infinite eternity, the eternal, divine being itself. In those days, to be sure, I had not the faintest inkling of all this. I did not know that this condition in which a person feels as if he were in a desert, crying from the depths of his soul for help, is the forerunner of salvation. Just as the Bible tells us, I am the voice of one crying in the wilderness. I make straight the path of the Lord. I baptize you with water, but after me there will come one stronger than I, the latch of whose shoes I am not worthy to stoop down and unloose. He shall baptize you with the Holy Spirit and with fire. During that period of my life I was still in the desert, crying soundlessly for help, and shedding invisible tears. I was being baptized by water, with tears, and did not know that the time was soon at hand when I would get acquainted with eternal being. For after this condition there comes he who says of himself, I am the resurrection and the life. Whosoever believeth on me, even though he die, yet shall he live, and who baptizes with the Holy Spirit and with fire. But he was not yet there, and I was still experiencing the John the Baptist condition. I was crying in the wilderness for help, for I was all alone with my desperation, as if in a desert. I did not want to tell my husband anything about the desperate state of mind I was in. He was completely happy and would not have been able to understand me. If he had no such ideas and was still dreaming the dream of mortal people, why should I awaken him and make him unhappy? I saw no solution at all for my problem, as no one could have said that I was wrong. At best he would have had to admit that everything is destined to pass away and the one and only consolation is not to think about it. For my part, however, I was not at all satisfied at the idea of overlooking reality, and even less satisfied by the fairy tales of religion about the other side and the other world. These are figments of the imagination intended to be a sedative to people. Whoever can believe them is happy, but a thinking person insists on having proof. Within myself I constantly bore a heavy spiritual burden without being able to shake it off. Sooner or later, however, a constant burden on the soul is bound to affect the body. Darkness. In build and figure I resembled my father strongly. I was as tall as he was, my hair, though not as black as his, was nevertheless dark brown, and my skin was pale like his and not reddish like my mother's. Only my eyes were dark blue instead of black. After my marriage, I became paler and slimmer than ever. I could never get used to the idea of the passing of time and the transitory aspect of human existence. As a consequence, I could never feel completely free and happy. This constant pressure on my soul was very bad for my well-being. One evening I lay down with no bodily affliction whatsoever. When I opened my eyes in the morning, I involuntarily glanced at the ceiling. To my utter astonishment I saw a thick black line that had never been there before. Completely taken aback, I sat up suddenly to see what this queer black line was. As I did so, the line seemed to jump up and sink back slowly again. My heart nearly stood still. I realized that the black line I saw lay in my eyes and not on the ceiling. I opened and closed my eyes, then closed one and afterwards the other, discovering that I could only see this line with my right eye. I remembered hearing about an affliction of the eyes called mches volans. One is said to see little black dots dancing around, as though a lot of flies were buzzing around the room. As I heard it, these nervous illnesses are not particularly dangerous. I tried to find out whether I could see these mches volans. I looked up, I looked down, the black line followed the laws of gravity. It seemed to me as though a thick black thread were tied to some spot above my head. The other end seemed to hang down and moved along following the movement of my eye. It certainly was no nervous delusion, it was real, it was there. From that moment on, a painful journey began, a journey which anybody will know who has been afflicted with a disease not yet fathomed by the resources of science. I traveled from one famous professor to another, only to be told that my eye could not be healed, because the symptoms were not those of an organic illness. One of the professors said to me, "It isn't an illness at all, therefore it can't be cured. It's a condition occurring in old age which very rarely occurs in somebody so young. It's like getting white hair at a very young age through constant strain. How could you cure that? It can stop if the person is relieved of the strain. But to cure it is impossible. You can only cure illnesses. Science knows of no remedies for such complaints of the eye as you have. In the case of old people, such an affliction is not dangerous, for it develops very slowly. Nobody knows what happens in the case of young people. From an organic point of view, your eyes are completely healthy, only extremely sensitive. All our tests have shown that your eyesight is powerful beyond belief. Eyes as strong as yours are very rare. Your perceptive powers are equally great. Your susceptibility to light is so strong that you can see how many fingers I am holding up and can read very small print in practically complete darkness. Very occasionally, sailors who can recognize objects at a great distance have similar eyesight. They have the advantage of living in very healthy sea air and are not under any constant nervous tension. Furthermore, they have enough resistance to uphold a balance of susceptibility. But you, my dear woman, live in a great city and are not very resistant, as you are abnormally thin. Tell me, do you not suffer under continuous mental strain? No, Professor, I said, I'm very happy. How could I have explained to him that I suffered from fear of mere mortality? How could I have told him that I was fighting against time which moves unflinchingly and transforms all beings, all happiness, into destruction and death? And even if I had told him, how could he have helped me? Instead, I asked him something else. Can you tell me whether this symptom will occur in the other eye as well? How can I tell? I hope that the injections I am prescribing will help you and will clear away the exudation. I also hope that the other eye won't be affected. But I can't look into the future and even less guarantee anything. My advice to you is to take good care of yourself and eat heartily to build up your resistance. Wear sunglasses in bright sunshine to protect your eyes, rest a lot, and let's hope that things will turn out all right again. That was enough. I went to my parents together with my husband, feeling as though somebody else had been through all this instead of myself. I noticed how this somebody answered the questions my parents asked, and I watched this somebody eat dinner. Everything had become so changed, so different. My family was very upset, but tried not to show this to me and made a big effort to seem happy and gay. My mother tried to console me, rest assured, everything will turn out all right again. Nobody in our family has ever had any trouble with his eyes. Your eye will soon be normal again. Don't think about it. Oh, how often have I heard those words from friends who loved me and who tried to help or console me. Don't think about it. How can I possibly help thinking about something which keeps on dancing about in front of my eyes? How can I forget the black thread which hangs down in front of me wherever I look? When I glanced at somebody, the black thread seemed to stick on his nose or his brow or sink down slowly to his mouth. Later on, when the black lines increased, I saw everything through a dirty, jagged web. How could I not think about it? In the first days of my affliction, I felt as though an immense rock had hit my head and completely flattened me. I could not believe it. My eyes in great danger? It must be a bad dream, which will soon pass when I wake up. Then I will be relieved of this terrible nightmare. And free again. But I was never freed of this nightmare. I sat in front of my mirror and looked at myself. A childlike face with large dark blue eyes looked back at me. These eyes were supposed to show signs of old age. But I'm young, I've only just started off in life. I can't be old yet. When I was up on that mountain and encountered death for the first time, I knew that everything was of purely transitory value. Yet does time pass so quickly, so unexpectedly? At the time, I calmed myself, knowing that death was a long way away. Should death be coming to me so soon? Or can it be that certain parts of the body grow older sooner than others, that a delicate mechanism like the human eye perishes sooner than other organisms ? And that the whole body might live longer than the eyes? Blind? Terrible ! Terrible. No. I could not stand that. I wanted to run away. To flee. But where? My stigma, the black line in my right eye, accompanied me wherever I went. I could not get rid of it. I fell into a state of dejection only those who have experienced similar misfortunes can understand. How my heart bled for the blind people I saw on the streets, how I felt for them. I could not forget my despair for 1 minute, not for one single instant. The dark blotches fluttered up and down in front of my eyes and constantly changed their appearance. I never ceased watching them. I got into the habit of carefully scrutinizing my eyes when I woke up in the morning. Has it become worse? Can I still read small print with my right eye? And if not, if I had to admit with indescribable terror that my condition had worsened overnight, the blood used to rush to my head, and with my heart pounding I continued to examine myself to see how much worse it had become. Oh Beethoven! In these days I learnt to understand your despair when you lost your hearing. You knew the frame of mind, the panic, which comes when one is overwhelmed by the feeling of not being able to stand it anymore, of wanting to flee, to escape from terrible suffering. Yes, but where? My ill luck will always be with me. I cannot get rid of it. I am stricken forever. My despair over the evanescence of life was not enough. I now carried something like an eternal memento around with me to remind me of decay and death. I sometimes felt that those black lines would drive me mad. Never again could I really enjoy myself. My husband did everything to make me forget the condition of my eyes. But whatever he did, however much he pampered me with presents, I could never be happy. Everywhere I looked I saw corruption and death, for I always saw black lines. As the Carthusian monks, who are forced to regard the 2 letters mm in the palms of their hands as a reminder of the words memento mori, so did the black lines in front of my eyes constantly remind me of blindness and death. If my husband took me to a beautiful spot in the country, I used to think, how long will I still be able to see the sunshine, the mountains, the fields, the sky, in fact, the treasures of nature? If I saw a wonderful performance at the opera, I thought, how long can I still delight in the delicate movements of graceful ballet dancers? Deepest despair, brought forth by the cruelty of reality, had taken hold of me, for my left eye was, if only very slowly, yet definitely beginning to be affected as well. I was therefore well on my way to becoming blind. I could not even cry properly. I had never cried much, for I regarded crying as a senseless means of expression, a form of self-pity which I considered myself to be unworthy of. Now crying was strictly forbidden, for it would have harmed my eyes very much. I bore my despair without any exterior sign, and I never talked about it, for I saw that if I were constantly to talk about my affliction, my friends and acquaintances would suffer as much as I, and consequently, as normal human beings usually try to rid themselves of everything which seems unpleasant, they would drift away from me. I did not want to become disagreeable and boring in my own troubles. On the contrary, I was always gay and humorous, like a clown who hides his deepest sorrows under a painted mask. Thus did I bear my misery in silent suffering. This blow also destroyed my artistic ambitions. Besides playing the piano, I had made great progress in drawing and painting, and my teachers expected a lot in the future. Painting and drawing had always given me much pleasure. This too now came to an end. When I tried to paint, I saw lots of little black blobs on the canvas. This made me very nervous, and I had to control myself so as not to throw my brush away in anger. I lost my energy and my will to paint. The thought of gaining a reputation and becoming famous only to have to give everything up because of blindness disturbed me profoundly. No. I preferred to give up my artistic career and to continue playing the piano, for I could play blind as well. I practiced with my eyes closed. I walked around the room blindfolded and tried to find various objects. I tried to dress and comb my hair with my eyes closed, so as to be prepared when complete darkness came. I also did this because closing my eyes was the only way of escaping from those aggravating black lines which kept on dancing in front of my eyes. It was my only hope. The salty injections were an equally trying ordeal. Human reflexes are such that the eye closes immediately in the face of possible danger. The eyelids shut instinctively when an object approaches the eye. I had to conquer those reflexes and control myself. I had to keep my eye open without movement and watch, for if the eye is open, one is obliged to watch, whether one likes or not, how the doctor pricked my eye with the needle. I had to go through this procedure many times. I did not know at the time that what I was learning, namely to control the natural instincts, was in fact one of the most advanced yoga exercises which eventually brings about complete control over all bodily functions. I was forced to do so by fate, and so gained a very powerful grip on my nerves by pure chance. Yet when the doctor saw me to the door after my first injection, I felt very weak and had to pull myself together so as not to stumble and fall. The smile I tried to give him did not come very easily. I felt as if the muscles around my mouth had rusted. And for all my troubles, the injections did not help at all. I stopped going to professors and became more and more pessimistic. The answer was always the same. It's no organic illness, your eyes are completely healthy. It's the lens which is filming over. From day to day my eyesight became worse and worse. What difference does it make if one goes blind with healthy or with diseased eyes? I had to accept the seemingly inevitable. I might have given in. But I could not. How can somebody give up and accept blindness as a normal state of affairs? Immutability and I were fighting against each other. There was no question of my losing. I could not give in, so I had to be destroyed. The night the black line appeared for the first time, I myself was slain. I did not notice it straight away. This amusing, vain, impertinent and sensual little being which wanted to be a famous and celebrated artist and a beautiful woman was destroyed. My hidden philosophy of life, which had been born up on the mountain following my first encounter with death, now took hold of me forcibly. Now I could not, and did not even want to, let the voice, which repeatedly reminded me of the past, go by unheeded. And as I started to listen to this voice very attentively instead of turning away from it, I began slowly to recognize a familiar and dearly beloved voice, his voice. Turning point. One afternoon, I came home from town. The houses in our row stood in well-kept gardens, the sun was shining brightly, flowers were blooming everywhere, birds were singing joyously, and I recalled the words of Don Carlos, "Oh, my queen, in spite of everything life is so beautiful." Yes, I felt like adding, if only my eyes were to retain their power of sight. Suddenly I heard the voice in me, asking me quite distinctly, "Are you blind already? Can't you see the world, the sky, the trees and the flowers anymore?" "I can," I answered, looking around me. "Everything is still quite clear," and I remembered what my doctor had said to me the last time I visited him to check up on my eyesight. The right eye has become pretty dim and hazy, but you still perceive more with the other eye than most average human beings with both eyes. Well, if your eyesight is still as good as that, why do you behave so desperately, as though you had already gone blind? Why give up hope? Let us assume that you were to go blind in the second half of your life. If you start giving up hope now, while you can still see quite adequately, your whole life will be blighted by your desperation and your affliction. Quite apart from the fact that you really don't know whether you're going blind or not. Maybe you will die before you go completely blind. In this case, you will have spent weeks, months and years of useless worry, while all the time your eyesight was clear and normal apart from a few annoying black blobs. What a waste of time to worry about events which have not yet occurred. The future? Do you really know what the future is? Events which have not yet come to pass. Why mar your pleasure in life with things which do not exist? Your present circumstances are not too bad. Enjoy life, your chances of recovery will be much better so. Your depressions will only accelerate the destructive process in your eyes. Live in the present, and remember, as soon as your spiritual blindness ceases, your corporeal eyes will regain their functions. Oh, how true are the words of this sacred voice. In the moments of deepest despair, I felt that the black spots in my eyes showed up my interior darkness, my spiritual blindness. But how on earth is one to cure spiritual blindness? For this was the hub of my problems, the fact that I felt completely blind in the face of the secrets of life and death. I was enclosed in darkness, for I sensed death everywhere and could not grasp the meaning of life. I desired to become seeing, it was my greatest wish, but how? And the voice replied, "Seek and ye shall find, knock and it shall be opened unto you." I did not understand those words at the time, but I wanted to obey them. I tried breathing deeply and calmly, and concentrating on the present. It was very hard, the black spots kept dancing in front of my eyes and reminding me of my misery, but I tried again and reached the point where I felt happy and content again. Indeed, I felt I had to be happy, for my eyes would benefit from my state of mind. I wanted to help myself. I had to be happy, I had to enjoy myself. I began to think about future occupations which would afford me constant pleasure. My husband was very much engrossed in his job. He was a construction engineer, and I rarely saw him except at meals. A thought flashed through my mind, a baby. How long have I wished for a baby? What greater joy could I expect? And I would not be alone all the time. I opened my spirit to the anonymous being which was waiting somewhere to become my child. And the being heard my cry. During my pregnancy, the discharges slowly disappeared from my eyes, and when my confinement came, I had completely forgotten that I had ever had any trouble at all. My memories of lying in the operating theater of a sanatorium, and waking up after an anesthetic, completely exhausted, seem like a long-forgotten dream. I find myself in a form of ecstasy, yet I hear a sound which flashes through me like lightning and brings me back to my senses. It is a cry. Not like the cry of a newborn child but more like the roar of a lion. It's alive, the thought grips me and a great feeling of gratitude overwhelms me. I open my eyes. A face appears above me and I hear a voice saying, "A boy, a beautiful, healthy boy." I catch sight of a little round head and a fat, rosy body. Is that my child? I ask myself as I gaze at it expectantly. I feel that only its body is my child, otherwise it is an independent being I know has come into being as our child. Then for the first tune in its life, the baby lies in a crib, swathed in human vestments, and gazes wide-eyed at the world. My mother and my father have already arrived, waiting to welcome my child and myself after this terrible fight for life. I am at the end of my tether, my heart is hardly beating after my great loss of blood. But the child is alive. After this strenuous experience, my convalescence was very slow. For a long time, I felt very weak, very susceptible to any form of light. The discharges reappeared and the vitreous humor of my right eye became opaque again. Thick clouds of a sort of fog covered my vision in this eye. Yet I never got around to bothering seriously about my eyesight. There was my child. I spent all my time in its presence, and when it smiled at me and embraced me with its podgy little arms, the weight and pressure of my worries seemed far away. The years raced by. My little boy developed magnificently and was admired by everyone for his big blue eyes which radiated so much love and warmth. He was a very precocious child. When he was 4, a scene of my own childhood was reenacted. My child showed me a picture book and asked me the meaning of certain letters. I explained them in detail. The child regarded the letters attentively and suddenly cried, "Mother, that means bull, doesn't it?" I took it onto my lap and kissed it again and again. Then I explained all the other letters. It did not have to learn them. It seemed as if it only had to recall them. We spent the summer together in our family villa near the lake. In fact, a whole series of wonderful summers. My brother and my younger sister invited lots of friends who sometimes stayed at our place for weeks on end. We played croquet, rode and swam, and in the evenings we used to play chamber music or play games, or dance on the terrace. It was a healthy, happy life. My eyes did not bother me very much during this time. After the birth of my child I spent some months at the seaside. The secret sources of energy of the sea completely renewed me. I returned home in excellent health and very much more able to stand light. I started drawing and painting again and even took up wood carving. This artistic occupation afforded me great pleasure. On the surface everything seemed in order. Nevertheless I was not happy. I did not know why. An inner discontentment grew in me until I could not disregard it any more. One night, after I had experienced once again the greatest fulfillment of earthly love and unity, instead of falling peacefully asleep, I sat on the side of my bed for a long time brooding over my problems in abject despair. I cried and I sobbed, and in the darkness of that night, I began to examine myself cruelly in order to find out why I was so unhappy and so discontented. I had everything necessary to make a human being happy. From where could my misery originate? This question seemed to call forth the answer. From the depths of my subconscious, the reasons began to ascend and gain consciousness. I was searching for a human being, who was my other half, my complement. Love is the revelation of a power which forces two complementary halves to unite. In fact, the subconscious will to unite is commonly known as love. I had experienced this union. I had attained the supreme fulfillment of body and soul and was not happy, and became more and more unhappy after each occasion. I sat there in the dark and questioned myself in despair, why can't I be happy? I desired an answer and reflected intently. And then I realized that the joy of union was not what I had expected. I had searched for some sort of fulfillment subconsciously, and, having found nothing else, I believed physical love to be this fulfillment. Having experienced it, I had to admit that it was not what I had expected. After experiencing the supreme form of physical unity, I was compelled to see and realize I was looking for something else. But what? I was searching for fulfillment of an eternal nature, a real union which remains. I was searching for a union in which the identity of myself and that of my lover became one and the same thing. I desired to participate in his soul, his thoughts, his whole being. I wanted to become him. But I did not desire what physical unity had brought me. This physical union is a desperate attempt to become one being. Every fiber and muscle is strained to the highest pitch, and in the moment when both believe that they have achieved fulfillment, they fall apart, without ever attaining union. In the darkness a picture of my childhood appeared in front of me. I remembered sitting at the family table and trying to bring together two little grease spots swimming on top of my bowl of soup. Yes. In exactly the same way as I had tried to unite the two grease spots, years ago, I now wanted to make one being out of our two souls. Out of the two selves I wanted to create a single one. But that is impossible. In love, each lover craves to come together with the other. Yet their craving is merely a physical desire, and they strain against each other in despair. Everybody can observe how two lovers press their hearts together in their fervent embrace. They seem to be compelled to unite their hearts, to be united in their heart. But they fail. Why? Their bodies stand between them. The resistance of the body prevents the union. How strange that I should desire to become one single being with my lover in body and that the body itself should bar my way. Does my body desire this union? Can the body desire anything which is impossible by reason of the very existence of the body? No. The body cannot carry within itself a wish which cannot be fulfilled by reason of its own presence. Who and what therefore desires this supreme union? It can only be the immaterial spirit, the self. And why do I desire this union? Why do I want something which is impossible? I want it because I know that only through this complete concord, this supreme union, will I find satisfaction, and only in this state of mind will I achieve final happiness. This happiness I have been searching for since I began to live. But why do I search for something which is impossible to attain? I do it solely because I know, I feel certain, that somehow it is possible, and that somehow this possibility exists, only I don't know how. What impedes my progress towards my aim? The body. The body stands between us! Therefore, this possibility might exist, but only in a bodiless condition. I long for this lost unison. I once knew it, somewhere and somehow, but I have lost it. Could it be possible that I lived in an immaterial state a long time ago, and that, having been born into this body, I fell out of this spiritual harmony? Is it possible that I once lived in a world of complete unison, a world without corporeal elements, where I lived in a bodiless condition. Having got this far in the logical sequence of my thoughts, I began to feel very afraid. A bodiless state? In a world without corporeal elements? Therefore, in another world? In the hereafter? Could it be possible that this other world really exists? A world, in which I had never believed and which I had always regarded as a necessary invention of a religious nature, used to enforce a moral standard of living among primitive people with promises of heaven and warnings of hell? It is my body alone which exists in our earthly world? And myself, which is cognizant of this impossible union of the flesh and which desires to reinstitute it, does it belong to eternity? If that is so, all human beings originate in another world where this unison is reality, and have fallen out of it into this world, into the material body and an earthly world? Yet the craving for our former happiness lies in us, in our soul, which belongs to this other world. And again we err by trying to attain this happiness, this unity in our body and with the aid of our inherent bodily sexuality. Yet it is the body which itself impedes our success. Oh, now I realize what is meant by the fall from paradise. Therefore I can only reach the happiness I desire in the other world, in paradise. As I cannot force this other world into my own material world, I will strive to get to know this other world where my eternal happiness resides. But how? Empty words are of no use to me. I want reality. I want concrete facts. This night was the turning point of my life. I realized that sex is the greatest of all frauds. Nature promises us a wonderful event, the supreme heights of joy, the embodiment of fulfillment, yet she robs us of our powers, and when we believe we have reached the limits of fulfillment, we fall lower than ever before. We lose a tremendous lot of energy and feel as poor as beggars after the event. An old Latin proverb mentions that both humans and animals feel depressed after physical union. I was looking for eternal, ever-present sublimity, not what sex can give. What is left of sexual pleasure in the morning? Nothing, except possibly great fatigue. And this state of affairs is to repeat itself forever? What else is it but a continuous struggle for unattainable unison? Never will a human being achieve the fulfillment of his strivings. Never can he delve into true concord where he can stay forever. Formerly a certain force existed, the power of attraction, which brought together two beings in their search for each other. Later on, this force is appeased, emptiness remains, and each is left alone, desperately alone, eternally alone. I realized at last, this was not the aim of my quest. And if I was not looking for this, if sex had deceived me, I would refuse to go on in this way. I would refuse to let myself be deceived. Sex can satisfy only the body, but never the soul, the self. Never could sexual satisfaction appease this desire. What now? I must find this happiness. I must search for an answer to my questions. I cannot stand still, I must go forward. But where to? If happiness lies in the other world, I will search for it in the other world. And so I set out to find my happiness and fulfillment where I hoped to discover it, in the other world. Struggle for light. I was trying to capture the world beyond, but I did not know how to set about doing it. I felt like somebody who was trying to conquer a jungle, but who did not know where to start, and whose only instrument was a little axe with which to cut a path through the undergrowth. He knows the jungle to be full of lurking dangers, poisonous snakes and wild animals. He might well lose his way and fall into some abyss. Yet his ignorance of these dangers lends him the necessary courage to penetrate this jungle all the same. I did not know that my voyage of discovery into the other world was going to be fraught with dangers, that unknown forces from the regions of the subconscious would hurl themselves upon me like wild animals, that will-o-soft-the wisps would lead me down false trails, and that abysses of madness were lurking on every side. All I had was my little axe, my normal human common sense. Where was I to begin? Religion talks about the life beyond, yet all the priests I had talked to up to this moment had either wanted me to believe all sorts of dogmas which they themselves did not really understand, or they told me sentimental stories about the kingdom of heaven which they themselves did not believe, but which they deemed adequate to satisfy the little woman. I preferred to find out what the world's great philosophers thought of this tremendously important question, the meaning of life and death. And as I had never heard of great Oriental philosophers, I began to study the works of European thinkers. First of all, I read the ancient Greek and Roman works, translated into a language I could understand. I was enraptured by Socrates, Plato, Pythagoras, Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius. Under the influence of these great men, my mind matured and I learned very much from their teachings. Especially one little sentence of Epictetus remained with me on my voyage like an eternal flame and helped me to cross over from darkness into light. Things are never bad, it's the way you think about them. From the moment I read that sentence, I tried to change my complete frame of mind, my spiritual position, to think differently about things! Yet all these great truths could not supply the answer to my great question concerning the great beyond. Later on I read the newer philosophers, Kant, Schopenhauer, Nietzsche, Descartes, Pascal, Spinoza. None could satisfy me. I felt that they had all gone as far as reason and intellect could take them, but that they had not reached the ultimate goal, union. In fact, they were less capable of answering this question than the ancient philosophers. Among these modern philosophers, Spinoza probably achieved the highest degree in this quest, but I felt that the newest thinkers had somehow entangled themselves in their own cerebral convolutions and come to a dead end. In spite of their philosophical systems, they had remained discontented, disappointed and unhappy men. How indeed could they have helped me find the great truths of the other world? They themselves were ignorant of them and had searched for them as desperately as I was doing. I wanted reality, not words. One autumn day I stood at the window of our apartment with my small son and watched the leaves of a chestnut tree floating slowly to earth. As I had so often done before, I meditated upon the meaning of life and death. Death, I thought. Death again and again. Suddenly I heard the voice in me speaking. Death? Why do you persist in seeing but the one side of truth? What do the trees and nature reveal in spring? Life! Again and again. Life and death alternate in an everlasting circle. Death is but the other side of life. In this moment I saw quite clearly that as life recedes from the tree and its leaves in autumn, the leaves become lifeless, empty husks, fall off and die. But only empty husks. The essence of life which has lived in the leaves now rests in the tree and bursts forth again in spring, clothes itself anew with a material form and becomes leaves again, repeating its eternal cycle. The tree inhales and exhales life, and only the leaves change, only the outer shell. Life remains eternal, for life is the eternal being. And I saw even further, the fountain of eternal existence, human beings call it God, breathes life into man, just as the Bible says that God breathed life into Adam's nostrils. Then God inhales again, withdrawing his breath, so that the empty husk falls, the body of man dies. Yet life does not cease at this moment. It clothes itself with a new body, in an eternal cycle and moves on, as everything in this world lives and moves in rhythm, from the orbit of the planets to the breath and pulse of every living creature. Then, in a flash I suddenly remembered how, at the age of 6 or 7 when I first heard about death, I had stood before the mirror, examining the picture of the invisible, my own reflection. Even at that early age I simply could not understand that I would someday have to die, that I would someday cease to exist. I wanted to see where this I was that was thinking these things and did not want to die. I kept looking into the mirror, moving closer and closer until my nose touched the glass. I looked into my own eyes from as near as I could get. I wanted to see this eye. Even though there was a black hole in my eye, I couldn't see me. The eye, myself, was invisible, just as I had always imagined it to be ever since I first became conscious on this earth. Even in the mirror I could not see me, only my face, my mask, and the 2 black holes in my eyes out of which I was looking. I felt very clearly that it was impossible for me not to exist. Good, I asked myself as I stood before the mirror. But what will you be looking at the world through when these eyes are someday closed? Through to other eyes. I answered without a moment's hesitation. Here I will close these eyes, and in a new body I will open to new eyes. And what if there is a time delay between the 2 bodies? What if you do not find a new body right away? What if you have to wait a week, or perhaps months, years, even thousands of years? That just cannot be, answered the little girl that I was then, for when I fall asleep, I do not know, on awakening, how long I have been asleep. In sleep there is no time, and in death it will be the same as long as I am without a body. Whether I spend a week in darkness and nothingness, or 1,000 years, it's all the same. I will feel as if I had just closed my eyes here and opened them again there. In nothingness there is no time. But my ceasing to exist just cannot be. And then I left the mirror, completely satisfied, to go on playing. Now, as I stood before the window as an adult and recognized the law of resoft-incarnation in the chestnut tree, the memory of this childhood experience flashed through my mind, and I was astonished that a child could find this truth so naturally and spontaneously with its little primitive understanding, without ever having heard or read anything about reincarnation. Now I would not say that there is no time in darkness, but rather that in the unconscious there is no time concept. Now I also understood how it was possible for me to carry within me the blurred and hazy memories of a person I had been long before. The vision of ancient Egypt was only old memories bobbing up into consciousness. My search for the other world and the life beyond this one and my ideas about reincarnation turned my attention to spiritualism. Spiritualists claim to be able to establish contact with spirits of the departed dead, and they also believe in reincarnation. However, I had a pronounced antipathy towards spiritualism because at home I had heard my parents speak about it in a rather disparaging way. Mother had a very dear old friend who concerned herself with spiritualism. Mother told us that this friend held spiritualistic seances and that during these experiments a heavy massive oaken table would rise up in the air. Mother never participated in these seances and never concerned herself with such things at all, because she was convinced that such experiments were harmful for the nerves. While I was reflecting about resoft-incarnation, I remembered that once as a young girl I had participated in such a stance at the home of this elderly lady without my mother's knowledge of it. That is, of course, if what we experienced then could be called a séance. My mother's elderly friend loved her grandchildren very much and often invited young people to lunch. I was often one of the guests at these young people's luncheons. Once, several of us stayed on after the others had left. The lady was of a gay and sparkling nature and enjoyed talking with us youngsters. I was 15, and the other children were about the same age. We were curious and eager to hear the kind lady tell us about spiritualism. "If you wish," she said, "we can watch the table move." All of us young folks agreed immediately and began to wonder what was going to happen next. A table was brought in for the experiment. It was not the heavy oaken table Mother had talked about, but a little table with only 3 legs. The lady set the table in the middle of the room, and we youngsters stood around it, with the palms of our hands on the top of the table and our fingers spread out in such a way that the thumbs of each person's hands were touching each other and their little fingers touching the little fingers of the persons to the left and the right. The room was brightly lit. We youngsters were in high spirits and thought it was just terribly funny when the elderly lady called out in a loud voice, "Is someone there?" We looked at each other roguishly and could hardly keep from bursting out laughing. But we did not want to offend the dear old lady and tried hard to keep a straight face. We stood and waited. All at once the little table began to shake as if some inner force were trying to split the wood apart. Then the shaking became stronger and stronger and suddenly the table leaned over to the side so that one of its feet was in the air, then it fell back and stood still. "Yes," said the lady. The table said yes. When the table raps once, it means yes. When it raps twice it means no. "Wolfgang," she said to her grandson, "take paper and pencil and write down the letters. A spirit is present." Wolfgang took a pencil and waited. Then the table began to move, rapping and rapping again. We called off the letters in the alphabet and whenever the table stopped at one of the letters we had called, Wolfgang wrote down the letter. I cannot explain why this all seemed so terribly funny to us. We found it was comical to be calling out letters and ludicrous that the old lady took everything so seriously. I could not believe for a minute that the table was moving by itself. It was surely Nicholas, the lady's other grandson. The rapping itself was amusing enough, but what came afterwards made us burst out laughing irresistibly, and this made the old lady shake her head at us. But we just couldn't help laughing anyway, even if we did not want to. The table suddenly began to tip over so far that its edge almost touched the floor. I thought its feet were going to slip and it would fall, But no, it came back again to an upright position and then began to turn and twist and move around the room. We had to run with it, and when the table began to rotate, we had to run around it and follow it wherever it went in the room. Finally the table came to rest in a corner and moved no more. The lady again called out, "Is no one there?" The table did not move. "It was a waggish kind of spirit, because you were all so hilarious," she said, "and now all spirits are gone. Wait a moment, children, I'll have some coffee brought in." With that she disappeared into the kitchen. We youngsters were left alone. It was my chance to ask Nicholas, "It was you who moved the table, wasn't it?" "I?" he echoed in astonishment. "I thought it was you, or Remrick. But it certainly wasn't I. I only played the game with the rest, but my fingertips were scarcely touching the table." We all looked at Emmerich. He protested earnestly, "No, I didn't move the table either. Come on, all of you," I said, "let's get the table to move again ourselves." All agreed and we ran to the table, stood around it, and began with our own hands to push it back and forth and get it to move. To our great amazement this didn't work. The table was motionless, just as a piece of wood is normally lifeless and motionless, and when we pushed it harder and harder, it simply fell over and lay on the floor. During the previous experiment, the table had sometimes leaned over so far that its edge almost touched the floor and then stood up again. But no matter how we tried, we couldn't get it to do so again. Finally, after we had agreed to push the table in the same direction, all of us together, one side would rise, after which the table simply fell. We could not hold it or get it to stand upright again. We looked at each other and suddenly fell silent. We couldn't understand the whole affair. None of us felt like laughing anymore. The elderly ladies to grandsons admitted quietly that they couldn't understand the matter either. But it was a fact that when their Aunt Margaret was present, even the gigantic oaken table, which was so heavy that only 4 men together could carry it out of the room, would rise up in the air. Obviously Aunt Margaret was not lifting it. On my way home, and for a long time afterwards, I thought about the moving table and wondered how it worked. I did not believe for a moment that a spirit has moved it, but I had to admit that an unknown force was there. After this all happened, I went on with my piano practice, went skating, fought with my fiancé, and the moving table disappeared in the storehouse of my memory. Now it all came back to me. I could see clearly that the dear old lady did not understand much about spiritualism, but perhaps there were spiritualistic groups who went into such matters very seriously. If I were to study and investigate the whole matter thoroughly without prejudice, I might perhaps learn something through spiritualism that would help me on my path. I obtained an introduction to the leader of the largest and the most famous spiritualistic group in the country. He began by giving me books to read which I could believe or not believe. Theories cannot satisfy a seeker after truth. I wanted practice and conviction. In one book I read about a very famous medium who achieved his ability by sitting down at the same time every day with paper and pencil, holding the pencil in his hand in readiness to write, and waiting a solid hour. This he repeated religiously day after day, week after week, and month after month. After about 6 months, the pencil began to move and wrote various words. In this manner, the medium wrote a number of books which were very famous at the time. They did not interest me because they were sermons full of sweetness and light and not as good as the sermons one could hear in any church. Why, I thought, should one have to call upon a spirit for things like these, if indeed it really was a spirit which moved the hand of the medium? I, too, took pencil and paper, held the pencil over the paper in readiness, and waited. The first day nothing happened. The second day the pencil began to shake so hard my hand shook with it. Then it began to move stiffly, jerkily, back and forth and wrote various abracadabras on the paper. On the third day the pencil immediately began to shake and soon wrote words one could clearly read. They looked as if they had been written by an old person with a trembling hand. I continued the experiment every day, and the pencil went on to write longer and longer sentences. While the pencil was writing, I observed my arm and my hand. Whence came the force that moved my hand? If the pencil could write all by itself, I reflected, every pencil lying around could stand up and start writing. Therefore, without any doubt, the pencil was being moved by my arm, but without my having wanted to do so and without my having known before what it was going to write. Consequently the force must be coming from a source outside my own consciousness, but doubtless from me. It can be a force coming from my subconscious, but for the present there is no proof that this force comes from a strange being outside myself, or let us say, from a spirit. But who knows precisely what our subconscious is? I showed these writings to the leader of the spiritualist group. With amazing assurance he said they were typically mediumistic writings coming from a spirit. I was silent. I am very cautious in making such claims. It was certain that the force moving my arm did not come from my consciousness, for there was no active will on my part to move the pencil. But this force could still come from me, from my unconscious. The fact that spiritualists believe that these forces come from spirits is no proof that it really is so. I continued the experiments and observed myself and the pencil. One Sunday afternoon my husband and I were sitting together. He was reading a book, and I was busy with my wood carving, and as I worked with my hands, I thought about my recent experiments with pencil, paper and the strange writing. If it is possible, I concluded, for my hand, my nerves or any as yet unknown instrument within me to receive and manifest the thoughts of a strange, disembodied being outside myself, then it must also be possible, in exactly the same way, for me to receive and manifest the thoughts of another person, separate from myself but dwelling in a body. This would mean a step forward along my path. I told my husband what I was thinking about and asked whether he felt like making an experiment in thought transmission with me. He agreed immediately, and he was as eager as I to know whether we would succeed. I did not know how such experiments are made, but I imagined that, if I wanted to receive the thoughts of another person, the most important thing for me to do would be to make myself completely passive and empty of my own thoughts so they would not intrude. Then with my right hand I held his left wrist, thinking that it would help for us to have this sort of physical connection, and relaxing all my muscles and trying to think of nothing, I waited. I imagined that for successful thought transference my husband would think about something and his thought would, in some way or other, appear in my mind. I was thus expecting a thought that would not be coming from me. At that time I had never realized that we do not actually know the source of the thoughts we believe to be our own. To my great amazement something quite different happened, something for which I was truly not prepared. As I stood there with my husband and waited to receive a thought from him, I felt very distinctly, and even saw, that a stream of force about 3 to 4 inches thick flowed out of his solar plexus area, surrounding my body like a lasso, also at about the height of the solar plexus. I felt this flow of force as distinctly as if it had been material, very fine, like a dense mist but nevertheless material. After this flow of force surrounded me, it pulled me unmistakably in a definite direction so that I had to take a step. Then it pulled me on and on. Whenever I took a step in the wrong direction, it very distinctly pulled me back into the right direction. In this way we reached the window where the materialized all of my husband left me standing. Then came a new surprise. My left arm, which was hanging down at my side as usual, suddenly rose in the air, becoming weightless. Until then I had never realized that my arms hung downward because of the gravitational attraction of the earth. One hears about gravitation in school, but I had never before been conscious of the fact that my own arm hung downward because of this force. There in front of the window, however, I was able to experience for myself the fact that my arm lost its weight and rose up in the air when the Earth's gravitational pull ceased. As my arm moved upward, it also raised the curtain. I had not moved a single muscle, so it seemed. It was as if a mass flowing out from my husband's solar plexus was supporting my arm. Then this mass pushed my head forward until my nose touched the window pane. At this moment, the mass left my body, my arm and my head, and I was able to move again freely. We looked at each other and were both very excited. I was thrilled by the new experience, the fact that the human will flows out of the solar plexus, literally reaching another person, embracing him like an octopus, and even cancelling out the effect of gravity. This material seemed as if it consisted of myriads of little droplets of mist, somewhat like the Milky Way appears in the sky at night. It was as if these droplets of mist were all closely related to each other and all flowing in one direction. My husband was excited because he could not understand how it was possible for me to carry out everything he was thinking, going to the window, raising the curtain, and looking out through the window pane, just as if I were an automaton. I told him that there was a stream of force flowing out from his solar plexus area and that I felt this stream as dearly as if it had been material. I told him also that it is only subjective when we feel something to be matter. Force gives us the impression of matter. I recalled that once, several years previously, when our child had a stomach ache and I put our electric heating pad on his stomach, I found when stroking his face, that his skin, which was normally as fine and soft as a rose petal, suddenly felt as rough and coarse as a rasp. It felt as if I was stroking the face of a man 2 days unshaven. We found out that the heating pad had become a bit damp and some of the current was leaking into the child's body. When I switched off the heating pad, our baby's skin ceased to feel rough to the touch. Hence, to my hand, the electric current felt just like coarse matter. When we consider this fact, which everyone can check for himself, we can decide whether we want to compare this material manifestation of the human will with a form of matter or with electric current. The result is the same in either case, for modern science knows that matter is nothing but a form of energy, a vibration, and only gives us the impression of being matter because it is impenetrable for us. It was the custom for our whole family to get together every Sunday evening, so I soon found myself telling the assembled group about our experience of that afternoon. Everybody immediately wanted to try some experiments too. First I stood up with Mother. Everyone else sat quiet as a mouse and tried to think about nothing, for when I was in this ultra-receptive condition, I was so sensitive to the thoughts of persons present that this would have disturbed our thought transference experiment. With Mother I experienced something new again. The current she emitted was weaker, much finer and smaller in diameter than that of my husband. Then I made the same experiment with the various uncles, aunts and other relatives who were gathered that evening for supper at my parents' house. In these experiments I learned that each individual emits a different kind of current. One of my uncles, who always found it difficult to make up his mind and discipline his thoughts, sent out a large, powerful stream of thought, but the tiny particles of force in this current did not flow in the same direction, but to and fro in a chaotic manner. The effect was just as chaotic. It was a very difficult task for me, too, to find out what he wanted. One of my aunts had a very thin, but piercingly sharp flow of current which to me felt like a stiff, hard wire, hurtful to the touch. We all knew her as a very aggressive person. Each and every person present had a different radiation of will. This opened up a new world to me. I began to understand many phenomena which I had previously only felt, or suspected, or not noticed at all. All at once it was clear to me why a person can be just as tired after a dispute or argument as if he had been through a wrestling match. I also understood why being together with other people sometimes is very tiring and sometimes very refreshing and stimulating. I understood clearly and in an almost physically palpable manner the real meaning of sympathy and antipathy, emanations that give and those that absorb. The former radiate strength, while the latter cling to a person like the arms of an octopus, drawing out and absorbing his strength. This kind of experiment with such people always made me so weak that my knees would be trembling when the experiment was over. I would have to sit down, completely exhausted, and wait a while to recover strength to continue the experiments. On this particular evening, everyone in the family, including the maid, the cook and my parents' other servants, wanted to make an experiment in thought transference with me. During that period of my life I learned something else, a fact which cannot be changed by any human decree, namely, that cultured, self-disciplined people emit very different radiations from those of coarse and uncouth people living only for the satisfaction of their instincts. Naturally this is not a matter of social or economic class. Many a simple, unlettered and untutored person living near a forest or on a mountainside, alone and often completely untouched by civilization, emits a higher and purer form of vibrations than those of learned, highly educated and well-read but completely egotistical persons. These radiations cannot be hidden, falsified, counterfeited or explained away. They reveal immediately the kind of person one is dealing with. I acquired another interesting bit of knowledge through these experiments. Whenever someone wanted me to do something that was against the code of conduct I had been taught to accept, this latter stood like an insulating wall between the will of the other person and myself, and it required tremendous effort on my part to overcome this obstacle with an almost explosive breakthrough. These experiments always fatigued me greatly. Even when I was experimenting with people who had a positive disposition, I first had to empty my own mind and will in order to be receptive to the will of the other, that is, to make the will of the other person conscious within myself and guide the other person's vibrations through my own nerves, suppressing as much as possible my own radiations. This was actually the hardest part. Our nerves are always adapted to our own vibrations. Their power of resistance is adjusted to our own vital current. Every change in our mental or physical state requires an effort from our nerves, irrespective of whether this change is upward or downward. It always makes demands on our nerves. Even when we experience such mental or spiritual changes within ourselves, they can often be harmful, irrespective of whether they are caused by a sudden shock, a passionate outburst, or even excessive joy. Under these circumstances, it is understandable that it can be tiring or deleterious to have to adapt our nerves to completely strange vibrations, differing from our own not only in frequency but even in their very nature. When the difference in vibrations is very great, the result can be substantial damage, overexcitement of the nerves, neuritis or other diseases of the nerves. This explains why many sensitive people always get mysteriously sick in certain environments. It also explains the great danger threatening every medium, namely the loss of his own character. Unfortunately, this is what happens unavoidably in most cases. The medium receives all kinds of vibrations but cannot digest them or assimilate them, so he becomes chaotic, unreliable and weak-willed himself. We should never play with these things. The literature of this field contains masses of sad stories of different mediums who finally degenerated into weak-willed automatons, receiving any and all kinds of impressions, possessing no resistance of their own, and finally being exposed as lying, cheating frauds. No wonder. As a direct result of their abilities as a medium, their own will became weaker and weaker until they became a mere plaything for the spectators around them. I myself was witness to this kind of development. One woman with unusually great ability as a medium was able initially to perform prodigious feats. Later, however, she lost her own character to an ever-increasing extent, getting to the point where she had less and less resistance to put up against other people's wishes and was always eager to perform an experiment. Whenever the unknown power did not appear, she began to cheat in order to satisfy the curious people around her. The story ended with a gigantic scandal. As usual, the ignorant people triumphed, claiming that all this woman's accomplishments were nothing but a hoax from beginning to end. No. Her accomplishments were not all a fraud by any means. On the other hand, precisely as a direct result of her true ability as a medium, she became so weak-willed and lacking in character that she finally ended up as a cheat. I was able to observe these effects on myself. I did not want to deceive myself, I wanted to learn the truth, and as time went on I discovered the very pernicious effects of experiments of this nature. I was conscious enough and had a sufficiently strong will to overcome foreign vibrations and to become myself again after each experiment. However, I found that having to resist the influences of other persons made me very tired and nervous, and this led me to stop this activity. Later I gave up all spiritualistic experiments completely. I know very well that many spiritualists claim their work of manifesting is not tiring or injurious. I hope they will pardon me for giving my plain, straightforward opinion, based on many years of experiments, namely that those mediums who do not feel tired after their experiments never receive the will of another person or being, but merely produce manifestations from their own unconscious, this despite their firm conviction that their manifestations come from beings outside themselves. My experiments convinced me that a person can receive his own will from some unsuspected complex lying deep in his own subconscious and manifest it just as he would the will of another being. This is the reason for most of the self-deceptions which occur in this field. But it is impossible to discuss such matters intelligently with ignorant people. They stick to their fantastic belief in spirits, deceiving themselves and whole hosts of undisciplined and gullible people. They have not the vaguest idea about their own unconscious powers. On the other hand, persons who are determined to learn the truth and systematically to check and investigate all phenomena can discover extremely interesting facts. We just have to be careful when we use the word spirit. Let us just reflect for a moment. If a person's will can cause the arm of another person to rise and thus conquer the gravitational pull of the earth, how much more can it do? What is the limit of its powers? As I began to learn these facts, I understood a phenomenon known here in the West as levitation, an exercise still practiced diligently, and carried out even today, in the monasteries of Tibet. Without ever having heard of these Tibetan exercises at that time, my experiments led me to the same conclusions. The phenomenon is known in Europe too, and reliable eyewitnesses have described how the great Teresa of Avila, John of the Cross and Francis of Assisi all were observed to rise and float in the air, not only once, but on numerous occasions and for hours at a time. I know that this is possible, for a person's own willpower has the same effect as that of another person and can overcome the Earth's gravitational pull for a certain period of time. It all depends on the size and strength of the will. There were also times during my experiments when I could not become conscious of another person's will. At such times it was impossible for me to manifest what he was thinking. On such occasions I felt as if the mass of his will were bearing down on me like a giant weight. I found it hard to breathe, sighing and groaning as if I were dying. I would then ask the person concerned to concentrate better. As soon as I became conscious of his will and carried it out, I was able to breathe easily and freely again and the terrible pressure ceased. These experiments gave me the conviction that in very many cases asthma is nothing else but the invisible will of another person bearing down like a heavy weight upon the diseased individual. On the other hand, this invisible, unexecuted will can be that of the diseased person himself coming forth from his unconscious and causing his sickness without his knowing that his disease is indeed the result of his own will. Our entire life consists of such invisible battles. In some we are defeated, in others victorious. These experiments and experiences were a splendid school for me. They gave me an opportunity to look deep into the unconscious and to get thoroughly acquainted with myself and with other people. I became firmly convinced that it is possible to receive the thoughts of another being. But at the same time I saw how extremely difficult it is. I came to understand why the Tibetans or the East Indians spend 3 days in the wilderness, miles away from every human settlement, fasting, praying, and otherwise preparing themselves before they seek to establish a connection with the spirit of a departed person. Certainly not the way thousands of so-called spiritualists, after their work in an office or in the midst of a completely worldly life, gather together and believe they can suddenly be in rapport with the world beyond. They imagine that saying a quick little prayer will protect them from danger. Have they ever been able to observe that saying a prayer can keep a person who jumps into an abyss from falling to his death? Experimenting ignorantly with spiritualism represents just as great a danger as jumping into an abyss. Let us be reasonable. Let us not forget that we have the power of reason in order to check and test all our experiences. During the many years I have spent in the most widely differing groups, I was forced to observe how countless catastrophes, nervous breakdowns, suicides, and serious mental disorders resulted from the irresponsible games people call spiritualism. Well-intentioned, honest but completely ignorant and psychologically unschooled people hold seances. Ignorant people call into being powers whose origin and nature is completely unknown to them. Neither understanding these powers, nor being able to control them, they are completely at their mercy. Only people who are strong enough to resist all influences, have deep psychological knowledge, extensive experience and an enormous conscious willpower and self-control should concern themselves and experiment with spiritualism. I take my vow. Little by little I realized that my circles of spiritualist friends had nothing more to offer me. My experiences in these circles, however, opened the door to the human soul, and I saw in amazement how forlorn and lonely people are as they wander around in the extreme darkness of ignorance. My own ability as a medium enabled me to look into the enormous field of the subconscious. I literally took myself apart in the most rigorous kind of self-analysis, refusing to be blinded by uncertain and nebulous theories. Hewing my way with my little axe, I went ahead in this jungle, step by step. Spiritualism finally led me to the study of psychology. I began to make a thorough study of the Western science of psychology, for at the time I had not the slightest inkling of the enormous psychological knowledge of the Orientals, particularly the Indians and the Chinese. Whenever we earnestly strive for something and concentrate completely on attaining it, fate always helps us onward. After a thorough theoretical training, I met the head physician of the state mental hospital who helped me get systematic training and practice. I was given permission to study the patients in every section of the state asylum, including the wards reserved for raving maniacs. One evening at home I sat for a long time alone in my room and tried to put my thoughts in order. What I had experienced in the asylum was simply horrible. Terrible. Dante's Inferno is tame compared to what I had seen. And how many sick people are there on this earth who are suffering, either committed to an asylum or walking about freely, and how many healthy people are there who suffer themselves because they watch the torture these other people go through. Little by little they get sick and go to ruin. And how many mental cases are there who deceive ignorant people simply because they behave normally and have no stamp on their forehead to show they are mentally ill. Sometimes they get high positions, marry an innocent trusting husband or wife, and then plunge their relatives, their surroundings and family, often an entire business firm, or even an entire nation, into ruin. Hell lay open before my very eyes, and in desperation I stood on the brink of an unfathomable ocean of suffering, desperate at the helplessness of mankind in the face of this terrible misery. Something must be done. Everybody must be informed about the causes of mental disease. Healthy people everywhere must work together with united efforts to fight this misery. My preoccupation with the mentally ill opened the door to the deepest secrets of a wide range of people's families, and I was amazed to discover that there are many more mentally ill than sane people living in the world. I saw the countless mental abnormalities from which people suffer, and I saw that vast numbers of people could be saved by proper treatment. Their mental balance could be restored by simple means, often merely by a change of surroundings, thus restoring happiness to the families concerned. I sat and pondered about how much could be done if every healthy person would devote himself to this work. With all my strength I wanted to devote myself to overcoming this suffering, but how and where should I begin? And where could I find some help? As I sat there asking myself this question, I suddenly knew that somebody was in the room beside me. My experiments with mental telepathy and spiritualistic seances had trained my nerves to such a degree of sensitivity that even if I were led into a room blindfolded, I could say immediately whether the room was empty or occupied. And if the room was occupied, I could even tell something about the character of the person in it. I now felt the familiar prickly feeling, like a fine electric current, telling me that something or somebody was near. But this time I felt the familiar radiation without knowing why it was familiar or where I had met it before. This majestic, completely pure, extremely powerful radiation. And again I heard the familiar voice inside me, where will you find some help? Inside yourself. Don't you see, this is just the trouble, everybody is waiting for help from outside, and as everybody is expecting help and not giving it, nobody gets help. But if everybody would give help, everybody would receive it too. Then the whole world could be freed of suffering. I answered the voice within, I don't know who you are or even what kind of a force you are, I only hear your voice that always tells me the truth. You see my thoughts, my inner being, which is invisible to people, so I don't need to tell you I want to devote my whole life to overcoming the sufferings of others. Even though I be only a grain of dust, with this one grain of dust I want to increase the helping force. Nothing else in life can interest me anymore, nothing can make me really happy again as long as I constantly carry the sufferings of others in my consciousness. I want to be a co-worker in the salvation of the world. Careful, said the voice within me. Watch all those big words. To be a co-soft-worker means duty and sacrifice. Then you have to put an end to your imperfections. You must never forget yourself for even a minute. You must always be on guard that you don't do a single thing in contradiction to the eternal laws of life. All the temptations you haven't been able to withstand so far in your life will come back to haunt you again, and woe to you if you do not withstand them. No mortal can play with the divine forces. You may never again use the powers you achieve as a co-worker for your own personal ends. You may never have personal feelings or consider anything from your own personal standpoint. Be careful. It would be better to go on living your personal life like other people than fail as a co-worker. I warn you. I am not afraid, I answered. I am absolutely through with my personal life and no longer have any more personal wishes. After all I've been through and experienced, there can be no more personal happiness for me. I'm not afraid of any temptations. I will resist them because I have no more illusions. I want to be a co-worker in the great task. For a while I heard nothing, merely felt infinitely great love radiating towards me. Then I heard the voice within me again. Your self-assurance is well known to me, my child, but don't forget yourself this time. I sat on the divan, rubbed my brow, looked around. The room was empty. Who was that? Who is that ? Or what kind of a power is it that speaks to me with a voice I know so well? How do I know this voice? How does it know my self-assurance? And when had I ever not paid enough attention so as to merit the admonition not to forget myself this time? But I got no further answer. The horizon brightens. Days passed, weeks passed, months passed. I waited for a sign, something that would point the way towards what I should do, towards my duty, towards my sacrifice, in accord with the voice of the invisible one who had spoken to me, but the voice came no more. No matter how often I tried to enter the special state of mind and spirit in which I would feel again the strange and indescribable buzzing and tingling throughout my whole body, as if I were bathing in soda water, no matter how often I tried to close off my organs of sense, to get myself into a state of inner receptivity, ready to hear the voice. It was all to no avail. I was perplexed. I was waiting and waiting for a sign, in vain. On the other hand, I did not want to waste time. So I came to the conclusion that the best thing for me to do would be to carry out my earthly duties as well as possible, hoping all the while that my inner voice would sooner or later tell me what my duty was to be as a co-worker in the great plan. I also felt that I would have to free my soul of every selfish attitude if I wanted to see the truth with perfect clarity, just as a window pane must be clean in order for us to see the sunshine clearly through it. The first step in this direction is to know what is really inside me. As soon as I know my inner self truly, I can cleanse and purify it. I began to investigate the source and inner motivation of all my thoughts, my words, my movements and deeds. What kind of unconscious power is at work within me? Where do my thoughts come from? What is it within me that wills me to say one thing or another? Why do I want to do just this thing, not something else? When I was happy about something, I investigated why I was happy about it. When I was depressed or angry, I sought out the reasons for these feelings. When I felt attracted toward another person or repelled by him, I immediately analyzed myself to discover the characteristics responsible for this feeling. I kept myself under constant observation as to why I liked to do some things and disliked doing others. When I was feeling talkative, I sought to find the reasons and motives behind my loquaciousness. When feeling reserved, I sought the reasons for my taciturnity. I analyzed every word that came out of my mouth to see whether it was completely true, whether it could prove hurtful to no one. I observed the effects of my words and my deeds on others around me. I constantly tried to trade places in my imagination with the person to whom I was speaking. What would I feel if he were saying to me the words I was saying to him? Constantly, uninterruptedly, I kept myself under observation. This everlasting self-scrutiny brought me uncounted riches. Little by little I became acquainted with the magical world of the subconscious and superconscious. I came to recognize the various manifestations of one and the same force, from the lowest urges on up to the highest spiritual self. I came to realize that we have a free choice. We can identify ourselves with our instincts or remain masters of them. That is to say, remain ourselves. I learned that to be a free human being means to control one's instincts and not become the slave of one's passions, desires and wishes. Along with my incessant self-analysis, I continued to study psychology and philosophy, without neglecting my woodcarving or my music. Artistic work provides a wonderful opportunity to turn inward spiritually and to ponder all kinds of questions. Once an art critic was visiting us and saw my furniture that I had carved myself. Over the bed I had hung a faun playing a flute all carved out of wood. The critic asked me whether I had first modeled this figure in clay. I told him I didn't even know how to model in clay and that I had carved it straight out of wood. I simply cut away all the wood that was superfluous, I said. Have you studied anatomy? He asked further. No, I studied music and was not able to attend to colleges at the same time. After scrutinizing my carvings a little while longer, he said, "It's a shame you're not a sculptress. Without training I would always be a dilettante, and that's just what I wouldn't want to be. But I cannot register at the art academy because I don't want to neglect my husband and child." "All right," he said, "I'll talk to the director of the School of Manual Arts. He may perhaps make an exception and permit you to attend the lessons in sculpture without taking all the side courses. You don't need them anyway. I believe it should be possible for you to attend the art school on special terms." In this way I was able first to attend art school and later to receive training from one of the greatest master sculptors of the time. The first time I reported to him, he came very close to me, peered into my face intently, and said in a very surprised tone, "How interesting. You are the first living person I have ever seen with Egyptian eyes. Did you know you have Egyptian eyes?" "No," I replied, "I don't even know what the difference is between Egyptian eyes and ordinary eyes. The openings of the eyes are slit longitudinally at the side of the eye, and this makes the eyelids rest in a completely different position from those of other races. When you look at a picture, you can tell immediately by this characteristic whether the picture is Egyptian or not. But I never dreamed I would find such eyes in a living person. Present-day Egyptians don't have eyes like this anymore. One only sees them in pictures, just as one can only see the long, drawn-out Egyptian skull formation in pictures and sculptured artifacts. But where did you get these eyes of yours?" I smiled politely and said, "I just don't know, Professor. Perhaps I am reverting to type." He smiled too, then started me on my work. A year later he entered the studio where I was working. He had several of them all near each other. "From now on," he said, "I'm not accepting any more tuition from you. If you have no studio of your own, you can work here, but as an independent artist. You no longer need my guidance, only practice in order to get better and better at expressing yourself in this medium." I thanked him for his efforts and for his kind offer. Since I had a large studio at home and had already held several exhibits, I continued my work under my own roof. My professor remained a good friend and dropped in from time to time to see how my work was progressing. The work made me happy, completely happy, even ecstatic. Time, space and the world around me ceased to exist. I felt no physical wishes, hunger or thirst. I even forgot myself completely. I noticed that a force flowed into my nerves while I was concentrating on my work, and that this force exerted a healing influence on mind and body. Many times when I was concentrating on my work and thinking about nothing else, I suddenly recognized a truth which had no relationship whatever with my work. In this way I often received answers to philosophical, psychological or other unsolved problems which had been occupying my mind. In such cases I would stand motionless a moment, my modeling tool in my hand, while my inward eye surveyed the new truth, the new discovery. At such moments I felt as if my head had just poked up through the ceiling of one room and emerged above the floor in an upper room. It was a wonderful feeling to look around with my inward eye in this newly discovered upper room, inspecting all the hidden treasure lying there. These brilliant flashes of inspiration began to come more and more frequently, not only while I was modeling in clay or playing the piano, but almost any time when I was concentrating on something. Once I experienced something very strange. This time, however, it did not occur during my work, but in the late evening just as I was about to drop off to sleep. Our beds were next to each other, and we both had the habit of reading for a little while in bed before falling asleep. On this particular evening we both of us read for a while. Finally I got sleepy, said goodnight to my husband, turned off my reading lamp, stretched, and closed my eyes to go to sleep. I closed my eyes, but I still saw everything in the room. My eyes were closed quite normally, but I was able to see everything, every object, in the room, including my husband lying in his bed next to mine and leafing through his book. I quickly opened my eyes again to see whether my husband really was leafing through his book or whether the whole phenomenon had been the projection from my own imagination. But his motions continued just as I had seen them, with my eyes closed. I closed my eyes again but still saw everything. Thus surprised, I sat up in bed again, looked around the room with my eyes closed, and still saw everything quite clearly. Only one thing was very peculiar, namely, that I did not see things in 3 dimensions, but flat and transparent, just as my eyelids seemed to be transparent like a photographic negative, or like an X-ray picture, but much clearer and more transparent. For example, I saw my sewing machine through its wooden cover, the pictures on the wall in the next room through the closed door, the clothes hanging in the closet, and all my little possessions lying chaotically in my writing desk. The whole picture was like an impression of all the things lying one behind the other. My husband watched for a while as I looked around the room in various directions with my eyes closed. "What are you doing?" he finally asked. All excited, I answered that I was able to see everything in the room with my eyes closed. He became curious and tried several little experiments to find out whether I could see how many fingers he was holding up, and similar things. I was not only able to see his fingers, but even the bones and organs in his body. It was really positively weird, but my sense of humor won the upper hand and I burst out laughing at seeing him so transparent. Finally we did fall asleep. As usual, I slept peacefully, and the next morning I saw everything quite normally again, and only when my eyes were open. And for quite a long time afterwards, there was no recurrence of this strange phenomenon. I went on with my sculpturing as if nothing had happened. As I continued to work with my modeling tools, I did not neglect my studies in psychology. More and more people came to me to discuss their spiritual problems. In this way I kept on gaining in practical experience. Several years went by in this manner, steady work in the wintertime, family life together on the lake shore amid the beauties of nature in the summer. Visions. There came a period in my life in which I often had visions while perfectly wide awake. Many of them had such a tremendous effect on me and on my later life that I must mention the most important of them. Towards the end of every summer my husband and I made a journey through various countries. Once, as we were on our way back from Italy, we stopped over in the Dolomites for some mountain climbing. Here I experienced one of the most profoundly impressive visions of my life. One evening after an exhausting day in the mountains, we returned to a hotel and I lay down. The sun had shone with such intense fierceness during our hiking that it had seemed as if every single ray were a spear aimed straight at my back and my heart. The gigantic reddish rock walls reflected the sunshine in every direction, seeming to magnify it 1,000-fold. The whole atmosphere was demonic, everything was glowing with heat as if we were walking in the antechamber of hell. I was really happy when we finally turned towards home, and the sun which had been burning like a flamethrower disappeared behind the horizon at last. I went to bed early and stretched out, ready to fall asleep. In this self-same instant I suddenly felt as if the ceiling were falling in on me. As if I were falling into a bottomless abyss. Falling towards instant death. A doctor, summoned at the desperate plea of my husband, found I was suffering from a heart attack. He gave me an injection. The night dragged by, and when morning came my pulse beat was still so weak that it was scarcely discernible. Tortured with a feeling of annihilation, I learned to know what it means to be afraid of death. As was my custom, I observed myself closely, even under those circumstances, discovering that fear of death is a physical condition. In my consciousness there was peace and calm, no fear of death at all, yet I was suffering from such terrible fear of death that I can scarcely find words to express it. It was unbearable. I was no longer completely in this world, and not yet in the next. I was hovering in nothingness, suffering so horribly I thought I would rather die than go on bearing this torture. I gave up the struggle, deciding to go into death knowingly in order to escape from this fear of it. However, just as I wanted to glide over with my consciousness into this nothingness of which I had been so afraid, the space around me suddenly expanded in all directions, and infinity spread out before my astonished eyes. In this infinity, I saw a long, long road winding onward, and at its end, beyond everything material, standing in eternity, the majestic form of a man made of blinding light, his arms stretched out in indescribable love. He seemed infinitely far away from me, and his countenance shone with such an intensely powerful light that it blinded me and I could not see his features. Nevertheless, I recognized him as the savior of the world. On the road, oval beings that looked like eggs were moving forward slowly. As they moved along together, they gave me the impression of so many sheep, viewed from such an angle that only their backs were visible, but not their feet. I stood at the beginning of this road and had to show them the way. They jogged past me slowly in a steady stream, moving in the direction of the figure of light who awaited them with outstretched arms. Those who reached him, entered into his light and disappeared, merging with his resplendent glory. The whole long road was covered with a seemingly endless stream of these oval beings which I recognized as human souls. I showed them the way and kept on pointing out the direction to take, as more and ever more of these souls approached. I began to realize that I was not yet going to die, because I still had this work to do, and that I could not die at all until I had fulfilled this task. I realized, too, that I would be doing this work for a very long time, until my sand in the great cosmic hourglass would run out and I myself would return to my homeland of light wherever radiant love would be awaiting me. Infinite peace came over me, and my heart began to function more normally, even though still weak. I glanced at my husband who was observing me with a worried face. I could move my tongue again a little, and I whispered to him that I was better. The poor dear boy cried like a child out of pure joy that I could speak again and that the light was coming back into my eyes. After another day in bed, I had recovered sufficiently to be able to travel again. A few days more, and all was back to normal. During our summertime sojourns at the lake shore, I was almost always more receptive to visions and in a state of greater sensitivity for sending and receiving telepathic messages. Once during our summer vacation we went to bed after a happy day. The house became quiet, and I fell asleep beside my husband. I dreamed all kinds of chaotic, apparently unrelated pictures, and then in my dream I suddenly heard steps. Slow, dragging steps. They caused me to realize that I had dozed off where I was sitting at the top of a long flight of stairs. For a long time there had been no one passing from whom I could beg anything. Now the sound of someone approaching woke me. In a few moments I was quite awake, with my eyes wide open. Then I saw that the slow, dragging steps were those of a very old, broken man who had plodded along painfully to the position I occupied and was now preparing to sit down at the other side of this flight of stairs. These stairs led from where we were, in an elevated corner of the city, down into the center of town below. In the section around us, there were many state and municipal offices, so thousands of people had to go up and down these steps every day. Only now, at midday, is there a short intermission in the otherwise steady stream of people. It's a good place for me to sit. The roof at the entrance of the staircase protects me from rain, and my revenue is good. I have my regular customers who give me alms every day on the way to their offices. But what an impertinence it is for this old beggar to post himself here too. He's bound to do me harm. People going by are not going to give to beggars at once, and so I am certain to lose half of my income. I look at him impatiently and want to tell him to go somewhere else to do his begging. This is my place and it's up to him to clear out. I look at him and an uncertain feeling grips me. I peer into his eyes and suddenly feel uneasy. I see that he too is embarrassed. He makes a movement as if to run away, but it is too late. I recognize him, and he recognizes me. Oh Father of mercy, it is he. Here is the man I have been seeking all my life. The man who abandoned me, the man I could never forget. And now he is sitting opposite me, a beggar just like myself. Oh why do we have to meet again like this? I look at him, his wrinkled old face, and his skin. His lips hang loose and limp, his thin, matted hair and his beard are neglected, his clothing consists of old, worn-out rags. What has become of the handsome, elegant young cavalier he was once? He looks at me in pain and anguish, conscious of his debt. Ashamed. His old, wrinkled face contorts. His weak and flabby lips droop downward, and he begins to cry in silence. He reaches upward to wipe away his tears, and so I see his hands covered with brittle skin, cracked and full of wounds, his long, dirty fingernails, his stiff, neglected, revolting, gouty fingers. Oh, these hands that were once so beautiful, so elegant, so well cared for. These hands I was once so happy to kiss. Then I look at my hands. Oh horrors! They are just as old and neglected as his. When I raise them up, I see my own fingers bent and knotted with gout, the skin of my hands cracked and bloody in thousands of places. Since when have my hands become so horrible, so revolting? I do not know. I have never thought of observing myself. I have been living like a sleepwalker. Now, as if coming out of a stupor, I begin to remember. It is as if a heavy, impenetrable fog covering my consciousness were now beginning to roll back and give me a clear view. I survey my whole life, my situation among people who treated me as if I were half animal, without love, without pity. In my semi-conscious state, I put up with everything, their many blows, their heartlessness, their ridicule as they, the people on the farm, made fun of my imperfections and my helplessness. How could I have thought about the way my hands looked, or about my appearance in general? When I was young, I sometimes wanted to be pretty to please him. In those days I tied colored ribbons in my hair, but after I lost him and the baby, I didn't care about anything anymore. I never thought again at all about looking in a mirror, and didn't care how my hands looked. I only cared what people put in my outstretched, begging hands. Yes, now I can suddenly remember clearly that many people, as they were reaching over to put a coin in my hand, and I was grasping it eagerly, quickly drew back their hand from mine and let the money fall in order not to touch my fingers. Now I understand. Now I am disgusted too when I look at my decrepit hands. When I look at my dirty, torn, stinking beggar's rags. I wonder what my face looks like. Oh, if only he had not abandoned me so cruelly, neither of us would now be in this terrible state of neglect, and I would not have lost the child. Why? Why did it all have to happen? And why must we meet again in this way? Our lives are over. There is no way we can make amends. It's all over. Too late. Too late. Unspeakable hopelessness comes over me and I plunge into absolute despair. A terrible pain cuts through my whole being. I feel my heart is breaking. A cramp holds my heart as in a vice. Then everything blacks out before me. Everything disappears. I fall into an abyss of nothingness. Someone is groaning, rasping and gasping. I hear it and want to see who it is. Slowly it gets light around me, and then my glance comes to rest on my husband's terrified face. Suddenly I realize that I am the one who is struggling to breathe. I am sitting up in bed, and he is shaking me desperately. When he sees that I recognize him, he breathes a sigh of relief and asks in a half-terrified voice, "What's the matter with you? Are you all right again?" I was frightened stiff. "I woke up because of your groaning. You were sitting up in bed with your eyes wide open, but you didn't recognize me. You were looking right through me, right off into space. Didn't even see me. What's the matter with you? For heaven's sake tell me what's the matter." I look at him, open my mouth to reply, but cannot bring forth a single sound. My throat is still clamped shut out of sheer horror. Little by little I recover my senses enough to form words he can hear and understand. "Not now, I cannot speak now, tomorrow." My husband stops asking questions, and I fall back on my pillows. He holds my hand in his as he observes me carefully. Then, seeing I have calmed down again, he puts out the light. The next morning as we sat together in the garden, I told him my vision of the previous night. I was a beggar woman who remembered her whole life, and I am, or was once, this beggar woman. I remember everything clearly that I once experienced when I was this woman. It was my own life which suddenly awakened to consciousness. I was an abandoned servant girl, I went on telling my husband, living on a large country estate. I had no father, and had no memory of ever having had either father or mother. Among the many people around me as I grew up, there was a coachman who took care of the horses, meant servants who cut wood and fed the hunting dogs, the cook who worked in the big kitchen and many other girls working in the kitchen, the courtyard and the house. This is where I have grown up, and this is all I know as home. Ever since I can remember, people have been pushing me around, and I have had to work at whatever jobs they gave me to do. After I grew up, I also had to help in the big house where our master and his family lived. It was a huge house with many rooms, and I learned from the chambermaids that the rooms and their furnishings were all very beautiful. I was never allowed to enter them because I had no shoes, and only servants with shoes were allowed inside. I was an outside maid. All the rooms opened onto a very, very long corridor, and it was my job to keep this corridor clean. I carried over huge buckets of water from the well. Then, kneeling down, I scrubbed the big colored tiles with a brush. I still see these tiles quite close to my face as I bend over them and rub, move back a row and then rub some more. Now and again I pour out water onto the floor and go on rubbing, row by row, endlessly. And when I finally do finish, I have to wash the corridor on the floor above. Days go by, months and years, and I go on washing and scrubbing these same stone floors. I am contented and seldom think about anything beyond the work I have to do. I like to wash these tile floors. They're colorful, and I like colorful things. In return for my work I can eat in the kitchen and sleep in a little room over the stable behind the house. In the courtyard I often see carriages which do not belong to our master. They belong to his guests who have already alighted at the front door. The coachmen drive their carriages into the courtyard, unhitch the horses, walk them around in a circle until they are cooled off, then lead them into the stable for the night. Many guests come for hunting and then my corridors are full of mud. The many men walk around with muddy boots, and I have to get up at the crack of dawn to wash my corridors so they will be clean when my master and his guests get up. One day when I happen to be in the courtyard, a wonderfully handsome young man comes out of the house, crosses the courtyard and enters the stable to look after his horse. He has his horse saddled, mounts and rides away. As if struck by magic, I look up at him. He is so marvelously handsome, and once he even looks around at me. I idolize him as if he were a god, and later during that very same night when he visits me in my little room, I allow him with joyous abandon to do with me whatever he wishes. His face shines through the mists which obscure my mind. For long and rapturous minutes I am in his arms. As he often came for hunting, my life was made up of happy days when he was there and long days of waiting for him to return. In a year's time our baby came. The cook helped me when I sought assistance and collapsed in front of her door. I did not know what was happening. But after I had endured terrible suffering and I laid the baby in my arms, I felt warmth in my heart for it. For the first time in my life I was really happy. Somebody needed me, for somebody I meant everything. The cook spoke with her mistress, who came, looked at me and the child, and gave her consent for the child to remain with me. I will work, I promised, harder than ever before, if only I can keep my child. When he, the father of my child, came back to our house again for a visit and came up to my little room to see me again, as was his custom, I proudly showed him the child and asked him to allow me to work in his house, on his estate, so that I could serve him. At first he shrank back horrified and then went on to say it was not at all sure that he was the father. Who knows, he said, what servant around here may be the father? In vain I tried to explain to him that no man had ever touched me, that I had defended myself like a wild animal, and that I had allowed only him to do as he wished with me. In vain I pleaded with him to allow me to work in his vicinity, promising not to molest or disturb him if only I could be near him. For a while he listened. Then as I knelt before him, my arms around his knees, he pushed me away and ran out into the night. I never saw him again. Whether or not he ever came back to the house, I do not know. In any case, he never entered our courtyard again. In vain I waited year after year. He disappeared out of my life. But the baby was there. It meant everything to me. It filled my every waking thought. It meant more to me than life itself. I scrubbed the colored tiles in the corridor and thought of my baby. I drew water from the well and thought of my baby. I hurried through my work even harder and faster, so that I could be with the child. It was a girl, pretty and intelligent like her father. She always did the opposite of what I told her, brooking no opposition. The more I became her slave, the less loving she was to me. When she was still quite small, she was rude and disrespectful towards me. Nothing I said or did pleased her, and what she liked best was to leave me and run around the countryside alone. Sometimes she went so far that she came back only the next day. I was in desperation and, when work was over, went out into the night to try to find her. When she came back the next day, the light came back into my life and everything was all right again. One day my child left me and did not come back. I waited in desperation, searched throughout the surrounding region, waited and hunted, but to no avail. My daughter was gone. The sun went out of my life. My world was suddenly empty. I had nothing more to live for and was absolutely unable to work. After a time I could bear it no longer and went away to search for my child. I never returned. I traveled from town to town and village to village asking people whether they had seen my child. Years went by, and I was still searching. Searching without hope, going on and on out of pure habit, driven by inner unrest. People gave me food to eat, and as my clothes began to wear thin and get torn, they would give me old worn-out odds and ends of clothing. I kept on going from place to place, on and on. Once in my wanderings I met the cook I had worked with on the country estate. In the meantime she had married and was living with her husband in this city where I met her. She took me home, gave me some supper and told me that the father of my child. Here my husband suddenly seized my hand and interrupted my story. White as a sheet and with trembling voice, he said, "Wait. I'll go on with the story. I know what happened. I remember what happened then. While you were talking, everything suddenly became clear to me. I recognized myself and I know I was this man who abandoned you. I know I was terribly frivolous then and lacking in responsibility. I lived only to amuse myself and threw my money around with both hands until the day came when I lost everything. My family property was auctioned off, and I was obliged to leave my land and my manor. At first I turned to the friends who had spent time drinking and gambling with me and otherwise helping me squander my inheritance. But after a few weeks they made it obvious that my presence in their homes was superfluous. This experience was repeated with other so-called friends until I was completely disgusted at myself and at them. About that time, a real friend advised me to go to work. I wanted to make a fresh start and sincerely tried to get work, but nobody took me and my search for work seriously. I did not know how to work, or what I should do. And so I sank lower and lower. Finally I got a fixed idea that my tragic lot was God's punishment for having so despicably abandoned you and our child. I went to see my friend in whose home you had worked. I had no mission other than to find out what had happened to you both, but when I came you were gone, and no one knew where. As time went on, I found fewer and fewer friends willing to lend me money. When the time came that none of my erstwhile friends would take me in and give me a loan, and as I was getting on in years, I began to ask complete strangers for help. So little by little I became a beggar, roaming the country, traveling from place to place, and spending the night wherever good-hearted people would allow me to sleep in their barn or stable. Physically as well as financially I fell further and further into ruin. With hunger plaguing me more and more as I got on in years, I finally reached the point where I had no pride or self-respect any more at all and began to beg publicly on busy street corners. Thus it came about that we finally met as beggars. I listened eagerly to everything he told me, for it was exactly as I knew it to be. I knew from the very beginning that my husband was the old beggar, and I was amazed that he too remembered this previous existence in as much detail as I. The events he recalled tallied exactly with what the cook told me when I visited her, namely that he had squandered his inheritance and estate, and that one time, much later, he had come by the manor where I had worked in the hope of finding me. There was nothing left of the dashing young cavalier he had once been. Through sheer neglect and lack of honest effort, he had already become a human derelict, roaming the countryside and looking for handouts. After I had met the cook, I went back to our old manor to ask whether anyone knew his address. But there was no one who knew where he had gone or where he could be found. As I got on in years, I found it harder and harder to travel. Finally I settled in the city and made my living by begging near the stairs. It was there we finally met again, and there I passed my last hours. For when I recognized him and realized that my whole life had been wasted and that there was no way of making amends because it was too late. Too late. Our child was lost and my life was over. I died right there sitting on the cornerstone. My memories stopped there. For a long time we looked at each other speechless, scarcely believing that such a thing could happen to two intelligent people in this modern world. What we had just experienced cannot be explained by any of the current theories of heredity or psychology. We knew that everything had really and truly happened just that way. There was no imagination involved. The experience of having remembered this earlier meeting shook us both to the depths of our being. For a long time we sat beside each other in complete silence, while our thoughts spun around in circles. Finally my husband said, "I never before wondered why, since my early youth, I have strictly avoided drinking, cards and other games of chance, dancing and all other forms of social life. This despite the fact that it is very much in my nature to enjoy drinking, dancing and entertainment. Now I realize how, after squandering my inheritance in riotous living and being obliged to live in abject misery, the idea was hammered home deeper and deeper into my consciousness that I must never again drink, never again gamble, never again be careless and happy-go-lucky. Since then I have learned to recognize the value of money. And I have come to realize that the worth of a human being begins when he is able to make a living for himself and his family. All of these views now lie anchored deep in my subconscious because of what I learned and came to realize in that incarnation. That's why, in my present life, I was so anxious to study, just study throughout all the years of my youth. The subconscious knowledge and recognition of these facts was what gave me strength to resist and say no when the boys I went to college with set out to amuse themselves. I was always afraid that something terrible would happen to me if I allowed myself to get caught up in their parties and social life. Now I realize that I was only afraid of the misery which resulted from my devil-may-care way of living in that previous existence. My profound antipathy towards drinking and gambling and my realization that I must never indulge in such a way of life were rooted deep down in my subconscious. Yes, I replied, and after having been completely idle in that life, you are now diligent to a fault, thinking only of your work. That's right. In the second half of that existence of mine I wanted to work but I hadn't learned a trade and didn't know what work meant. When I asked for work, people refused to take me seriously. Wouldn't even trust me to do a job. Later during my vagabond years, strangers took pity on me and gave me work, cutting wood, loading carts, gathering grapes, beating carpets, and while I did these menial tasks with unskilled hands unused to work, I began to feel the great and overpowering desire to learn something useful. To be rich in skill and knowledge. And so in this life I have learned everything I possibly could, and I intend to continue learning until the end of my days. When he spoke the words "till the end of my days," I felt as if an iron hand were contracting about my heart. Where will my child and I be at the end of his days? I became stiff with fear. It is a law of nature, when we strike our hand against a wall, the wall strikes back without intending to. It isn't the wall which really strikes back, but our own blow bounces back. In any case, whatever we hit always gives back the same blow we gave it. No, I don't want to think through this premonition clear to the end. We will not leave him, no, no, no. Then I thought about the relationship between my past life and my present one. What was the reason for this weakness of mine, for my having lived in this mental fog? And why, without any transition, was I now blessed with talents and skills? I could find no explanation. For days we were under the impression of this tremendous experience, but soon we found ourselves going swimming and boating with our neighbor friends, so our memories from a previous existence soon began to pale. We were both of us much too businesslike to bother our heads about the long-distant past. My husband was soon obliged to leave anyway as his holidays were over. I stayed on with the other members of my family and their children. The entire region of the Great Lake was of volcanic origin, and the local radiations probably affected me so greatly that I often had visions there. I am inclined by nature to be very matter-of-fact, and always try to find a natural reason for everything I experience. I was never inclined to believe in ghosts or demons, and when people told me stories about nocturnal manifestations or appearances that were supposed to be almost nightly events in one old castle or another, I just smiled condescendingly in the manner of the inexperienced, thinking to myself that these persons were letting their imagination run away with them. The very last thing I would have imagined is that I myself would have such experiences. Moreover, it is characteristic of visions that one never succeeds in having them through an act of will. On the other hand, they can come quite suddenly and unexpectedly when one's mind is fully occupied with other things. That very same summer, after my husband had returned to his work in the city, we were all retiring to rest after a happy day. I entered my room where my little son was already fast asleep. I lay down, extinguished the candle. In this remote place there was no electricity, and went to sleep. I do not know how long I had been sleeping when I suddenly awoke, aware of a noise in the room. It sounded as if someone were groping around in the darkness. I reached for the box of matches, quickly lit my candle, and a moment later was lunging towards a horrible apparition which was already carrying my child in its arm and trying to escape. It was a female form, similar to pictures one sees of witches, and when I surprised her with my light, she was trying to glide out of the room on a cord or wire which led from our beds through the window. I lunged at her, seized my child and tried to take it away from her. She hung on tight, and a terrible struggle began. The witch had already moved up a bit on the wire. It seemed almost as if in some way or other she were connected to it, as if there were a flow of force from it to give her strength. But she could not get away because I clung desperately to my child. Each of us was holding my boy's body in a grip of steel, pulling him to and fro as we struggled. Somehow I felt intuitively that she could only hold on to my child for a short time, and if she could not succeed in wrenching him from me within this short time, she would have to fly away empty-handed. So this violent struggle continued until suddenly and quite unexpectedly she relinquished the child, glided out of the window on the wire, and disappeared in the darkness. And I was kneeling in my bed, my son was lying beside me, resting in absolute peace, snugly covered, and sound asleep. But the candle was burning on my night table. Had I been dreaming? Had I forgotten to extinguish the candle before falling asleep? No, the match was still glowing beside it, proving that I had only just lit the candle. The entire scene must have taken place within the space of a few moments. If it were not so, the match would not have been still warm. No, I had not been dreaming. I extinguished the candle, lay back in bed, and tried to quiet my galloping heartbeat. What was that? A witch? Are there such things? What is a witch? Why do painters everywhere always paint the same kind of witches, and where does this figure come from? How does it come about that there are such things as witches in the first place, and why do people claim that witches ride on broomsticks? If witches are really only a figment of the imagination, why do drawings and sketches of them look just about the same the world over, showing them with long, pointed, drooping noses, hunched backs, and broomsticks in their hands? Why isn't a witch ever shown with a club foot? Because people say the devil has a club foot. But how do they know for sure that the devil has a club foot and a witch does not? Who has ever seen a devil and a witch? Now I have some idea about why witches are drawn with broomsticks in their hands. The witch I had seen was holding onto this wire, and when she flew out of the window on it, I could easily have imagined her to be riding on a broomstick. I can understand that uneducated villagers who know nothing about currents of force think a witch is holding onto a broomstick and flying away on it. The witch was the personified servant of the evil one. I simply knew it. She was reality, a fact. Had the whole scene been merely a projection, an illusion? Naturally, I knew it had been. But what caused it? Where did it come from? And why just such a picture? For me that was reality, and the interesting question was why everyone who sees such an illusion, or projection, or whatever we may choose to call it, sees it in the same form. Why do we all carry this picture in our subconscious, if it really does come from our subconscious? It could of course be answered that I had seen pictures of witches and this was a projection of pictures I had seen. But such was not the case. For even though the witch was very similar to the usual pictures one sees, I noticed to my great surprise that her appearance did not coincide with them in all details. And where did this strange wire or rope come from? I had never seen such a thing in any of the pictures, and yet it was there. Moreover, after my experiments in the transmission of wool from one person to another, I had quite a different opinion about this wire. I could understand it in terms of a flow of force, perhaps even a flow of will. But where did it come from? And from whom? And if a flow of force can be seen as a physical form, is not the witch herself perhaps merely a form built up of forces radiating from a source or from different sources? And what are we human beings? Where does the human form come from? Are we not also visible forms made up of various flows of force? What is reality? Only what can be touched and grasped? Are not we human beings, too, merely projections? And do we not merely believe that we are actually formed? Are not love, hate, hope, desperation, good and evil realities too? Do not people suffer or rejoice because of these intangible, invisible forces which are not any less actual than the tangible realities? Naturally I know the physical form of my child, the real child, as people would say, was lying peacefully in bed during my struggle with the apparition. And I am equally convinced that the entire struggle occurred only between forces and not between bodies. But does that make this struggle any less real? Was not perhaps the apparition of the witch and the child even much more real than the child's material form lying in bed? What is a material form? Only the resultant outward cover of forces which build up the material body. Hence the force is the cause, the material body only the effect. Which is more important and the more real? For a long time I went on asking myself these and similar questions about the experiences I had had. For me it was perfectly real. I had enough proof that I had not fallen asleep. And even had this been the case, it is perfectly possible to experience complete reality in a dream. Several nights later, after all the family had gone to bed, and the house had quieted down for the night, I too went to bed. It had been an exceptionally hot day, and my room was close and sultry, so I not only left my window open, but also the door from my room into the hall outside. Thus from my bed I could see the staircase leading up to the rooms above. As I lay there, I reviewed the whole day in my mind. What had I done well? What not so well? What should I have said or done, and what should I not have said or done? Then I went over in my mind what I wanted to cook the next day, for the housekeeping was my task. Thus my thoughts were occupied with quite everyday, matter-of-fact things. Suddenly I noticed that two peculiar forms were approaching from the house door, trying slowly and stealthily to cross in front of mine. They were both full-size human forms, absolutely black like shadows. I did not see them as three-dimensional figures. Instead, I had the impression that the only reason I could see them at all was because they were absorbing all the light in the place they happened to be. To express the matter in different terms, I did not really see these beings themselves but the hole they made in the rays of light where they were. In scientific terms, they were causing complete interference with the light rays, and I could only be aware of their presence by virtue of the fact that there were no light rays at all where these two beings stood. Otherwise, they were invisible. It is difficult to find an expression adequate to describe this phenomenon. In a twinkling I understood why farmers use the word shadow in talking about ghosts or spooky apparitions. Actually these two figures were shadows, but not shadows made by anything else. On the contrary, they were shadows solely because of the complete absence of light. I had never dreamed that there could be such complete blackness. Later it occurred to me that the astronomers know of such a black hole in the skies, caused by a complete absence of light. It is known as the horse's head because of its peculiar shape. They cannot explain it in other terms than as interference in light rays. Something swallows up and destroys the light radiating from the universe, and we see only a huge shadow. The two figures I saw were made of the same absence of light. On their shoulders they carried a pole from which something utterly and indescribably horrible was hanging. It resembled an octopus, except that it had no organic and organized form. It hung down from this pole like an amorphous mass of raw dough, constantly expanding and then contracting. It was a loathsome, greenish, pussy, decaying mass in which, somehow or other, I knew sicknesses, misfortune, catastrophes and death were lurking. I knew that this monster was concentrated evil itself. It turned and stretched on the pole with intentional wickedness, and I realized it was looking for new opportunities and victims on which to wreak its fearful power. I saw the shadowy figures moving towards my sister's room. Horrified, I knew I must prevent this satanic source of power from causing any harm. Sitting bolt upright in bed, I screamed at the top of my lungs, "Greet!" Greet! Even as I screamed, the two shadowy figures disappeared instantaneously, while the demon shrank in size and rolled up into a greenish phosphorescent sphere about the size of a football, then rolled with gliding and jumping movements up the steps. In a voice filled with hellish laughter, of which I was perfectly aware although I could not hear it with my physical ears, it screamed scornfully at me, "So you think you can catch me? Ha 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 ha!" With that, it slipped through the open window and disappeared in the darkness. I sprang out of my bed and ran out into the hallway to see what it was. Everywhere there was absolute silence. Almost at the same moment my brother opened his door upstairs, came out to the banister, looked down and asked, "Who is down there?" I lighted a candle and answered, "It is I." Why have you come out of your room? I woke up suddenly, he said, as if in a nightmare, with a feeling that some terrible danger was in the house. I came out of my room to have a look around. And you're up too. What's the matter? While he was speaking, my two sisters came from their rooms, and then the servants, all wondering why I had screamed. I told them everything. Then we searched the house. We found the door locked and everything in its proper place. I asked my brother to try to move the window above the stairs to see whether perhaps a draft of air could have moved it in such a way as to cause it to reflect the full moon. Perhaps this was the reason for my having seen a greenish phosphorescent ball? But the moon was on the other side of the house, and it was quite impossible for me to have seen a reflection of it from my bed. Having found nothing, we all had no choice but to go back to bed. For a long time I kept hearing the fiendish taunt, "So you think you will catch me? Ha 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 ha." A few days later my little son complained about a tummy ache. I felt sure the pains were caused by appendicitis. I left with him the very same day to go back to the city and have him examined by one of my father's friends who had become a famous surgeon and director of a large hospital. He found there actually was an irritation of the appendix, but said that we could wait until autumn to operate. So we drove back to the lake shore where my little son was able to play with his young friends until we left the resort at the end of the summer. In looking back, I would like best to be able to skip the period which followed in order not to have to re-experience all the events of the time in my memory. Nevertheless, I find I am obliged to recount the broad lines to make the later events of my life understandable. The child was operated on and the operation was successful. A week later he was allowed to come home. During the time he was in the hospital, my sister's little daughter took sick with a very strange and persistent throat infection. Once during a visit I saw she had a red skin rash under the compress around her neck. On the assumption that the rash might have been caused by the wet compress, her skin was then treated with a powder, and by the next day the rash had disappeared. By the time my son was discharged from the hospital, his little cousin was up, and the two were soon playing together all day long. But there was something about my son's appearance I did not like. He was pale, tired and lacking in energy. Worst of all, instead of gathering strength, he became weaker and more depressed with each passing day. A week later, when I took his temperature, I was shocked to find he was running a high fever. He began to cry bitterly and seemed to be getting worse moment by moment. Singularly enough, his body was covered with a rash which looked exactly like the one his little cousin had had on her neck. We called the most famous child specialist in the area. After his examination he asked whether anyone in the family had had scarlet fever. "No," I replied, "no one." "Are you sure no one had a persistent throat infection?" The ground began to teeter under my feet. "Yes," I said. "His little cousin had a sore throat for a long time and a similar skin rash on her neck." The professor smiled. "Yes, that was scarlet fever. Your son's resistance was still low and he caught a severe infection. We'll have to vaccinate him immediately. Are you going to take care of the child?" He asked me. "Yes." "Have you had scarlet fever?" "No, and I won't get it now either. I am immune to all infectious diseases. I can only assume the responsibility," said the professor, "if we vaccinate you too." I knew from experience that I could not endure serum of any kind, and I tried to convince him that he should not vaccinate me. All in vain. We were both vaccinated with a serum which was quite new at the time and scarcely tested. I felt like an ox being brought to the slaughterhouse. I was obliged knowingly to permit myself to be poisoned. "You can take my word, it will not harm you." These words were to ring in my ears for a long time to come. Later, as I lay helplessly sick and poisoned, a hair's breadth away from death, I wished many times I could call in this well-intentioned doctor so he could see why a physician should sometimes listen to his patient and not merely treat him like a number. The serum was a slow, insidious poison. First we had to fight desperately for the boy's life. 6 long weeks I sat at his bedside while his fever raged at 104 degrees and 105 degrees. The effect of the long protracted fever and the reaction of the serum were so strong that his heartbeat often failed him. A young doctor moved in with us to be ready any minute, day or night, with an injection to start the heart beating again. There we were, 3 of us in an isolated apartment, fighting for the boy's life. So you think you can catch me? Ha 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 ha. Again and again I heard the hellish voice in my ears, while for long days and nights I held the child in my arms, refusing to give it up. I got him back from the witch. His appendix was already out. But the battle with the greenish phosphorescent monster was not over yet. My son became weaker and weaker as his fever mounted. The professor vaccinated him with a new dose of serum. For some days the fever abated, but then the left side of the boy's throat began to swell. The doctors said the infection had settled in a gland, and they watched the swelling to see whether they would have to operate. It grew bigger with each passing day, so the boy's head was leaning far off to one side. Our struggle grew more and more desperate as his fever kept on rising. The child was in constant delirium. For 5 long weeks we had scarcely been able to get more than an hour or 2 of sleep in a day. The child rolled to and fro in the bed, quieting down a bit whenever I held him in my arms. The last 5 days I was sitting beside his bed constantly, holding his poor little body in my arms and waiting. Listening to his heavy breathing and waiting. For 5 endlessly long days and nights I waited. I had never believed it possible for a human being to go so long without sleep. After 5 days and 5 nights, I was still holding the child in my arms. During those long hours I recalled often having heard mothers complain about their children's ingratitude. Is that why I took care of him? Is that why I made such sacrifices and sat at his bedside when he was sick? Etc. etc. In so doing, I realized that a mother does not take care of her child for its sake, but for her own sake. There are many women who imagine themselves to be good and devoted mothers because they take care of their children. No. By such a criterion I was not a good mother, for I was nursing my child and doing everything in my power to save its life, for my sake. I shuddered at the thought of losing the child. No, it was not that I loved the child, it was for love of myself, that I wanted to save it. It was so important to me. I was spiritually so closely tied to my child that I couldn't even bear the thought that it might disappear from my life. I sat there holding my boy in my arms, realizing full well that I was doing it for myself and that I wanted to keep the child for myself. I held him close in my arms and tried to give him some of my own vital force so that he would remain with me. Yes, I knew that an invisible force radiates from the solar plexus of each human being, a force which can grow to giant strength when the person concerned really wants something with all his heart. It can even conquer the gravitational pull of the earth. Now I wanted to increase the power of gravitation. I wanted to keep my child here on earth. I sat there with my child, trying to concentrate all my thoughts on giving him strength to overcome the terrible sickness. Nevertheless, I could not pray God to keep my child alive. Things are never bad. I remembered the words of Epictetus, it's only the way you think about them. From my standpoint it would have been the greatest catastrophe to lose the child. But I must not pray to the greatest power, the Creator, for personal, subjective things, for he knows what is good and why. And I must not want to keep my child for short-sighted, human reasons. And the child? For him too it is certainly best for God's will to be done, whatever that may be. So as I sat there with my boy in my arms, my little human maternal self was trembling for fear of losing the child, but I was praying constantly, Thy will be done. Thy will be done. I repeated it hundreds of times in those long hours, while my body was getting stiffer and stiffer, until it finally began to rebel. My back was so numb I couldn't feel it anymore. I tried to change my position ever so slightly, but the child noticed my movement at once, tightened his grip on me and cried out, stay here, hold me tight. If you stay here and hold me tight, I'll forgive you for all the wrong you've done me. My mind began reeling. What wrong have I done that he could forgive me for? Up to that time I had thought I was doing everything a mother should do for her child. From the moment of its birth, this child took first place in all my thoughts. In every way I could, I wanted to make it happy. What secret wound was it now nursing? What wrong had I done for which I needed its forgiveness? I tried to find out. My little darling, I said, be quiet. I'm here with you now and holding you tight. But what are you going to forgive me for? He answered, I don't know, just hold me tight and I'll forgive you for everything. I looked over at the young doctor who said quietly, he's talking in a delirium, pay no attention to his words. Yes, He is delirious. But I already knew enough about psychology to know that the boy's words were coming forth from some great depth. I thought about them for a long, long time, wondering how I had wronged this human soul. What great debt I might owe it. Until one day everything became clear. On the evening of the 5th day we had gone without sleep, the child left me free again for a few minutes. With the young doctor's help, I got up, stiff in every joint, and went about like an automaton doing the things I needed to do. But my spirit was in such abysmal darkness as if all the devils of hell were plunging after us. I was afraid I was going to crack up. I needed to find some kind of new strength to bear my burden. In such moments a person gives up all his arrogance and reaches out for help wherever he hopes to find it. The Bible. The book lay on the night table and I reached for it like a drowning man. I opened it without thinking, and my eyes fell on the following passage in the Old Testament: "Fear not, your enemies shoot their invisible arrows upon you only as long as the Lord allows. But when their time comes, ye shall be free of all evil." The effect of these words was indescribable. I felt as if a mountain of weight had fallen from me. After 6 weeks of endless darkness, light. At last, light. Light. The telephone rang. It was Mother. "How is our little one doing?" she asked. "Mother, the child's going to get well." I shrieked into the telephone. "Has the fever gone down?" "No, it's still up to 104, but God had sent me a message." And I told her what I had read in the Bible. "May God grant it so," said Mother. I had to hang up immediately, because the child was crying for me. I ran to him, and in the very next moment the horrible swelling opened up. In the last few days it had become as big as a large ball. It burst internally into his throat and mouth, and a horrible greenish mass of pus came pouring out over his lips. I couldn't help remembering the green ball. It was the same color. The doctors had been waiting for the swelling on the outside of the boy's neck to get soft so they could cut, but on the outside it was still so hard they did not dare. Now nature had taken a hand herself and freed the child. A few moments later he lay down again and fell into a deep sleep. He slept as if he were dead. The whole night long we kept watch. His pulse became stronger, his breathing slower, and his forehead was no longer wet with perspiration. He was sleeping peacefully. After the long weeks of unending vigil, I lay down myself and tried to go to sleep. But with no success. My nerves had forgotten what sleep was. The child slept soundly until 11 o'clock the next morning. Father telephoned often. "How's the boy? Still asleep? How's his pulse?" "Yes, Father, the fever's gone and he's sleeping soundly. A healthy sleep." Finally he opened his eyes and asked for milk. Like a dry sponge soaking up liquid. He drank 4 glasses one after another. Then he asked for his playthings. The next day was Christmas. My husband, my parents, and my brother and sister came by that afternoon to bring a little Christmas tree and armloads of toys for the boy. I sat him in an armchair and pulled him into the middle room so that our family could wave to him through the grill work in front of the door of the house. The boy was still thin beyond recognition and weak, but alive. We all cried for joy. The evil had been forced to yield. Its time on the great cosmic clock had run out. I was so moved I could not speak. I felt as if I were dreaming. I was the very picture of gratitude. My wish and God's will had been identical in this case. He gave me back my boy. My son recovered slowly, the young doctor bade us farewell, and the day finally came when our youngster could get up. He had to learn to walk all over again. But he became stronger from day to day, and by the end of 2 months he was well enough to go back to school. I could sleep once more and wanted to return to my sculpturing. I felt so strange, however, just as if I were a little bit tipsy, and the world about me looked as if I was seeing it through water. Everything seemed to get hazier and hazier. Farther and farther away from me. The serum with which I had been vaccinated had been prepared from hormones of stallions. As I later heard, the new, scarcely tested preparation affected women as if it were a completely foreign substance, a poison, in their blood. The papers were full of the scandal. Most of the women who had been vaccinated showed early symptoms of neurosis. Then, as their bodies tried to get rid of their poisoned blood, they suffered from incessant hemorrhages. There was no way to help them, and many died. As a consequence, there were masses of lawsuits. I felt worse and worse from day to day. Things around me looked more and more as though I was seeing them through water. A strange feeling overcame me, and I didn't know myself anymore. I was able to walk straight, but I always felt dizzy. This odd feeling that I was looking at the world through some strange liquid grew stronger from day to day. One day I had an attack. Instead of a regular pulse beat, there was only a flutter. Unable to walk, eat or speak, I lay in bed with an ice pack over my heart, still seeing the world as if it was swimming around me. It would take us too far afield if I were to describe how I suffered. Suffice it to say, I wandered through the various departments of hell for months. By summertime I was somewhat recovered, and on our doctor's advice, we all went to the lake. Perhaps the change of air was good for me. I lay on the terrace of our family villa, trying to calm and control my dancing nerves. Hundreds and thousands of times I repeated the word calm, calm, calm. Slowly my condition improved, and sometimes I was even able to sleep at night. One day I noticed my son was not playing with the other children on the beach. On the contrary, he was hanging around my sofa and being suspiciously quiet about it. With a sudden shock, I began to hope he was not falling ill again. I do not like it when children are suspiciously quiet. "What is the matter with you?" I asked him. "Why aren't you playing with the other children?" The boy leaned against the back of my sofa, looked at me attentively and answered, "Mummy, is it possible that I have lived before?" His question amazed me. "Where did you get that idea?" I asked in return. "I was in the garden and saw a big black beetle. When I poked him a bit with a twig, he turned over on his back and lay still as if dead. I was curious to see what he would do, so I watched him and waited. I kept on watching him for a long time, perhaps it was even half an hour. Then all of a sudden, the beetle righted himself and ran away. It was then I had a very strong feeling I had lived before. It only seemed as if I had died and people thought I was dead, but then I got up and went on just like the beetle, and here I am now alive again. That means I never died at all. And I'm asking you for another reason, Mummy. Every day when I wake up in the morning, before I open my eyes, I always have a feeling as if I had to jump right up and go hunting to find food for my wife and my children. And only when I open my eyes and look around my room, I realize that I'm a little boy and your son. But Mummy, my wife and my children and everybody there are not like the people here, but they're all black and quite naked." An embarrassed smile spread across my son's face. I listened to him with ever-growing interest, but I did not want him to notice my surprise. I let him finish talking. Then I asked, "So you were the father of several children. But where did you live?" The child took paper and pencil, and with a sure and steady hand he drew a round hut with a very special opening in the roof for the smoke. He could never have seen a hut like that in our country. Before the hut he sketched in a naked woman with long hanging breasts. Beside the hut there was a body of water with waves, and in the distance palm trees. "We lived in huts like this," he said, showing me the drawing. "We built them ourselves, just as each of us built himself a boat by hollowing out a log. There was a big river there, but we couldn't go in deep as we do here in the lake, because some kind of a monster was living there in the water. I don't remember what kind, only that it bit off people's legs, and that's why we didn't go into the water. Now you can understand why I always screamed and howled last year when you tried to take me out into the water. I was afraid that something under the water was going to bite off my legs. Even now, whenever I go bathing, I have that same feeling. Only I know by now that there's nothing dangerous in the water here. And remember last year, when I wanted to row, Mummy? It was just after we had bought the big family boat. At first you wouldn't let me, because you said I would have to learn how. But I just knew I could because I remembered how well I was able to get around in my dugout canoe. As well as if it were a part of me. While sitting in it, I could even flip over into the water and come up again on the other side. Remember I kept begging so long, you finally got impatient and said I could try, but I would see I could not row. Remember? And remember how surprised you all were when I did row, and with only one oar. I was too small to handle both oars, my arms were too short, but I was able to move our big boat around safely among the other boats and all the bathers. Oh boy, With my dugout canoe there where I was living, I could do anything. You should have seen me then. And the trees were not like the ones here. With his stubby finger he pointed to the drawing. They were like this one. And there were all kinds of other plants there. See, that's me hunting for a big bird, and that's my hat beside me. Everything he drew made up a perfect tropical landscape with palm trees and other tropical plants. The figure supposedly representing him was a typical Negro. Only his hat was suspicious. It looked exactly like a modern man's felt hat. Not wanting either to disturb him or excite his imagination, I questioned him very cautiously. He had never seen naked women, except perhaps as works of art, and these latter never have hanging breasts, so I asked him, "Why have you drawn your wife with such long, ugly, hanging breasts?" The child looked up at me in amazement at such a question, then answered without hesitation and very matter-of-factly, "Because she had breasts like that. And they're not ugly. She was very beautiful," he added proudly. This reply convinced me that my boy had not heard these things in some way or another from others. He had never been to the cinema and had never had any books about Africa. Where could he have picked up the idea that a woman with long, hanging breasts is beautiful? Our ideal of beauty is quite different. Finally I asked him, "What is the last thing you remember?" "I was hunting when a tiger approached. I threw my spear, but that didn't stop him. With my spear in his breast he jumped on me. I don't know what happened after that." "Good, that's all very interesting. Naturally it's possible that you have lived before and all of that really happened. But now you're here. Don't think about the past anymore, think about the present. You can tell me all about things like this, but don't tell other people about your memories." "Yes, Mummy," said the boy, "I already know that, because grown-ups think we kids are crazy. They always make fun of us. But what do you think happened to my wife and children? I cannot tell you that. But don't forget that everything passes away. Only love remains eternal, and so love will lead you to them again in this life." "Oh, that's fine," said the boy, and he ran off to resume his playing with the other children. I took his drawings and put them into the diary I had been keeping since he was born. I never asked the boy any more about these memories. I did not want his imagination to be stimulated, nor did I want him to lose himself in these memories. Why should I? I knew that he had not been able to see or read any books about Africa. I knew every step he took and what he was doing. And it really was surprising to recall that, although he was generally quite brave and even inclined to be a bit of a daredevil, when we had first taken him out to bathe in the lake, he had fought and kicked and struggled most savagely, screaming at the top of his lungs as if we were trying to kill him. I had to explain to him that he could come along with the rest of us without fear and that nothing was going to happen to him. It was only then he let me carry him into the water, but I had to promise to watch out for him and not leave him alone. The next day the very same thing happened. He refused to go into the water alone, kicking and screaming as he had done the day before. Again I had to carry him in my arms. Little by little he conquered his fear, and he finally became a little duck, happily splashing, rowing and sailing on the lake all day long. Our conversation made me remember how, when he was very small, around 4 or 5, he and his little cousin would paint pictures together. While the faces his little cousin painted were always pink, his were always dark brown. When I once tried to show him why he should not paint the faces so dark, he made no reply, but merely went on painting chocolate-colored faces. We spoke no more about his memories. Now and again he made some comment which showed me that these things were still alive within him. Several years later, when he was about 13, one of the neighbors came running into our garden, calling for me to come out to the street. My son, he said, had climbed up to the top of a very high poplar tree, so high that he certainly would not be able to come down without falling. There were a number of trees, all of them about 60 to 70 feet high. I peered upward into the branches to try to see which tree my boy was in. Finally I yelled up to find out where he was and he promptly yelled back to ask what I wanted. "Come down immediately." "Why?" "We're not discussing why now," I called back. "You come right down here." Without saying a word, he started to descend, climbing skillfully but cautiously with complete assurance, like a little monkey. Finally he jumped down from the lowest branch and, with controlled annoyance, asked, "Why did I have to come down?" "Because it's absolutely senseless for you to climb up so high. It's positively shameful when other people have to tell me what you're doing. What's the good of such daredevil stunts? What in the world were you doing up there?" "I've made myself a nest where I can eat a meal of boiled corn. It tastes much better up there, and I get such a wonderful view. I can look out over everything." "Well, don't do it anymore. What sense can there possibly be in doing anything so dangerous? Build yourself a nest down here." The boy looked away for a moment angrily, then said, "Okay, I'm not supposed to climb up there anymore because you think it's dangerous. But who do you think looked after me when I was living in the jungle and climbed around the trees which were a lot higher so that I could watch the animals? Where were you then?" "I don't know where I was then, but now I'm here and you have to obey," I answered emphatically. He wasn't pleased at all, but as I gave him plenty of freedom in other respects, he soon found other occupations and the matter was forgotten. Some time later he came home from school in complete exasperation. "Ridiculous!" he exploded. "The priest was trying to make us believe that people live only once. But I know that people live more than once. I know it. But it's best not to try to talk to grown-ups. A fellow just has to keep his mouth shut." The impressions of his life had probably displaced the memories in his consciousness, and for a long time he made no further mention of these matters. When he was about 15, he asked us to buy him a big jazz drum. Together we went to the best music shop in town, and he picked out the biggest drum in sight with all its trappings. Then the miraculous experience we had had when he first tried to row was repeated again. As soon as he had the drum in the house, he took the 2 drumsticks, sat down beside it and started playing the most difficult rhythms and the most impossible syncopations, all with a perfectly sure hand and complete self-confidence. He played ecstatically, his eyes beaming and tears rolling down his cheeks. He said nothing about how he came to be able to play a drum. Only once, as he was playing a very peculiar rhythm, he remarked, "Hear that, Mum? That's how we used to signal each other and pass on messages across tremendous distances." And he went on drumming like one possessed. He was never interested in reading stories about Negro life. "Why should I?" he asked. "I know better than books can tell me what life was like there. Why should I care what white people have written about it? And when I read real true descriptions, I always start to cry, even when I try not to." Even as a grown-up young officer in the Air Force, seeing a Negro cinema film always moved him to tears. Sitting there in the darkness, he would cry like a baby, although silently, with big salty tears streaming down his cheeks. Where had he learnt to play the drum? "How hard it is I learned myself when I once tried it. How does a city child come to want to own a drum? And why should a happy, up-to-date young man burst into tears when he plays a drum or sees Negro films?" Years later Paul Brunton paid us a visit when he was returning to Europe from India. I told him about my son's memories. He asked to see the drawings. After examining them attentively, he said, "This kind of hut is typical of a particular tribe living on the banks of the Zambezi in Central Africa. He has drawn it correctly in every detail." "Yes, but this hat isn't an African native's hat. It looks just like a civilized man's hat made of felt," I said. Brunton smiled. "No, you're mistaken. The child is right. The hat is indeed typical of this tribe. Only it's not made of felt, but of bulrushes plaited together. His hunting weapon is correctly drawn too. And the monster that bites off people's legs is a crocodile, of course. There are many of them there. But tell me how you came to attract a Negro as your child?" he asked finally. "I don't know how to answer that one," I replied. Then we both smiled and talked about other things. This all happened several years later. My son's first memories came that summer at the lake shore when the little black beetle attracted his attention and he stopped playing to watch it for a long, long time. Without knowing it, he used an Indian method to achieve great concentration. Indian yogis do it by staring for a long time at a black spot on the wall, or at a crystal ball. Unknowingly, the child did the same, for the little black beetle was like a black spot, and the boy probably fell into a trance quite unintentionally. Thus the memory of a previous incarnation came to life within him. The summer went by and my condition improved. My consciousness was clear again, and I no longer saw the world in such a hazy fashion. The burning sensation in my blood also stopped. But in the autumn, after I returned to the city, I began to have the same symptoms as the many women who had died from their horse serum vaccinations. I had to go back to bed again, suffering from terrible cramps and pains. I never would have believed that a human being can endure such torture without dying. I completely lost control of my body, just as if my nerves had been quite paralyzed. When I wanted to raise my hand did not budge. It was a terrifying condition. And in my sleepless nights, I heard an ugly repugnant voice drowning out the roaring in my ears. "So you think you can catch me?" Ha ha ha. The doctors consulted each other again and advised an operation. That same evening we had a telephone call from one of my husband's boyhood friends with whom we had kept in close touch. He had just returned from a sojourn of many years in India. The next day he came by to pay us a visit. Seeing me in such miserable shape, he said, "You know, while I was in India I spent a lot of time learning yoga under a great master. If you follow my advice and do as I say, you will get well again. Under no circumstances should you submit to an operation." I promised to do whatever he told me to. He then showed me a few simple breathing exercises which I could do as I lay there in bed only half alive. He told me I should practice them often during the day, and in doing them I was to guide and control my consciousness. I followed his instructions to the letter. Within a few days' time my condition was considerably better. The pains were abating, and all my other symptoms showed a surprising change for the better. Within 2 weeks I was so much improved that I could even stand up for a few minutes at a time. I became myself again. I still felt minor disturbances, but our friends showed me some more yoga exercises, and I kept on improving. By the time spring came around, I was strong enough to travel to the seashore to spend a few months convalescing. That blessed climate, combined with the salt water bathing and yoga exercises, gave me back my health. During my last 4 weeks there, my husband was with me and I experienced the most beautiful period of my personal life. Only one who has been hopelessly sick and then recovered knows what it means to be well again. Oh, thou unknown strength and power people call God. I thank thee that thou hast given me back my health, that thou hast permitted me to escape from hell, that thou hast enabled me to avoid becoming a burden upon my loved ones. Enabled me to become a useful working human being again. The sun had never been so beautiful, nor the sky so blue, nor the sea so sparkling as that summer. When autumn came, we went home, and soon I was back at work in my studio. One evening we all went to the cinema together. The program consisted of a number of Walt Disney films, and we got an immense amount of fun out of watching Mickey Mouse, Pluto and Donald Duck. Then came a film in which all 3 of these animals teamed up and founded a firm to drive the ghosts and spooks out of haunted houses. They advertised their service in the newspaper, and their advertisement came to the attention of one of a number of ghosts who were living together in an old castle. He straightway summoned all the other ghosts and spooks and goblins, and indignantly read the notice to them. Incensed at the idea that even ghosts would no longer be able to live in peace, they all consulted together and decided they would teach the people in this new firm a lesson. One of them called up the firm and asked to have a man sent over. Then the head ghost assigned a specific task to each of the many spooks assembled. One was to hide behind the door, another under the bed, another inside the mirror so that anyone looking at it would see a ghost instead of himself, all with the idea of giving the people in Mickey and Company such a terrible scare they would be glad to give up their plan. When the jobs were all assigned, the chief spook gave a signal and all his cronies disappeared by simply rolling up into greenish phosphorescent balls which rolled away, gliding and hopping, and disappeared in different directions, laughing fiendishly at the idea that earthly creatures should think of trying to catch them. I became stiff with amazement. My younger sister and brother began to call out, "Look, look! Esther's green ball! Just look at that!" They were so excited and so loud in their comments, I thought for a little while the ushers were going to throw us out of the house. They could not have known, no one could have that the entire scene, as the chief spook himself rolled up into a greenish ball, laughed fiendishly and hopped away, was just exactly the way I had seen it long, long before. I was thoroughly shaken. Could it really be that other people saw these manifestations too? I did not doubt for a moment that Walt Disney had actually seen such a greenish ball. Or how could he have come to invent, out of pure imagination, a sequence matching with exquisite precision exactly what I had seen long, long before? It was absolutely too much to suppose that this was pure coincidence. But that was not all. A few weeks later I received a book entitled, Aram Magic and Mysticism. It was a large collection of authentic documents. After reading about a number of phenomena, I came to the following quotation, apostrophe. How should this somebody come through a door that was locked and bolted? Knowing full well that the door was firmly locked, I thought, nobody can get in here. Even if the doorknob is turned and the door made a noise. But what was that? There was a rustling sound in the room, a rapping sound in the wardrobe. It came over to my bed and made its presence known by rapping on my bedstead, then went past my bed and tinkled on the glass of a lamp on my night table. And a bit further on, I saw nothing, and I did not particularly try to see anything. Only the person in the next room claims to have seen, on the floor of my room, a light about the size of the full moon. He claims to have seen clearly how this rolling ball of light appeared in the doorway and disappeared behind the wall. I could scarcely believe my eyes. Was I meeting this full moon-like ball of light again? Apparently this ball of light is not such a rare thing. How strange. With a little reflection, we can find an analogous example in electricity, the ball of lightning. This ball also seems to roll through the air. There are reports recording how such balls of lightning have bounced into a room through a window, rolled across the room and out of another open window without doing any damage. As long as the lightning stays rolled up in a ball, there is no danger, but when it emerges from this spherical form, it destroys everything in its path. In this latter case, a ball of lightning is 1,000 times more dangerous than ordinary lightning. What then is this greenish phosphorescent ball which can do such catastrophic damage, if not a ball of lightning, only on another plane? Handed down to us from incredibly ancient times, there is this saying attributed to an outstandingly great initiate, Hermes Trismegistus, who was said to know all the secrets of heaven and earth, as above, so below, as below, so above. What a remarkable parallel phenomenon, this green ball and the ball of lightning. The Ayur Vedas. I was working again every day in my studio. Once while I was working, I was suddenly overcome by unbearable restlessness. I felt as if I were really doing nothing. Time was rushing by madly with giant strides. Days were going by, each like the one before, and I was doing nothing. Nothing? How come I am doing nothing? I asked myself. I am working all day long, studying and reading a whole library of books. When I am tired, I play the piano. Why should I feel I am doing nothing? I thought back about the last few years and heard an answer within me. You've done nothing, absolutely nothing, to alleviate the sufferings of others. Being a wife, a mother, a sculptress, all these things are purely personal matters. That was true, but what could I have done? For several years I had been waiting for higher powers to give me an order about what I should do. I had never once heard the voice. How am I to know what kind of work I am to do? I asked myself. When I think back, now as I am telling this, and call up to mind the person I was then, I simply have to smile. How naive is the human being, the unknowing person. How could anyone be a co-worker in the great plan if he has not yet reached the goal himself? If he has not been able to conquer himself? But every person who awakens and sees the goal of life goes through the growing pains of wanting to save humanity instead of first saving himself. The higher powers actually do see to it that every neophyte is cured of this naive idea. At that time, however, I was not yet cured and was bent on making people happy. Ever since I had taken my vow, I never forgot for a moment that that's what I was living for. Various temptations which might have been real temptations for other people or for me early in my life, no longer presented any problems. There were men enough who wanted to satisfy their desire for pleasure. They said they loved me. I saw quite clearly, however, that they did not even notice me, the being I am in reality. They simply wanted physical love. How could that have interested me after I had once looked into nature's trap? Such desires were not even flattering for my vanity. On the contrary, I found it degrading that men, again and again, coveted my body. When the conversation was ranging over profound philosophical themes, the man with whom I was talking and who claimed to be a friend, was enthusiastic about my intelligence, but at the first opportunity he wanted to kiss me. Did he perhaps want to kiss my intelligence? Another was enthusiastic about my musical ability. When I played the piano for a group of friends, he said he was a music worshipper. Kissing my hand, he looked deep into my eyes. But with what sensuality! I was already acquainted with such music worship and laughed at him. How boring, how boring. I really was attracted by music, philosophy and psychology, in fact by all kinds of art and science, but I had to learn again and again that most philosophers, psychologists, astronomers, scientists, artists, just like other men, considered sex much more interesting. The poor boys. What will they have left when they someday lose their masculinity? Emptiness, their own terrible emptiness. And these men wanted to convince me that I was wasting my life because I did not want to taste sexual pleasures at every opportunity. How debasing! Can men only see sex? Can they not simply be human beings over and above the level of sex? Like children who play together for the fun of playing and not because the game concerns sex in any way. Many people go in for music, art, theater and psychology only in order to be able to conquer new partners one after the other. The Bible says, "If ye are not like unto little children, verily I say unto you, ye shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven." The tremendous depth of this wonderful saying became really apparent to me when I saw the unrest and dissatisfaction of the people who live only for sex, and these poor, empty people, when they noticed my indifference, thought I was inhibiting my natural urges or simply pretending. I always analyzed myself very strictly, and I never had a thought which would have attracted me to a man. I loved my husband just as much as ever, but no longer as a woman loving a man, but as one human being loving another. It was no temptation, no struggle, and no victory over my desires, for I simply had no desire for a man. Ever since the night when I had clearly recognized the deceit of physical love, I had no longer felt myself to be a woman. In that night I became a human being, a self, and the self has no desire for sex. The self is without sex. The self is not a half of something seeking its complementary half, the self is a complete whole, and when a person recognizes this truth, the body follows. As I cogitated on these things there in my studio, I suddenly had the same feeling I had had years before when practicing thought transmission and when unable to pick up and carry out another's thought. I felt such a weight on my chest that I could scarcely breathe. Putting down my modeling tools, I tried to concentrate. Then, just as I had felt it years before, I felt the strange prickling sensation throughout my whole body, and again I heard the well-known voice which had been silent for so long, the blessed voice, "Why are you neglecting your spiritual abilities? How shall I not neglect them? What can I do about them?" I asked back. "You know very well that merely being born with a talent for music, sculpture or other arts does not mean by any manner of means that a person is an artist. He must develop his talent, and to do that he must practice, and practice some more. Talent without diligence and diligence without talent is not art. But if you combine your talent with diligence, that is real art. You have talents which you simply allow to lie idle, the ability to express this spirit. Practice, and you will become an artist in the kingly art which stands above all other art, in the artless art." My heart began to beat fast. For years I had been waiting for an inner order as to what I should do. I had never received an answer. There was nothing else for me to do but keep on working and fulfilling the daily duties that life demanded of me. I learned psychology and sculpturing. These two studies supplemented each other wonderfully. When I was working on a bust, I delved deep into the psychology of my model. I found all people simply fascinating, and the more profoundly I was able to penetrate into their psychology the better my heads turned out. I began to realize that a portrait and psychological analysis are one and the same kind of work. In making a bust of a person, I had to be simultaneously giving him psychological advice, and everyone whom I have ever modeled has remained spiritually very close to me. My monumental works and large compositions were also a great source of pleasure to me. The concentration opened ever new doors to ever new vistas of truth. But in the depths of my soul, I was sorry not to be hearing the voice anymore. I was as dry as sawdust, feeling that I had lost contact with some power coming from a very high source. Now this source was re-established and the voice was telling me that I should practice the artless art. How should I practice it? Is there such a thing as an appropriate form of exercise? If there is, I never heard of it. Once again and very clearly I heard the voice within me, seek. Seek? Where? And how? I asked. There was no answer. That evening we were invited over to the home of our friend who, when I was dying, had saved my life by teaching me yoga exercises and how to guide my consciousness. We were a jolly group. The men freshened up their school day memories, and I amused myself by looking at our friend's library. One book in particular attracted me very much, and I asked whether I might take it home. Of course, said our friend. I took the book and sat down to talk with the men. I asked our friend to tell us how and where he had learned these yoga exercises, with which he had healed me. He told us that he had once been invited by an Indian Maharaja to go tiger hunting. During the hunt, his horse suddenly shied and threw him out of the saddle in such a very unfortunate way that he fell on his back and was not able to get up. He was carried back to his room. The Maharaja visited him and asked him which of his two physicians he should send, the English or the Indian. Our friend asked for the English physician. The latter prescribed various sedatives and pain-killing drugs, and advised him to stay in bed. Days went by, weeks went by, and he was still lying helpless, unable to get up, unable even to move his neck or back. At the end of 6 weeks, he was still getting worse. The Maharaja came to visit him again. You asked for the English physician, he said, and I sent him to you. He has been treating you for 6 weeks, but your condition has only been getting worse. I suggest you ask the advice of my Indian physician, my Ayurvedic practitioner. He could help you. Our friend asked the Maharaja to send him at once. What is an Ayurvedic practitioner? I asked. It is a person who is initiated into and acquainted with the Ayurveda, our friend replied. The Vedas are the holy books of the Indians, the highest philosophy on earth. They are made up of various parts. The Ayurveda is the science of health. It contains all the secrets of the human body, diseases, methods of healing and maintenance of health. As early as 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, these initiates had developed operative techniques for replacing injured organs of the body with healthy organs removed from corpses. They were able to perform the most unbelievable operations. They were able to replace a blind eye with a healthy one, both in animals and humans, and they were even able to replace an entire leg. They also knew that diseases were caused by myriads of tiny invisible creatures which today we call bacteria. They also regarded bacteria as the cells of the invisible body of a demonic spirit, whereas Western scientists, with the exception of a few initiates like Paracelsus, have never made an attempt at research in this field. The evil spirit takes possession of one or more persons, invades the person with his body, and when this person's vibrations coincide with those of the evil spirit, he becomes sick. However, there are always persons whose vibrations are different from those of the demon. These persons do not become sick. In the terms of Western science, they are immune. In the holy books of India, all these disease spirits are thoroughly described as to their appearance and even shown in colored pictures. They are horrible figures, each with its characteristic appearance and color. The demon of the plague, for example, is a black monster, and you will recall that the plague is also called the Black Death. The spirit of another equally fatal disease is a yellow demon, and the disease he causes is known as yellow fever. The spirit of leprosy has a lion-like head, and you perhaps know that lepers can be recognized from quite a distance by the lion-like appearance of their faces. Through the face of the leper, one can see and recognize the lion face of the spirit by which he is possessed. Pneumonia is caused by a gigantic red demon represented as consisting of fire and flame. And so it goes, each disease is ascribed to a person's being possessed by a certain specific demon. Just a moment, I interrupted. What did you say? Pneumonia comes from a gigantic red demon? How interesting. And a childhood memory suddenly came to light again before my eyes. Again I saw my little brother jumping up high bed, looking off in one direction of the room with his eyes bulging, and screaming at the top of his lungs, "Mother, mother, The red man is coming to get me. Mother, help. And I can still see how he waved his little hands as if trying to ward off an invisible enemy. Then he fainted and Mother said, what he sees is nothing real, he's having an hallucination. But I saw at the time it happened that this red man represented reality for the child. Apparently it was an objective reality, as the Indians already knew several thousand years ago. For reality is not only what we can grasp with our hands and see with our eyes. I told him about this experience I had had as a child, but our friend was not surprised. The sick often see these demons at the moment they become possessed by them. Sometimes later too, during the sickness when they are fighting with the demon. Whenever they mention this, however, people merely say they have fever and are seeing things. No one ever seems to consider the origin of these pictures in the imagination of the diseased, as the persons have never thought about such things, nor why persons suffering from the same disease always see the same pictures without ever having spoken to each other, or even having met and known each other. Then our friend went on with his story about the Maharaja's Ayurvedic physician. He was a rather young Indian, friendly and well-bred, who later became a close friend with whom he was still corresponding. After investigating his nervous reflexes, the young Indian physician went away and brought back pills, ordering him to take 3 a day. On parting, the young Indian doctor smiled and said, "In 3 days you'll be riding again." Our friend sighed in disbelief. The next morning he was able to move his head. Then the Indian physician came again, gave him some more pills and had him do a few breathing exercises combined with guidance of consciousness. The next afternoon he was able to sit up and felt a prickling sensation in his spinal column as if new vital force were flowing into it. On the second day he was able to get up, walked a few steps in the room, ate his lunch with a ravenous appetite, and later went down to the garden. On the third day, after waking up fresh and full of pep, he went out for a ride. As the friendship between the two men grew, he once asked the Indian physician what he had given him to heal him so miraculously. "Our science is handed down from father to son," said the Indian. "When a son is initiated into this science, he must first make a solemn vow that he will never, under any circumstances, betray these secrets. No one has ever yet broken this oath. I cannot tell you the secret of these pills, but I can tell you a few things about our science. The pills I gave you represent a chemical compound consisting mainly of gold. This gold compound, however, is not merely so much inert matter. On the contrary, we might even call it living gold. In its preparation, it was kept at a constant moderate temperature in a hermetically sealed crucible for several weeks. Through this process special properties connected with life are developed in the gold. You know that if you keep an egg at a constant temperature of 104 degrees for 21 days, it will hatch out in a living chick. On the other hand, if you subject the egg to a temperature of 212 degrees for 10 minutes, the egg will harden but never become a chicken. That is just exactly what happens with this gold preparation. The constant temperature over several weeks' time develops in the gold a form of energy with the same vibrations as our vital energy. This energy stands far above atomic energy. It has taken millions of years for gold to develop from the ordinary coarse matter of the earth through an exceedingly slow process. If we develop this process further, we can transform the gold into another material charged with the very highest form of energy. Just as one can magnetize a piece of ordinary iron, we can also develop ordinary gold into magnetic or living gold. The magnetism of the gold, however, represents a much higher energy than the magnetism found in iron. It has the same vibrations as our own vital energy. In fact, it is life itself and has a miraculous effect on all living creatures. Man may be likened to a living magnet charged with this very highest form of energy. Just as a magnet loses its charge in time, but can be remagnetized by passing an electric current around it, in the same way human beings can be recharged with this energy. The seat of this vital energy is the marrow in the spinal column. In your fall from your horse, this very delicate organ was injured and the tension of your vital energy fell abruptly. Your organism was unable to recover, because the healing centers themselves were injured. These pills recharged your nerve centers, natural processes were set in motion, and now you are well. That's all there is to it. See what these pills do for the Maharaja. In spite of his very advanced stage, he wants to keep on demonstrating his many powers every day with his favorite wife. With the help of these gold pills, he still retains the powers of a young man. Unaided nature is no longer able to supply his body with this energy, but this preparation sets his nerve centers in motion, and that is sufficient to recharge his sexual organs daily. Our friend asked the Indian physician, "Why do you keep your knowledge so secret? Why can't all humanity enjoy the blessing of your science? Why don't you teach it to the English doctors who are here?" For a while the Indian physician looked off into the distance. Then he said, "Just as an egg needs to be fertilized for the life within it to be changed from a latent state into an active state, in the same way the preparation of this gold compound requires a source of power to transform certain latent forces within the gold molecules into active ones, thus changing the inert gold into an active, vital material. This source of power is a human being himself. The power of reproduction can not only be manifested by the body, but also on another plane as energy. A hypnotist, for example, manifests his power of reproduction on a spiritual plane and can penetrate the mind of another person, causing certain forces to change from a latent state to an active state, just as a sperm cell from his body is able to unite with an ovum to set in motion a process of life within the latter. In order to set in motion a certain process in various materials, in this case gold, a person needs the radiation of his own vital energy. However, if he expends this energy through his sexual organs, he automatically puts into a latent state the very nerve centers he needs to radiate vital energy in its original, basic form. These nerves open and close automatically. A person can either channel this energy into his sexual organs or into other, higher nerve centers, but he cannot simultaneously channel it into both. You can easily understand that when a father initiates his son into this science, the son, along with his oath of silence, must take a vow of complete continence. That's why the son can only be initiated when he is already married and has several sons of his own, in order that there be no interruption in the chain of knowledge. But just show me a Western physician who would be willing to live a life of complete continence for the sake of this knowledge. On the contrary, it has been our experience that the majority of your physicians want to use their knowledge to earn as much money as possible in order to be able to satisfy their animal instincts to the maximum extent. Many Western physicians have visited us and tried all kinds of persuasion to get us to part with our secrets. We saw that with these secrets they merely wanted to earn piles of money, satisfy their vanity, or become famous. It is a sad fact that the foreign power in this country even went to the extent of torturing several of our Ayurvedic physicians in a fruitless effort to get them to reveal their secrets. Ever since then, foreigners in India do not meet any Ayurvedic physicians, simply because none of the latter will admit that he is one or that he possesses any special knowledge. We were forced to wear masks and become mysterious Orientals. We had to pay a high price to learn this lesson. Nevertheless, I can tell you this much: all through the years there have been foreign physicians who for high-minded, truly humanitarian reasons sought to acquire our knowledge and were willing to take the oath of Brahmacharya, continence. These doctors have received initiation and are working with us. On the other hand, they keep their knowledge just as secret as we do. When humanity has progressed to such a point that the majority of doctors are willing to forego their sexual lusts in order to be able to heal, Indian Ayurvedic physicians will be willing to reveal this secret knowledge to them. At present, however, people in the West use all of their inventions to harm each other. Take dynamite, for example, and aeroplanes. What have they done with these things? Made them into new weapons. What would they do if they knew the secret of cosmic energy and of the still higher vital energy? They'd merely figure out new ways to kill each other off and earn still more money. War is business. And what's this business for? Why do people run after more and more money? In order to indulge their sexual pleasures, lusts and perversities to a greater extent. You ask why we do not reveal our secrets. The answer is that foreign doctors really do not want them. When they hear that they would have to give up their lusts in order to acquire this knowledge, they lose interest right away. They simply cannot believe that by paying such a cheap price they could learn the secret of all life. It's much easier for them not to bother to make a single attempt, but merely to poke ridicule at Orientals. Most of the foreigners who come to our country think that the highest happiness on earth is the satisfaction of their sexual desire. How could they ever know anything about the tremendous power that a spiritual person possesses if they never make an attempt themselves to attain it? This power cannot be acquired through either money or might. The price is renunciation. But the people who have paid this price have quickly discovered that they really did not need to give up anything. They find, on the contrary, that they have discovered immortal happiness in the place of mortal. A permanent state of pleasure instead of a transitory one. No one can make a better bargain. But we do not discuss these things. These secrets cannot be understood with the intellect alone. Spirit cannot be understood, it can only be experienced. One can only be spirit. We are content to let others travel the path of the intellect. They have already accomplished much and will still accomplish more. But the highest truth will always remain hidden for the person who merely follows his intellect and never learns the bliss of pure being to which the path of renunciation leads. People in the West have made the Oriental yogi a comic book character. Is it any wonder that the initiates do not reveal their secrets but merely withdraw and remain unreachable for Western people? I have told you all of this because I can see that you're not interested in our sciences purely out of curiosity, but rather because of deep spiritual desire. You seek the truth. You seek God. We are ready and glad to help such people. I'll give you a bit of advice. If you want to make faster progress and plunge deeper into the secrets of human life, practice yoga. The Indian doctor went on to explain that for many thousands of years the Orientals have been discovering and perfecting various methods by which people can reach the goal of happiness, a goal everyone carries in his heart regardless of how ignorant he may be or how low his individual state of consciousness. Right here on earth people can reach this fulfillment, this salvation, this state of eternal bliss, or as Orientals call it, nirvana. The door is open for every person when he finds the key. This key is yoga. Our friend's Indian doctor went on to explain that every human act or activity which is done with concentration is actually yoga, as the only way we have of reaching the great goal is through concentration. In studying yoga systematically, however, we learn techniques for developing and improving our powers of concentration, and these are methods which have been perfected through thousands of years. There are various paths in yoga: physical, mental, and spiritual exercises in concentration. These exercises develop the highest abilities of the human being, opening up his spiritual eyes, his spiritual ears, and teaching him to be master of himself. Master of creative forces. Master of the forces of fate. The pathway to happiness is opened up, or to express it another way, the path to self-realization, to God. The highest and at the same time the most difficult yoga path is that of Raja Yoga. Raja means king, and if we translate the term literally, we find that this yoga path is known as regal yoga or majestic yoga. It is the shortest path, but at the same time the steepest and bumpiest. It is the pathway Jesus taught in the Bible. With patience and perseverance, however, one reaches the goal. My husband's schoolboy friend went on with his story. The Indian physician showed me the basic exercises of yoga, the ones I snowed you. But later he told me how to get into touch with one of the greatest living yogis. I went to him. He was a man over 80 years old, but he did not look to be over 40. He was a Hatha yogi. These yogis know all the secrets of the body. They are able to maintain their bodies in constant and perfect health for several hundred years if they want to. The Indians claim that in the mountains there are yogis living today who are 700 and 800 years old. My husband began to laugh. Now I'll tell one. 700 years old? Not bad at all. But at that point you woke up, right? See, our friend answered quite seriously, you are a true Occidental. Just because there are some things you haven't heard about, this doesn't mean by any manner of means that they don't exist. The Orientals know much more about the science of man than we in the West, but they have learned to keep quiet. From the time the first Occidentals arrived in the Orient, they have done all kinds of things that have made the Orientals keep silent. Even today they can still keep their secrets. I saw things in India that taught me to be very cautious about laughing other people out of court. Okay, my husband answered, I believe too that there must be some way of living longer when we think that even here in the West the human lifespan is constantly being lengthened in spite of all we do to shorten it with nicotine, alcohol and wrong living habits. 50 or 60 years ago the average lifespan was 35 years, whereas now it's around 60. Makes one wonder what the limit is. Medical science is progressing with giant strides. Who knows how far we'll go? See, your real conviction is not cynical at all. But here in the West we don't dare admit what we believe just because it isn't considered the thing to do. To talk about things we don't understand we always try to affect a superior, cynical manner. I have great respect for what our scientists know, but they act as if they knew all the secrets of life, whereas they are completely ignorant about death. The Orientals have discovered the secret of life and death, but their one and only weapon against the cynicism of the West is silence. No wonder. Here's an example. An Indian showed me a cigarette lighter. It was a little figure of Buddha sitting in the so-called lotus posture, a cheap lighter such as one could get at any bazaar. He told me, an Oriental would never use the figure of Christ for a cigarette lighter, because we feel respect for the sacred symbols of other religions, just as for our own. We know that one and the same God stands above and behind all the various sacred symbols. So saying, he gently put down the Buddha cigarette lighter on his household altar. As a Westerner, I felt deeply ashamed, and I often wonder when we in the West will wake up and have enough sense not to go on constantly insulting Orientals by such offenses against tact, respect, and good taste. Just think, too, about all our Western films that deal with the Orient. Orientals see these films too, and I'm sure you can guess what they think about them. But they are silent. I asked our friend, are there books about yoga? The most beautiful and the most sacred book of the Indians is the Bhagavad Gita. In it you can read the most beautiful description of the spiritual path to self-development through Raja Yoga. That's what I would recommend to you. I had heard enough. That very evening I wanted to begin reading the book our friend had loaned me. I lay down comfortably in bed, took the book and opened it. To my great surprise, I saw it was not the book I had chosen. I turned it around and looked at the title on the back. How strange. I had read the title while browsing through our friend's books, and I now remembered distinctly that I had taken out the book I wanted. Could I have made a mistake and pulled out the book next to it? Apparently. But now that I had this book, I wanted at least to look at it. It immediately awakened my interest. On the outside it looked like a modern book. But inside it contained a very, very old manuscript. The paper was yellow and brown with age, full of traces of worms. Both the dark black ink as well as the writing showed that the book was very old indeed. The more I read, the more surprised and excited I became. Until finally my hands fairly trembled with the enforced suspense as I devoured page after page. The manuscript told about a secret spiritual order that was as old as the earth itself. Without any external, visible form of membership, the order was constantly taking in neophytes who came in contact with it without actually knowing anything about it. This coming into contact occurred when a person reached such a state of development that he completely gave up his own person and dedicated his entire life to alleviating the sufferings of others. Whenever a person has reached this decision, a member of the secret order gets in spiritual touch with him, or rather the individual who has decided to give up his person and thus has reached universal love has reached a stage in his development such that he automatically responds to the vibrations flowing among the members of this secret spiritual fraternity. First he hears within himself the voice of the spiritual leader and guide, warning him about the difficulties, dangers and consequences of his decision. If he still sticks to his decision, this order which exists to help humanity climb up out of chaos, accepts him as a member. At first he is on probation without actually knowing it. This probationary period begins immediately and for 7 long years the neophyte is left completely on his own. During this time he has no contact with the order, no matter how much he may desire and seek it. But the various tests he must pass come one after the other. 7 of them relate to the human virtues, becoming free of sensuality, vanity, anger, covetousness, envy, sensitivity. Then on the other side, Th6 ability to withstand outside influences. If he passes all of these tests in spite of being entirely on his own, and if he sticks by his decision, he is considered ready to begin his work and is definitely accepted within the order. On the very same day, he learns about his acceptance through an apparent coincidence. From then on he receives thorough training and, simultaneously, specific tasks. At first these tasks are easy, and as he performs them satisfactorily, they become progressively more difficult. The tasks are very different. Some neophytes must work in public, others behind the scenes. Some roam the countryside as beggars, others are very rich. In either case they must fulfill their duties. Some work as assistants of famous discoverers, others as writers or lecturers. Some hold positions of great worldly power, while others may hold down jobs as workmen in huge factories. It can even happen that two members of the order appear to be working against each other. Such persons are not permitted to reveal in any way at all that they belong together and are in contact with each other. Sometimes they are celebrated and enjoy tremendous popularity, at other times they may live in abject misery and be subjected to privations and degradations. They must fulfill all their tasks in a completely free and impersonal manner, simply as servants within the great plan. And as they perform their tasks, they must bear full responsibility for their each and every act. They receive their assignments, but they must figure out themselves how to carry them out in complete awareness of the responsibility they bear for everything they do. The higher they rise, the greater their responsibility. Anyone who refuses to bear the responsibility for his acts and his work, and tries to unload this responsibility on another member of the order, anyone who does not recognize his work as his own, personally chosen task but tries to make it appear that he is acting on the instructions of the order or as a spiritual tool of a member of the order, such a person is a traitor and instantly loses all contact with the order. He does not know, however, that he has lost contact, and it is possible for him to go on for years believing himself to be a co-worker within the order. Such persons are used by the order to test other people and find out whether they accept and follow false prophets or whether they have progressed far enough in thinking independently and reaching their own decisions so that they weigh every word they hear and only accept it after it has passed examination. Those who follow false prophets are still blind, allowing themselves to be led by blind, and both fall by the wayside. Membership of the order is restricted to persons who are completely self-reliant and able to resist influence. They must not be people who do good or avoid doing evil merely out of a spirit of obedience or because they expect to be rewarded and go to heaven, or because they fear punishment and want to avoid going to hell. On the contrary, the order's members must be persons who always, in life and death, follow their own deepest conviction and act accordingly. This is because the members hear the order's messages in their own hearts, as their own profoundest convictions. I read these lines with ever-mounting excitement. Renounce earthly pleasures? How I remembered the night when I sobbed so desperately in bed. Can one renounce them any more definitively than I did then? Sincere and deep desire to alleviate the sufferings of others? God alone knows how earnest was the vow I took that time in my room, thinking intently about the terrible sufferings of the mentally ill and the incessant, unremitting pains and troubles of all people all over the world. Now I remembered the warnings I so clearly heard then, and the awesome feeling of being alone, the desperate feeling of being completely abandoned for many long years. How many years since that time? 7 years. Yes, exactly 7. And today, this curious coincidence with the book. Coincidence? No. It was a message. A message. I was shaken to the depths of my being by this experience. As was my custom, I examined the whole matter again with my mind and intellect, for I never stopped using my intellect as a means of testing and checking. But what could my intellect say now? I knew best that all this was so. What else could my intellect do but simply recognize the facts? Even the most skeptical intellect would be silenced in the face of so many coincidences. No, I could not doubt it. I had been accepted. I was overcome by a feeling of inexpressible happiness and gratitude. I felt the grace of God, His blessing, deep humility, and a profound sense of awe. In this condition, I have remained ever since. There was light. It was strikingly noticeable that from this time on more and more people, men and women, old and young, came to me for advice on how to find their paths to happiness. More and more seekers came to me for help. I felt, however, that I was still in extreme darkness. How should I be able to help others? How should I be able to heal the many wounds in the souls of people about me if I myself had not yet solved the puzzle of life and death? The most important thing was for me to escape from my own darkness. I searched in whatever direction my inner voice advised me, and tried to make progress through reading good books. I found a book describing the secret exercises of Raja Yoga, that is, the path to the self. I wanted to begin these exercises immediately, for I had reached the point where I knew that reading is only necessary in order to know what one must do. If we want to reach the goal, the self, we must bring what we know into actuality. I wanted reality, not only beautiful descriptions and theories. On the other hand, spiritual yoga demands the strictest asceticism. I spoke with my husband. He was always my best friend and knew how vitally important it was for me to find the answer to the three great questions: whence, whither, why. He gave his consent to my ascetic exercises. My father had bought an estate in the mountains. There in the forest we had a little house into which I now moved all alone. At that time my son was away from home, studying, and returned only for holidays, while my husband was constantly traveling and saw me only at weekends. The large terrace in front of the house offered a glorious view off into the valley where the vast plains began. It was almost like looking off into infinity. At the foot of the mountain a wide river wove its way slowly and majestically out into the distance. On the farther shore, roads and highways formed the veins and arteries of a giant body, and the cars traveling about seemed like tiny cells within the gigantic bloodstream. Everything was diminutive. The villages with their little doll houses, and the tiny, busy ant-like people. The other window looked out into the forest where one could walk for hours and hours in the awesome silence. Pheasants often ventured up to the house, and deer frequently came quite close. At night one could hear them trotting by. Doors and windows were heavily barred against wild boar and other dangerous animals. Here I lived quite alone. Every morning I found my day's supply of fresh milk on the terrace, then went downstairs to the wood cellar, chopped my day's supply, and built a fire in my stove. Then I began my exercises. This forest house was an ideal place to practice yoga. The entire region was famous for its awe-inspiring atmosphere. The peace and quiet in the forest and the primeval purity of nature round about was so great that everyone who came by tended to rise up in spirit in contemplation and meditation, even without yoga exercises. Everyone who visited this sylvan retreat became more sensitive to higher vibrations. Their latent organs of psychic sense developed. While living here I was able to perform without exertion the most difficult exercises in concentration and meditation. For something to study I took a collection of old figures of the Rosicrucians dating from the 16th and 17th centuries. It was truly a treasure chest of the greatest wisdom. When I had finished my concentration exercises lasting several hours, I meditated on these wonderful symbolic representations of profoundest truth, and step by step the hidden secrets of this book revealed themselves to my marveling spiritual eyes. Another subject I studied while here in reclusion in the forest was Oriental philosophy, primarily the Vedas and the Upanishads. The long exercises in concentration and meditation helped me to penetrate, step by step, into the profoundest regions of my psyche. With these exercises I set forces in motion which kept on working during the time I devoted to everyday activities, and even during the time I was sleeping. Sometimes as I wandered through the forest there arose within me pictures of places I knew well without being able to identify them, for I had never seen them in this life. While I was awake, and even in my dreams at night, I saw people whom I also knew, and in some cases knew very well, but whom I had never seen in this life. Their clothing and their names were strange, and their language in which we communicated in my dreams was quite different from any language I had ever heard in this life. Whenever I sat down to meditate and turned my attention inwards, I was aware of a greenish-blue phosphorescent light within me. A light which seemed to come from the invisible eyes of a great and wonderful spirit being. An indescribable kind of strength, love and goodness radiated to me from these eyes. With a sense of absolute confidence I plunged into this source of loving power. I felt myself in security, and without any trace of fear. I delved deeper and ever deeper into the unknown world of the unconscious. Then once, quite unexpectedly, the light drove away the darkness, which had been hiding both the past and the truth, and everything became clear. When I had seated myself to practice meditation, the phosphorescent light appeared before my inner eye as usual. Then I felt with even greater clarity than ever before that the source of light lay in the eyes of a powerful being whom I knew well. Little by little they became so clear that I no longer merely felt, I knew, that they were looking at me. I felt their glance, their brilliance, their power, their light and their love shining upon me, and in the next moment, as an effect of this glance, the last remnant of cloudy haze in my consciousness disappeared, and before me there stood, as if emerging from darkness, a majestic figure with two dark blue, infinitely deep eyes. His figure, his face and his eyes, past becomes present. He stood there and looked at me calmly. This radiant glance with its heavenly peace gave me strength to bear the soul-shaking experience and the infinite joy of seeing him again. His noble face was unmoving, but his eyes were smiling at me, and I knew that he was happy that I had at last come fully awake and was seeing him again. For he has always seen me. His eyes have always been able to penetrate the mists covering my consciousness. He saw all my struggles, all my pains and sorrows, and he has never once abandoned me.